Good morning.
Hey, good morning. It's Tuesday, November 29th, and unfortunately, we were supposed to do a Nintendo talk today. However, Luce is feeling ill, so we'll just turn this into a community talk. So, all the more fun for everyone. Top, oh, go ahead, Hardy. Oh, unless you're just.
Well, I was going to ask who else had plays to share before I put mine up.
Before you put yours up?
Top big OSRS and top possibilities both muted as soon as I said that.
I just hopped on. I missed what you said.
Who has plays to share? Got about 50 odd minutes to market open, and we're burning daylight.
Okay. Hey, let's be real. We're here for your plays, bro. Come on, let's have them.
No. This is a community of bilateral exchange. There needs to be flat trade balance.
All right. So I guess to get things started, I'm looking at UPS January 180 puts for 610 or less, and NAT, the tanker, for similarly January 2023 $3.50 calls for 25 cents or less. These are both based off of reactions to Gamma Max. Now, Gamma Max is basically the price point where a hypothetical options portfolio of the options open interest for that given ticker has the highest portfolio level gamma. And the reason why this is important is there are relatively consistent reactions off of Gamma Max for these two tickers, and so I'm playing those reactions. On the delta neutral side, I'm looking to get Microsoft January 2023 $240 puts for $8.75 or less, and Disney January 2023 $95 puts for $3.90 or less. Similarly, these tickers are both reacting off of delta neutral. Delta neutral is the price where a hypothetical portfolio of options open interest has a portfolio delta of 0 or as close to 0 as possible.
All right, now that you have your plays.
And for those who will inevitably ask, the plays are in the comments.
Well, in the spirit of the fact we were supposed to have a Nintendo talk, I added shares in Nintendo yesterday. Dollar cost averaging down.
Nice. What's your average now?
I think it's about 11.50 now, 11.27.
All right, I'm seeing quite a few plays from the comments. You might like this one. Someone grabbed a bunch of $76 puts for Baba yesterday, and expecting it to open 20 to 30%. Oh, he's expecting his puts to be down 20 to 30% today. So, oof.
Yeah, Yang's down to 16. So.
Oh, that was your target.
The Chinese National Health Association or whatever, they're recommending that the lockdowns be lifted. So in result, I see Neo up 5%, Baba up 5%, a couple others.
Can't find any information on that, by the way. I did not get any update from South Morning China Post on their opening.
Are you on their English website? Are you on the English
on the
website
Chinese
or
website, the Chinese version? So I would assume, and obviously I get the English version too, but I have a Chinese subscription. I'll leave it at that. But so I don't hear anything from inside. So I'm just curious where you got this information.
That's on the news article on Robinhood with Baba.
Okay. So I am going for Baba calls. Go China. I need some free cheap stuff from Wish.com, so I need you to open the borders. And then speaking of Wish, I'm gonna be buying some calls on them today. I'm also gonna be buying some puts on the airlines because I feel like the airlines are gonna get the wave of monkeypox news that's going around. I don't know if you guys read yesterday, but monkeypox has had a sporadical increase of monkeypox cases in the Las Vegas Strip. So that's my DD on them.
Which airlines are you looking at?
Looking at American Airlines as well as Delta Airlines. So AAL for American Airlines and DAL for Delta Airlines. Southwest and whatnot, I feel like they're not going to take as much hit.
Keep in mind that I mean, I feel like Southwest would take more of a hit because they're a budget carrier, so they'd have more people to spread it around. But anyway, today there's supposed to be a lot of sales when it comes to travel, so you might see an uptick in people purchasing airline tickets today. So watch out for that.
I'm going to have to go to your airline because apparently only those cheaper airlines have passengers. I guess I'll have to say, why is the long line in these other airlines, just in case?
Planet Fitness is a good way to play monkeypox headline risk as well. They took a pretty big haircut on the initial news. They've recovered since, but PLNT would be a nice put option there if you think the monkeypox thing will resurface.
In the coming, oh, go ahead.
I'm looking at the TSA checkpoint travel numbers, and it seems that what is this? November 25 was the first day in almost how do I put this? Travel on November 25, like Black Friday, was higher than it was pre-pandemic. So I get the impression that at least air travel is back to their pre-pandemic capacity, if only briefly. I'm also noting that ticket prices are about 15 to 20% more expensive than they were 3 years ago. So I'm wondering, net of inflation, if the airlines are actually behind where they should be otherwise, especially with the increased cost of fuel, the potential labor contracts that certain mainline carriers had to negotiate, as well as the lack of certain international destinations because of continued COVID re-lockdowns. Either way, I do have puts on jets, I think, or calls on jets.
The comment
The,
section says
travel
go ahead.
ETF. Go ahead.
I was just going to say in the comment section, there was a Matt Moo 609 says, I like puts on save. They're canceling flights out of Fort Myers.
Is Fort Myers a hub for Spirit? I don't fly with Spirit.
I don't know those economy flights. Sorry.
I doubt it. I mean, Fort Myers isn't like a super major city. I'd be surprised.
I
if
literally
that was-
haven't heard about it since or until today.
Did we go over BlockFi's news?
We haven't. I'm excited to hear about it.
So, short answer is BlockFi is bankrupt, and in an attempt to attain equity and other sellable assets to save the bankruptcy, they are suing SBF for his pledged capital in Robinhood, or for his Robinhood shares that he had pledged as collateral. So this lawsuit will probably take some time, but there's also a good chance that he may be forced to liquidate those shares or put it in some sort of blind trust or escrow as the lawsuit proceeds. And in all likelihood, there will be some form of settlement where a portion of his substantial stake in Robinhood will be sold off to satisfy the debt or the collateral pledge to BlockFi. So potential puts on Robinhood in the near future are certainly more selling than buying pressure.
think at this point, the top 3 Western crypto lenders have all gone bankrupt since January. They were all doing great stuff and in all the big news and media's graces.
So,
The other 2.
Hardy, you mentioned that. Sorry, I was just going back to that point. You mentioned they're going to sue himself, right? Not any of his companies. Is that right?
I believe they're suing the entity which holds the Robinhood shares, which is whatever his investment company is called.
So is that the only creditor that would be owed to them, or would there? I'm sure his investment company would have other creditors. So would that really affect anything, considering they may be at the bottom of the list, and it may not happen for a while?
Well, this is the play against Robinhood, because no matter what, some portion of his stake is going to be liquidated.
Fair enough.
I think in that case, was the knowledge that his Hood stake would be liquidated already known when he filed for bankruptcy for, I think, like 140 of his other entities?
Well, this was not one of those entities. That's the difference.
Gotcha. What capacity
Think of it
do
like
bankers?
his family office, if that makes sense. So among other investments, his family office also holds a substantial stake in Robinhood. And that's
that
what
makes
BlockFi is pursuing.
So Robinhood has already taken a pretty big hit, like around 12. It was around 12, I think, when news broke out of FTX's demise. It's now around 9. Do you see it going even lower from here?
Not immediately. It depends on the proceedings of the lawsuit, which I'll be monitoring closely. But his investment fund is called Emergent. So I think that's basically acting as a family office for SBF. Also, with GameStop's earnings announcement being moved up to December 7, is now a good time to talk about it?
Sure. We'll also have a specialized earnings call for them, as we do every quarter.
Sure. So I'm looking right now at December 9, 25, 25.50 straddle or strangle to try and take advantage of the IV run up. The implied volatility for the December 9 expiration hasn't yet gone up, and I'm sure it will as we approach the earnings call. So I'm hoping between now and earnings, the price will move significantly far away from 25-ish. And more importantly, the implied volatility go up because of the potential for an unexpected earnings announcement. And the goal is to get into the trade for around $3.10 per share or less combined for both the call leg and the put leg. And yes, I'll put the play in the comments.
Opinion, are we talking about Nintendo this afternoon?
Depends on how quickly Luce starts feeling better. What's up this afternoon?
I want to talk about Nintendo.
Fair enough.
Excited.
Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll get him on Thursday. Sorry for the confusion.
Just want to wrap around the save. Thanks to Amos _303 said Spirits Hub is in Fort Lauderdale. Matt Moo 609 says it's a small airport. Don't listen to me. And then people want to know about the source on China reducing lockdowns. You said it was an article. Is that from Robinhood? Is there a link to that article by chance? Like if it's at Bloomberg, Reuters, randomarticle.com.
Yeah. Let me look it up. It was on Robinhood, one of those Benziga things.
Right. And in regards to any plays, it looks like there is a question from Mr. John May. He wants to know, are Apple puts at play with Musk's Twitter thing?
Why would Apple puts be a play? Because Musk is basically trying to fight Apple for to not have to pay their $30 toll or 30% toll on revenue charged through the App Store.
Well, the way I understand it, he's going to release some interesting data on Apple. It's
The
not
same
good.
way. The same way he released interesting data about Twitter before acquiring them, ultimately.
Well, and that's the other side of it. He's about to release all the censoring that Twitter was doing previously on Twitter.
He certainly didn't censor his Pokemon picture.
It's
I don't
certainly
think he can
true.
afford.
It's certainly true that Apple does really control a lot of the web and applications that people use every day just by some of their policies, which mean like, pornography can't be easily accessible within apps. Certain things like NFT sales are dicey areas. So there's definitely some merit to his claim, but yeah, like Mr. Bumble, I think you were going to say, does Musk really have what it takes to take on the world's largest company? I don't know. Especially in their stronghold, like they are the number one brand in terms of recognition for anything, and their phones are absolutely their stronghold. So
the App Store is not a major revenue generator for Apple. They use it so that they can pay for all the developers creating apps to power, which in turn drives iPhone sales or iPad sales.
I'll say this about Apple. When Fortnite popped off and Epic walked into Sony's headquarters and they were like, hey, we're going to do crossplay whether you like it or not, Sony said yes. But when Epic walked into Apple's store and was like, hey, you guys are going to do what we want, Apple told Epic no. They're the only company that told Epic no because Fortnite was so popular. So they're not afraid to say no.
I think he's purposely doing all this stuff just to either ruin his own reputation for some reason or just to destroy Twitter. I can't figure out why he's doing it though.
I think it's real.
Of everyone.
I think it's real now. Like for the first couple of weeks, I was like, okay, this is just fucking crazy. But I think this is really Elon Musk. This is what we're seeing, like him
implode. We're starting to stray away from the discussion about how this would factor into Apple.
Yes.
So we need to get back to place.
Or how it ties into Apple.
I think Elon is kind of trying to rally the troops and hopefully, in negotiations with Apple, maybe bring their price down so that they somehow make a deal with whatever he's trying to do with the App Store.
Well, let's take away even the fact that he might be able to influence, the App Store policies or any of that, because that's a really big change. Can he influence individuals at a big enough scale to get them to stop purchasing iPhones?
I wouldn't say that. I would just say he would have the fanboys just saying stuff on Twitter, and then maybe like we just said, buying puts on Apple or shorting Apple, whatever.
But eventually, people are going to realize that it's literally just a madman who's rambling, and they're going to just start ignoring him because he's just what he's doing is just like he's obviously lost his mind somehow, or he's playing like 4-dimensional chess or something,
So to sum up kind of this conversation, it sounds like overall Elon Musk is pretty much a fly to Apple, and there's no real play here. There's no point in buying puts. That seems to be the consensus.
I think the play is puts on Tesla. I don't think it's going to work out for Elon, and I think it's going to reverse, and Tesla will probably go down 5% today.
It appears Mr. Luce is here. Do you have an opinion to share?
Hello, yes. No, I've just been waiting for like 5 minutes for opinion to bring me up. And it was coincidence that it came up while you're talking about Apple and Tesla.
That being said, do you have something to say about that?
About Apple, Tesla?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a trade. I think the trade was somebody asked me yesterday about if anything, I thought people would be wondering about all the phones. Like, what is it? Like 6 million phones Apple's going to lose because of COVID shutdowns or whatever. That I thought, isn't that more of a play on Apple than some speculative Tesla news that we don't know about? coming from Elon Musk.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Luce on this. If you look at the news on this Apple factory that's shut down, it's like straight up anarchy. The workers are like beating the shit out of the police force, and they're throwing barricades at each other and stuff. So with that major factory down, next quarter is going to probably take a little bit of a hit from that, especially as they're going into the Christmas season. I'd be less concerned about Elon Musk's fucking tweets and more so on the actual situation.
To be clear, I think somebody said we're now seeing Elon. Yeah. This has always been Elon Musk. The only difference now is that the stock price of Tesla is reflecting Elon Musk. I'm sure that hopefully that makes a lot of sense to some people. Elon Musk has always been like this. And that's why you had a lot of people just, wondering what the hell, why people kept buying Tesla stock. But I don't see any real trade related to the relationship between Tesla and Apple. And on the COVID lockdowns, I would be cautious about just buying puts on Apple because it's Apple. Like, look at the price chart for this year, and that thing is just it's a freaking beast. So if anything, I would go out because I do think Apple's overvalued, and I think maybe this could be one of the things that causes Apple's valuation to kind of come back down to earth. But that's going to take some time because it's Apple. So personally, I don't see like a very short-term play on Apple. Maybe put spreads, but I wouldn't just go like weekly puts or anything. I mean, I think it was even up. Last I checked, yeah, it's up slightly on that news. So that's Apple for you.
So Luce, quick question. Do you see Tesla? Now that Twitter's gone, there's not a stock. So I see Tesla as a 100% indicator on Elon Musk and financially how he's going to do. So Tesla doesn't have Twitter was acquired by Musk. So when Apple makes a move, like pulls their advertising, it's $40 million a quarter to Twitter. So I'm just looking at Tesla and saying, hey, I'm betting against Tesla because I'm betting against Musk until all this shit settles out. What are your thoughts on a play like that?
I think I was talking to maybe a few of you, maybe it was last week. We'll call it like armchair analysis of shorting Tesla. Just from a basic perspective, I look at all the shitty news that has come out about Tesla, which has been substantial. I look at the stock price action over the past at least 6 months, maybe since the start of the year, and that downward movement has been crazy. The stock price is cut in half, basically. So just from a basic, compared to physics or something, what goes up must come down. A lot has already happened, and the stock price has moved down so far. So what else are you expecting to cause the stock price to move down another 50%? Like, why now? What other news can come out that matches the mountain of terrible news that has already come out? So put it another way, mathematically, maybe there's a 50%, 60% chance that the stock price falls another 20 to 30%. But if we talked about this at the beginning of this year, maybe you would have said, you know what? I think there's a 70% chance that the stock price falls 30 to 50. You see what I mean? Like, it just, the risk reward doesn't look as strong. It doesn't look as appealing. So, but that, again, that's like a very baseline. Maybe underneath the hood, maybe not all is well at Tesla and that company's going down, but that's what I would hope for if I was going to initiate a pretty good short position on Tesla at this point.
Yeah, and I contend like Tesla is such a unique entity in that it's made Musk the richest man in the world. So everybody knows he's gonna come down, and that's going to be the vehicle to drive him down, right? Is the valuation of what's made him the richest man in the world. So it's just imploding before our eyes is interesting.
The bulk of his wealth now comes from SpaceX, not from Tesla, right?
Well, either way, Musk going down doesn't always mean his companies are going to go down.
Yeah,
stock
exactly.
price will go down, but they're not going to. SpaceX isn't going to fucking die if Musk does some stupid shit.
Well, you do have at this point, you have analysts saying that Tesla could be a value stock now. I don't. I think it's a bit sensational, but the fact that you have analysts looking at the valuation for the first time, basically ever, and saying, you know what, maybe this valuation actually is getting close to being reasonable. That's a big thing, and I think those analysts are probably looking at the fundamentals of the company and saying, you know what, Tesla still has the lion's share of the EV market. Sure, Rivian's coming up; they're going to keep having problems, and they're trying to grow through a tightening environment. Meanwhile, Tesla's got this big chest of cash that they could deploy. They have low debt, sure that they could even issue some more shares if they wanted to. That didn't bother the shareholders that much in the past. But in terms of their positioning within the markets as a business, they're still doing pretty strong. So pretty well. So that's the only thing I would say. It's surprised. I'm surprised to be saying this, but the core fundamentals of Tesla might be a reason why the stock price holds up better than it has in the past.
Back to Apple. I've got a recurring play throughout the fall, and I'll fucking do it again. If Apple goes below 135, like in that 130 to 135 range, I know it's going to get caught by the market because it's such a popular stock. And so I'll sell the 25 delta put for it, and I've made my money back every time without getting assigned.
Yeah, in case you need any more of a bull reason for Apple in the long run, what was it? Last quarter, it dropped on earnings day. I think it right before earnings, it dropped like 3%, and by earnings had released, it had already gone back up, 8% fold. So, you really can't keep Apple down.
Yeah, usually I'll get that back within the week, on like a 30 to 40% payback, because it starts recovering immediately and the volatility shrinks right away.
So you're saying sell the 125 delta to
No, the 25 delta. So,
25 delta, sorry.
Yeah.
So you sell the 25 delta to play off fear of it dropping, and then it bounces back and you secure it.
Yeah, so every time they have a big dip into that 135, 130 zone where there's like tons of resistance,
right?
Not even just post summer, but from back before, there are people waiting to buy at those levels, and so as soon as it gets down there, and like worst case scenario is you end up with one of the slower falling market driving blue chips, right?
Yeah.
It's not the worst case scenario.
Nice.
I would sell some, like a call spread on Apple under 150, just based on it being a good market vector, and S&P seems to be hitting a lot of resistance in general, added to the fact all the issues at the factory. I think keeps it down under 150.
I see T Square in the comments saying that this is so boring. If anyone else wants to come up and talk about something, feel free to raise your hand.
Wait, T Square, T Square, do you want to hear more about, like, I don't know, like cock or something? Would that interest you? Oh, and I just want to say for the person that commented and said, he was like pissing, shitting on the mods or whatever, and the host, and then he said I was the worst, and I'm just unbearable. I just want to set the record straight. I am not unbearable. I am bearish overall in the markets. I've taken plenty of bearish positions, so that's definitely not true.
It's highly bearable.
Highly bearable.
So I just want to say that I've been reviewing left and right for China's news coming out, and just looking at certain areas, and I won't mention them over the air here, but it's all about vaccines and COVID. I'm starting to wonder if this like fear mongering is just among Western media, and not a real thing that's going down. But I'll just leave it at that. And then I would also state that basically you saw an article come out about the Apple Foxconn factory and how there's like protests and stuff there. But the reality is, as Luce was saying, the facts don't change that nobody wants a new iPhone, right? So that's something to really consider with their numbers in the future. So puts on Apple.
Sorry, did you say nobody wants it?
I never said that nobody wants it. If I did, I would like to retract that, and I would say that their numbers of the iPhone Pro, as an example, are down for people wanting them, I should say. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Let the record show that he redacted his statement and
Thank you.
replaced it.
I will allow it.
All right, and just to clarify, when the Steve Jobs' daughter posts a meme on Instagram that says, "I would upgrade my iPhone 13 to iPhone 14," and shows the same photo of a T-shirt, I mean, that was kind of like writing on the wall back in the day, right? And if you didn't see that, then I guess you're blind.
Hey guys, what's up? So I'm basically up I was up yesterday. I started with 5K like 2.5 months ago, turned it to like 120. Then I lost like 40 yesterday. So I'm trying to make it back. I mean, I do have some reserves that I put away. I told you I started taking daily profits. And I quit my job like 3 weeks ago. But I mean, I'm okay. I know I could recover, but I'm trying to make it back, within the next couple of weeks. What type of play do you guys recommend? I've been playing SPY, and it's been working out pretty well, but yesterday was just brutal.
SPY 0 day.
Day trading for a living.
So I started zero.
So how much capital do you have now trading locks?
So
trading
my
blocks.
trading account, I have 25K right now. I could fund it more.
That's it?
By tomorrow, but I usually play with 40K.
That's
I
it?
was going to suggest you take a barbell type strategy. One side of the barbell, you do theta gang type strategies, so you have a reasonable amount of premium based income coming in. And then the other side, you do your more degenerate plays, the stuff that you did to take you from 5K to 120K, I assume.
So
That
basically,
way,
what I
you
did
live off of the theta gang premium. And then you
Okay, so get theta gain premium, live off that. So basically, I just aim for 5% a day. 5% a day gives me 100% returns in a month.
That's not how that works.
Hey Hardy,
Not
is
5% a day.
is margin 25K minimum?
25K minimum is to get around the PDT issues. But if you think you can make 5% in a day, let us know when you start a fund, because I'm sure plenty of really, really well-heeled people will want to invest in you.
Oh, even my mom gave me 10K and I invested 100. I mean, I doubled it in a month. Yeah, I mean that's literally the strategy. Just
Just
get
go
5%.
after all your family's money and trying to invest that for them.
Yeah. Is this Washington Mutual career day, or is this what we're talking about?
So no, I mean I'm trying. So I lost 40K yesterday, right? But I can take that hit. It's okay. I'm fine.
On your 25K account?
I mean, if you're coming here for trade ideas, why couldn't you do what used to work? One bad day doesn't mean the strategy is
Oh
shit.
no, 100%. I just haven't been in here in a really long time, and I was like, oh, let me see what these people have input, because I know there's a lot of really good traders here, low key,
Nah.
So
you're all
Definitely not. You came to the wrong
everybody in
place.
here is basically a crayon. I mean, eats crayons, and I mean, I eat crayons, but I'm playing the long game. I'm trying to do, I'm trying to actually get like filthy rich off this. I made 90K like last month,
Yeah, how much you make yesterday?
I lost 40K. I lost 40K, but that's okay. I'm still up. As long as it's gains and it's green, it's all good, baby.
So you started with
might
10,
read
right?
a
Just
book.
clarify.
You might want to read
You
a
started
book
with
on
10,
risk
so you're at
management.
break even. I'm confused here.
No, I'm not. I'm still up
What's
like
the book,
50,
Hardy?
60K.
No. Yeah, Sir Hunt's a start. No,
but,
you're making a mistake.
All right, one at a time, Luce.
All right, Sir Hunter Stock, you're making a mistake. You're looking at his losses, right? Only look at his gains, and you'll see clearly that he's up.
Oh shit, dude! I'm up at least $1 million. Yeah, yo, holy shit, I'm rich.
And Hardy?
I'm still up in my last, in the realized P&L for the year, like 50, 60K in like 3.5 months of trading, So I'm not
Don't
complaining.
forget I get it. Don't forget your tax liability. You may want to start chatting with a tax
100%.
advisor
So
about that.
I'm working with a CPA, and I used to work at Angie's List as an account executive. I made 110K in 9 months working there. So I mean, my tax return, I have like maybe 10K of capital gains tax at this moment in time that I have to pay because of the realized loss that I took yesterday. If not, I
Just
would
the
have to pay
IRS.
like 20.
Let me transfer
Yeah.
donation, please. One moment, please. Thank you, Colton.
Yeah, so here's the thing, trading. If you're genuinely looking for other trading ideas, Stay the Gang is probably a good place where you can figure out how to park your money. It wouldn't hurt to learn the options Greeks. That's my opinion, of course. And there are other Q&As and AMAs that have been hosted here on Wall Street Bets that perhaps will give you other dimensions or other perspectives on how to protect your capital.
I just basically am trying to limit my risk exposure whenever I grow a little bit of more capital. Because with 100K, I can make, I don't have to play options to make 2-3K a day. I don't think,
Not with a 25K bankroll.
But
Hardy,
with 100K, I'm saying if I get it to
Hardy,
100K,
he said, "I think." So that's the
I don't know about
that's the quote.
Greeks like that much to actually. I just use an elevator strategy. It's very simple, based on different EMAs and different highs and lows for different days, and it's worked out really well for me. It got me out of the
You
rat
should be
race.
giving us plays then.
How did it
I mean,
work
hey,
yesterday?
I'm starting a trading academy in January. Hit me up and I'll send you
Okay, so what's the play for today? Let me I need some trust.
You're gonna be teaching other people how to trade?
So what's the trade for today, guys? Let's just be serious here. Okay, trading locks. I don't know how to trade, so tell me the play for today and tomorrow, please.
Okay,
What's
so
the
for
play?
today, I'm thinking it's gonna try and test and run up a little bit SPY in the beginning, so you could go in and out very quickly. Let it run for like 40, 50
Maybe tell me
seconds,
more.
take 6-7% profit. That's secure. It's gonna run more than that, but that's you
So what's my
the
numbers? I'm not
secure
really
the
good
bag.
with the whole run it up thing, getting in
No,
and out fast.
he said he started off with "I'm thinking," so I'm sold. This guy's
That's a
got
good
a
point.
damn good strategy. Yeah,
He's already doing better than half of us.
Hey,
So
I have
what's the numbers?
I have a question for you about your trading. Before I sign up for your trading academy, in the class, will you explain, like, you lost 40,000 yesterday, right? How many days in a row can that happen in your class, like as a student of your class?
So basically,
Before I no
set up-
longer
so this
trade
is what
stocks.
happened, right? I set up a stop loss and it didn't trigger. I always set up a stop loss to limit my exposure. I
So
don't
you're
know
gonna
why
find a new broker?
But you're not watching
find a new
you're not
broker.
watching the activity on your huge portfolio and getting out, even if it's not even if the
basically,
stop loss isn't
Ladies and
true.
gentlemen, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen,
So I had like an important doctor's appointment because I'm traveling soon and I needed to get care of something. So yeah, I needed to take care of that. And I was like, okay,
Were you scuba diving?
Yeah, AMC CEO stepping down.
Oh shit.
No. That's
bullish.
No. Hang on. That's AMC Networks.
Okay, it's not AMC.
Yeah, they came out like 30 minutes ago or something.
My bad.
Can we talk about stocks instead of
Yeah,
trading strategy
instead of Ponzi schemes? Yeah, let's do that.
All right, everybody. What other plays do we have?
Never met a pyramid scheme I didn't like.
I actually wanted to talk about Luce's perspective on Tesla being valued appropriately, because from what I'm seeing right now, it's not as much of like the perspective on Elon Musk's insanity suddenly, unwinding him, but the fact that like used car values have like tanked in the past month, and they're continuing to drop. Inventory is going up. and it makes what used to be very appealing, which is buying a new car, much less appealing and much more competitive in this environment.
Why don't we do? We'll save my perspective for after the bell, just so we can get more people talking here. Sake of variety. That sound good?
Oh no.
I got a work meeting, but
What?
tell
I'm
other
trying
people.
I'm trying not to hog the
He's
mic.
like, no.
I think I'm going to go ahead and take a gamble here. I'm going to do puts on Bank of America next week. Hold on, let me see the book real quick. Yeah, I'm going to say December 9th. I'm gonna go for the $36 call. I think that they're taking these. I think people are not delivering on their mortgage payments, and I think they're taking a hit from it. I think we're going to see more of that with the Fed increase.
Speaking of the Fed increase, how big do you think it'll be?
I think that if Powell comes out and does another 0.75, the market is going to decimate itself. I really don't think that he has the option to do that other than to kind of level out like the hype was last time. However, who the fuck knows what he's going to do?
So J. Powell has only really one saving grace to prevent another 75 basis point hike. It's basically a unemployment going up substantially higher than expected. That's how the probability of a 50 basis point or even a 25 basis point hike goes up.
Yeah.
In all other situations, I'm not entirely convinced it's possible anymore.
Right. Yeah, and I mean unemployment is going up, but the question, Hardy, is like, is it enough? Or is he going to have to come rear his ugly head with another 0.75 hike? But if that happens, the market is going to absolutely tank.
Where does that narrative come from, though? Because it feels like the prevailing narrative and the expectation right now is a 50 basis point hike, and is that because there are multiple interviews in the past few weeks with like Fed board members who are like, yeah, we need to slow down eventually.
Yeah, I think it's hype and speculation, right? Like the optimistic view would be a 0.5 hike, slowing it down. The pessimist view, and I don't know, arguably maybe realist at this point, is it might actually be another 0.75. We might be heading for that.
You also have to remember there's a bunch of fund managers losing everyone's 401k money. Every single day.
Everybody's going bankrupt at the same time. So,
yes. So saying, no, it's okay. They'll slow the interest rate. The economy will recover in no time. Just go ahead and keep paying into those. It'll pay off eventually.
My theory on why he keeps at it was from his Jackson Hole speech in late August, that brought the market down for like 4 straight days after that. With his third lesson, it says, that brings me to the third lesson, which is we must keep at it until the job is done. History shows us that unemployment costs of bringing down inflation are likely to increase with delay. So literally at the end, he says, our aim is to avoid that outcome by acting with resolve now. Since that talk, he's had September, October rate hikes. And if he doesn't see the numbers, he will continue it no matter what. That talk was so stern that, like I said, it brought the market down for 4 straight days after. And we've been going up for 3 weeks since the Wall Street Journal article that says the Fed may pause. And then we've had a couple Fed governors that says, lower increases may be coming in the future, and that. But when they have this meeting and they sit down with Jay Powell and he, puts it all together, it's just hard for me to see any type of pause, any type of relaxation from him. He's worried about doing to the economy what happened before Volcker came in and had to raise them crazily.
Well, there's also a difficulty with like the shipping container prices have like gone down tremendously. Car prices have gone down tremendously, especially used ones. So when we're like looking at, these like large expenditures that either transfer down to the consumer or are made by the consumer, it seems like a lot of that is softening right now. So sure, the labor market is very strong, but it's not like you're seeing a universal push towards inflation like you were kind of like in October, not October, like in September, October.
Yeah, like 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah. August, whatever. So that the start of that reversal or those starting indications could be noise, and inflation is very erratic. So it is like any person who's extremely experienced would say, oh, okay, yeah, that's noise. We need to wait, right? But it's also important to remember that like Powell is under a lot of pressure, like from all sides, right? And he's been very resistant to it. But the question is for how long, if he will crack to anything and kind of do a reversal even momentarily, if he'll be like,
Right.
okay, we can
Let's bring
pause
it back
because
to the play.
pausing isn't the end of the world. But
well,
that is very important to the play.
Bank of
And this-
America puts was, I believe, the play.
Correct. Yes. Bank of America puts next week, $6 strike price.
There is a potential double top on the weekly XLF, which is the financial services sector. So, it could be primed on the technicals.
Yeah. But I think Bank of America being one of the largest, one of the largest banks. I mean, I've seen the reason I'm not doing JP Morgan Chase or Citi is because they've actually been pretty resistant to what's been going on in the market. JP Morgan Chase especially, but Bank of America has been kind of bouncing around like a ping pong ball.
This reminds me, I think look at expanding my 5 put position for Deutsche Bank in June, expiring in June, because I have a feeling that they're tangled up with Credit Suisse, who has been getting their ass handed to them, and interest rates and mortgages in the EU. And it's just a hunch, but you can also rarely go wrong shorting Deutsche Bank.
Yeah, puts on Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank. Fuck those guys.
I mean, I wouldn't go spending too much on puts on Credit Suisse right now. They're down under like $4.
I got for the how do I say this without insulting anyone? For the more savvy traders, double diagonals. Yeah, double diagonals, double calendar spreads through earnings. Let me restate ratio, double ratio diagonal or double ratio calendar spreads through earnings, leveraged to the short term. I am, let's see, 9 out of 11 hit rate, 1 break even, 1 small loss. I've been knocking it out of the park with those, but I'm watching for hot hand fallacy. So if you know what I'm talking about, then DM me. If not, sorry. But yeah, it's too much to explain. If you don't understand it, then please don't make the trades.
It just makes me love you more.
Oh, sounded like Chinese.
Chinese.
Wahajiwama. Oh, sorry.
I'm just doing the 13th Warrior.
Sure.
Alternatively, you could just play Condors.
So I wanted to just rebuttal on the BAC put. I love putting in BAC, but I feel like there's going to be call action for next week. The DD on that is that basically I feel the Thursday come out will be not that much for interest rates. Obviously that's speculative, so you play that as you will, but I don't think it's going to be a bearer of bad news. I'm taking into account that Christmas is just around the corner, and so hoping that we can get some good news for the Christmas season and not a black cold Christmas.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, like I was inclined to agree with you. However, I think people are fucking dumb, and I think they're blowing their money on Christmas presents instead of their mortgage payment.
Well, I would just add one tiny factor, which is that if you look at savings accounts, they are depleting like crazy. So what do we do after depleting savings accounts? We run to the credit cards, and those are a dime a dozen. So, and the fact that Afterpay and those pay later solutions are still there, it's like putting things on what's that word when you hold things for Christmas, guys?
Oh, layaway.
Yeah. I feel like that's going to be it's the new layaway, right?
Yeah.
And I digress. Thanks.
I'm trying to
So-
start a company that only does layaway.
I'm looking for any numbers related to overall Black Friday sales, both online and retail, but I can only find the online number and how they're saying it's a record amount of buying online. So I'm wondering to what extent, yes, Black Friday online buying is up year over year, but how does that compare with retail or brick and mortar Black Friday buying, which I suspect is down bigly? So I'm wondering which companies would be affected most. Ideally, those with a large retail footprint who participated in Black Friday, Cyber Monday.
I like Big Lots for the short side.
Yeah, I
because
second that.
They suck with online presence.
Yeah, but
and
they're big in person.
Yeah, and they're in like 7th place in terms of the discount retailers. Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Walmart, all those other ones that are discount stores. And they have a shit ton of inventory. They suck with the online presence. They don't collect customer data like every other retail does. So yeah, they got earnings, I think, on the 1st. I believe it's on the 1st.
That all sounds bullish.
Yeah, it's on the 1st. 12-1.
So it sounds like get some puts for Friday.
I am short the shares, and they have dividend coming up. I can't remember when, but it's either I think it's next week. So I want to see what happens through earnings. If it's really, really bad, I'm just gonna close out. If it seems like they're kind of pushing the buck down, that's what they did last earnings. But I don't think it's looking good for them. So I know that physical sales was shit, and you're not seeing a lot of numbers on that because it's just no. Look at online sales. Online sales are really strong. Therefore, the economy's going strong, and consumer spending is still very high. But I know physical sales really sucked. Everybody I talked to went to stores. I did some shopping, and I was like, "There's nobody out." We haven't seen any solid data on that. So I'm leaning towards it probably sucked, and you'll see a lot of these stocks saying sales were up, but wait till you see those margins.
So do you guys see Big Lots as like a retail store or a furniture store?
I'd say retail.
Like a Marshalls, but for everything else that isn't clothes.
Here's something that Big Lots is actually renowned for is discounted patio furniture. So if you're looking for stuff that's going to sit out in all weather seasons, like a table and metal rocking chair, stuff that you can put cushions on, they're huge for that. People love that. And I think, loose, if I'm speculating, that might have been part of the reason why they dodged that last earnings, is because it was, when was that? August, September?
Patio furniture.
Yeah. You say dodged, like I think they still missed on one side of I think it was actual earnings that they missed on, but they gave some like crappy guidance.
Right.
So yeah.
So as we go into Christmas, they start to become more of like a home goods where people are going and buying, couch cushions and fucking lamps and carpets and shit like that, instead of the big bulky items that they're making their money off of.
That's why I was asking about the furniture store, because if I'm going to buy a new couch, I'm going to go to an actual furniture store. But if I want like a side table or fucking literally anything, the first place I'm going to go is Big Lots.
Oh, really? I'm going to go to IKEA if I want to go cheap.
Yeah, exactly. IKEA or online.
I don't even think about Big Lots. Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like, I mean, is Big
Wayfair,
Lots, is their
Walmart.
presence? Is there presence in other people's areas? I mean, because the only Big Lots I know of and that is in kind of a bad area of town, at least in my city.
I've got like, I think like I live just maybe 30, 45 minutes outside of Knoxville. I think I've got 4 of them if I go the long way into Knoxville that I'll drive past.
So
And they're
on-
all like, they're good. I would go to all of them.
So on the furniture side, if it's also a furniture play in your mind, or maybe it actually is, not, scratch that in your mind part. Furniture sales are down big time because those will follow home sales. So if that's part of it, that would make me more bearish. And they have a ton of inventory, and there's no shortage of competition with the furniture side. So as sales go down, I guess it does become like a race to the bottom. Who can give the best price. But I know plenty of people. I mean, look at Wayfair.
Yeah,
plenty of
other
people are still
online
like, I'm
stores
just going to order online. Yeah,
exactly. That's what I just did. My girlfriend and I just purchased stuff online, not through Big Lots. So
Wayfair is the way.
something else too, hey, to add to Big Lots, if you're not looking to direct short the shares, December 16th is the earliest you can buy in terms of option positions.
there might be a good setup for the double diagonal or double calendar spread. And again, those are leveraged to the short term, to the weeklies.
Right.
So about 5-to-4 ratio. 5 times leverage on the straddles or strangles for the weeklies, and then 4 times for the the short straddle or short strangles for the going a month out, or maybe to January. If you know about that, or if you want to talk more about, just DM me, because I've done that trade in a lot of the high flyers.
Luce, do you know why Big Lots is called Big Lots?
Don't tell me you have a bullish thesis on Big Lots.
I do not have a bullish thesis,
Oh, God
but
damn it.
I do have some water to douse on your bearish thesis. It's
As
called
always,
Big Lots.
Okay, throw it
as always.
Quickly, let's hear it.
It's called Big Lots because they purchase big lots of liquidated inventory from other retailers. So if you're looking at the situation with other retailers and their massive amounts of inventory that they have that they can't move, Big Lots is getting that for far less than they normally would. So that does drive up their ability to turn a profit.
Okay, this actually is starting to make sense.
Inventory.
So to that point, like seriously, if not me, because I make enough money, but most of the people around me, if they're going to buy a couch, they're going to Big Lots. I'm not. I'm going to go to IKEA or something to buy my couch. But
where are you?
Outside of Knoxville. That's what I'm saying. I think you guys are sleeping on the South, man. It's like a fucking Shoney's. I'm not going to eat at Shoney's, but that shit lives on for a reason.
Shoney's.
Nah, I don't think Shoney's is going to live on much longer. And I'm in the
That's what I was
South.
saying. Like, how the
And
fuck
I
is
have no
Shoney's
doubt.
still going? I have literally watched Shoney's kill people, and people still eat there. So I'm telling you, don't sleep on the fucking South.
Hey,
You're
that
stupid.
doesn't mean the stock price is going to perform well. Shoney's, can you imagine if Shoney's was a publicly traded stock?
Hey, I've done business with Shoney's. I literally performed services for them, and getting paid was literally pulling teeth. It was like a 3-month affair.
Exactly.
Talking to every single
Exactly.
person. But they were shutting a store. And that was the reason we were doing business with them. This was about 2 years ago, and I would never deal with them ever again.
Market's open, guys.
Market's open.
Okay, since we have our moment.
Real fast, I can touch a base on that Black Friday retail. I own some brick and mortar cell phone stores.
Oh, nice.
It sucked this year. I had a list of Apple, 14 Pros, 14 Pro Max that people wanted. We were waiting on the phones. They finally fucking showed up, and nobody came to buy those motherfuckers. So I've been in business for 10, 11 years, retail. And so that's that. I would plug into play real quick. I like Synchrony because it all ties with
my man.
There we go. And that's all I'll say. I got to get to work and go make this fucking money. Good luck, guys.
Are you bearish on Apple?
Fuck Apple right now. I mean, in the long run, everybody loves Apple, but right now, I'm definitely putting puts on Apple because it's a whole, everybody knows. They got people walking out on them. Nobody's buying the fucking phone. His daughter's over there jacking off the t-shirts. I mean, it is what it is.
What was the last bear case there?
A daughter
No,
jacking
no.
off. Wow.
Well, you know,
No,
Jobs'
you're
daughter's
supposed to
fucking.
dip.
Yeah, she fucking when she tweeted a picture or made a comment, you should upgrade your phone, and then she
Instagram.
fucking, and there you go, and then she puts a picture of a fucking t-shirt. So there we go, fellas. Have a blessed day.
Who is this?
God
What?
bless you, brother.
And what, I guess we'll have to wait till he comes back. This is a good cliffhanger. Good J.J. Abrams style cliffhanger
That
there.
was fucking legend right there.
If you happen to have done the double diagonal, double calendar on Billy, you're looking nice. They're up 18%. That one I'm about to cash out.
Hey, Luce, was your ratio on that your 4.7, or are you using a different number?
It was that was 5.4, 5 weekly for January. Actually, I went for that one.
One day I'll understand what the fuck you're saying to each other.
It's a good trade. Yeah, look up diagonals calendars. Sometimes I don't actually do them a lot, but they just happen to be working very well through these recent earnings reports on the high flying stocks. But they're also ratio spreads. So
Hey, I'd like to throw a play in here. Burlington, based on the whole thread of brick and mortar doing badly. Burlington has ran up so much this past month, like almost 100%. So I'd like to sell some $200 call spread, sell the calls and make money. It's not going past 200.
You guys like listening to Nedley's room?
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm just over here jacking off. My bad.
Yeah, I mean it's some weird noises, bro. I'm just a little worried about you.
Scald, we got anything new on the crypto front, man?
Let's see. Solana's getting liquidated by Alameda Research. Turns out Alameda Research, related to FTX, holds 13.64% of all Solana in circulation. It's confirmed that that's now in the hands of the bankruptcy court and is looking to be liquidated. Solana's beaten down from an all-time high of $240 a coin down to just $12 a coin. And it looks like it has a farther way down to go as people begin to liquidate this to cover Sam Bankman-Fried's bad debts and illegal fraud.
Thank you. That was Scald Crypto, our crypto specialist.
I've got
now the loose for the weather.
Oh, weather. Okay.
It's gonna rain.
I wanted to inquire about the whole FTX thing. You know, what is the conclusion here? Personally, I'm a proponent of cryptography as an unregulated, I hesitate to call it an industry, but for the sake of convenience, an unregulated industry. And ultimately, shouldn't we support the idea like you get in bed with the devil, you get fucked. So you thought you were going to get ridiculous yields on fairy tale products. What do you expect? Why should we clamor for more regulation in the industry? Everybody had their opportunity to invest their money as they saw fit. Somebody comes up to you in the mall and says, "Hey, send me some, PayPal me some money, Venmo me some money, Zelle, Cash App me some money, and I'll let you play this little game. And if you win, I'll double your money." And you say, "I'm going to do that." Now, right now, you're probably thinking, that sounds retarded. I would never do that. But I know people who have. I've employed people who have. And they deserve to lose that money if they think they're going to get something for nothing. They think they're going to get a 15% yield on this coin with absolutely no underlying value other than the perception of others. Why should we be upset about this? Shouldn't we see this as a good thing? And I'm not saying, Sam Bankman-Fried.
Here's why it's bad. Just look at stocks. Your average person can't solve the Black-Scholes Martin equation to save their life, which is, the root finding algorithm that determines options pricing. Like, your average person, they're just not that good at math, man. And yet we still have all these financial products out here, and they're still very much a part of our financial system. And
Yeah,
so,
and that's why Wall Street Bets exists, because a lot of people are not good at math.
I just wanted to say one small
exactly.
thing.
But I mean, just to complete my thought, though, it's like when you have a system like crypto, your average person isn't going to be able to read the code. They're not going to understand the cryptography or the layers of code
Okay,
and
but listen to what
cryptography
you're
blended
saying. I mean,
together.
your argument is being boiled down to, because average people can't understand it, we should put training wheels on this shit. No, don't put training wheels on it. Don't invest in things you don't understand, and you're going to solve a lot of the problems that we have, if we could even call them problems. I mean, you don't like the
Did this turn into
outcome.
a crypto debate?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wanted to
All
say
right.
one
Nightmare.
small thing, if I can. I slept with an angel and I still got fucked. I just
There's-
thought I'd throw that in there.
There's
So
three
you can
types
sleep
of
with the
angels.
devil and get fucked, but you can sleep with angels too. I just want to clarify in case anyone's wondering.
Anybody paying attention to Grinder? It was just at 790, just shot back up to like 850.
There's like three types of people in this world, guys. Those that understand math and those that don't.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
I like that.
So here's the thing: is there's plenty of money to be made on tulips in the 1600s. The only problem is the Gregor Fool theory has to stick around, and the same thing happened with the Tronics bull rush in the 60s, and they basically just started forming conglomerates to manipulate actual stock price, and everyone was happy so long as you could keep making acquisitions. But then eventually people catch on to the fact that conglomerates are just a way of fuzzing the numbers so that financial managers can make fucking money. So like, it's not like there's not money to be made there, but it's the Great Fool theory. There comes a point where it stops working and there's bag holders.
Okay, but what is the underlying principle that you're supporting there? Because you're saying that everybody's happy until something, some cataclysmic event, right? And if you look at stock bubbles, any of the stock bubbles you want to look at, you see, okay, well, everybody's happy when they're investing in something and they think there's a very high probability they're going to get great returns from this. Then they're unhappy when it implodes, it blows up in their face, and then they start crying like little babies for regulators to step in and someone to be punished. And then they take some sacrificial goat out and they shoot it, slaughter it, and then we're okay and we do it again. I mean, the bottom line is, what's the principle we should derive from this? You shouldn't be investing in things you don't understand, and we shouldn't encourage people to invest in things they don't understand.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the same shit as like the Bernie Madoff stuff? Like,
Yeah, if we extend the argument out, you're saying normal people can't be trusted with their own money.
I mean, we talked about Shoney's a minute ago, right?
Like, be trusted with their own money. I mean, normal people should be able to do whatever they want, and there shouldn't be this idea that there's going to be someone else to come and save them. The value of crypto as an unregulated industry is that it should teach people. If Tom Brady really invested $635 million on the advice of his, financial people, whoever they are, his team, he deserves to get fucked. Everyone who invested in crypto, who thought they were going to get something for nothing, who was ignorant, who didn't want to do homework, who didn't want to understand what they were putting their hard-earned or easily earned money towards, deserves what they got. I think the problem is you start to develop this idea that FDIC insurance and all of these things.
man? What the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
I'm lost.
That
yeah,
guy sounds salty.
I got
I don't
lost
know.
with sacrificial goat.
I don't know
Yeah.
what y'all are talking about, because somebody said let's talk crypto,
Okay.
and then I tuned out. Does anyone want to talk
yeah,
debate?
I just want to
I'm
say,
trying to bring it back to actual markets, Luce.
guys, I can do math pretty well, and I didn't hear anything about math in that conversation. All I
didn't
heard
Anyways,
Yeah,
so
big true,
now.
big true.
Fine.
Let's move on to something less controversial: penny stocks.
I want to pour one out
All in for
OK
Dave.
Helicopter's math joke that apparently like 95% of you didn't even get.
Oh,
That's
so good.
very sad.
I got it. I fell in love with him.
He's
Okay,
always ready with a
good
good
one.
dad joke.
That said, puts on coin. Keep them coming.
Might as well talk
Calls on
GameStop.
Dave.
Oh, be smart about those puts. Yeah.
What do you guys think about?
Our Lord and Savior Dave is underneath the market cap.
Coinbase
Why-
has been one of my
There's
highest
no
liquidity-
Shepherdess. There's no market cap anymore. We talked about it yesterday.
Oh, Okay, so I'm super bullish on a company called Dave. They are an emerging
Fuck
tech
Dave.
with
It's a
slightly different
bullshit
underwriting
company. It's
models.
a fucking scam. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. You could talk about penny stocks, but if I'm here, I'm gonna fucking slam you if it's a
yeah,
shitty
yeah.
ass
Well,
company.
yeah. Okay, fight me. Fight me.
Yeah,
Because
I don't
you know
have
what?
to. It's a
Cage match.
Nobody
company.
has the algorithms that Dave has in order to successfully
Ladies and
underwrite
gentlemen,
That sounds like
Apparently not
Upstart.
even them because their stock price is under $1.
Yeah, that's what
That's
Upstart used to say. Nobody has the algorithms that Upstart uses, and then they brought on that one guy, CNBC. They're like, "What does the company do?" And he literally didn't fucking know. That's what Dave reminds me of, except it's
get
already
ready.
a penny stock.
Dave lends money to people for far less than your typical payday loan. And they're slowly branching out into increasing the amount of loans that they have. So they're managing their risk and they're increasing the loan amount you can get in ways that other fintechs like SoFi can't compete with because they rely on the traditional credit score system, which historically isn't that great at picking up risk for people who are lower income. So if you're lower income, or even if you're higher income and you just need a little bit of liquidity between paychecks, Dave is the company that can compute a safe amount of money to loan to you.
And this is why
Where
lending Club
can't
has been
trust
so
There is no
where
algorithm or
Dave
mathematical
is
computation that
shit.
you can make that will be able to successfully predict who and how much you should loan to someone.
Let the record state I was one of the mods that was against removing the market cap rule.
Let the record state that as somebody who is very intelligent in math, with the help of AI, I would state that this is not newfound technology by any means. I think the only thing that Dave has going for itself is the fact that it has a bear as its mascot. And furthermore, I would state that there are many PaySafe, Afterpay, etc., that have algorithms that show whether or not those guys are credit worthy, which essentially do the same thing.
Hold up. So you guys are like focusing on this algorithm, but she said something that was interesting to me. She said less than people can borrow money for less than the other companies. And I know when I do like
That's
pay
not true at all. That's not true at
So
all.
are we talking
I
about
could,
the same like stupid 400, 600% bullshit, or is it reasonable?
you can go with PayPal and PaySafe, and look, I have one stock of Dave because I'm just trying to be behind the movement, right? For the record, but I will state that when you say that there's an algorithm that's better than the other competition, I would disregard that 100%, and I think that's putting a lot on the table to say
Square
such.
has been trying to clone Dave's
Yeah,
features.
and here's why you disregard that. Here's why you disregard that. Look at Root. I shorted the shit out of Root, and when I started shorting it, it was up there, and everyone was like, "Oh, they're a new thing, and they got a new way to do insurance."
Root was
But
so similar.
regression to the mean. Yeah, a regression to the mean. Actuarial science gets you. Nationwide has data on 100 million drivers. What do you think the machine learning is going to find that the data for 100 million drivers isn't going to get you? And yeah, Root was very similar, Luce. You're right about that.
Just look at the stock price chart, guys. Like, you think everyone that sold the shit out of this stock, like, they're all wrong, and you're right about this?
Yeah.
I would say I'm bullish on payday lending in a recession. Like, just generally speaking, like I'm bullish predatory loans during a cash crunch.
Eventually, they're going
Maybe
to
that
branch.
makes me a terrible person, but
Eventually, they're going to branch out of just payday loans using their alternative underwriting model, which I cannot speak about as I'm still under NDA. So this is like maximum. Trust me, bro. But trust me, bro. What they're going to do is going to make.
Me, bro, on a penny stock. Come
What they're
on.
going to do is going to make Experian, TransUnion, and that other guy tremble.
There are so many better
That's
stocks
a negative.
under a quarter.
You think
or under 50 cents out there that are still shit. I know a
Yeah.
company that makes vitamins that my wife takes, and I actually was dead set like DD out the roof. This company's going to be great, and that was 2 years ago, and their stock has gone down about 90% in price since then. There's a reason why they're under $1. There's a reason why they're under 50 cents. And if you're not a company that's doing a good product or a good service and consistently being profitable at it, don't stay in it long, please.
Mark Cuban is still in. I'm still in.
I will say one.
Also, it outperforms a lot of the cheaper. If you're just like trading with pocket money or whatever, uh, instead of buying some cheap, lousy shitcoin, and yes, I cussed for once, you can just buy Dave instead.
Mark
think
Cuban
Mark
has a lot of
Cuban-
losses, by the way, and he's rich and he can afford to gamble on companies like this.
Hold
Yeah,
on a
obviously-
second.
You
Hold
buy
on a
Grindr
second.
instead.
Shepard is cursed. I'm bullish.
Oh fuck! Now you're also
I
bullish
also-
on Lucid, Mast.
Yeah, I also.
Well,
would say,
yeah,
you
but
think that
I'm bullish on Lucid for a very specific reason.
you
I
think that
can't.
Dave.
Okay, can
is
we just
going
go
to
onto
make-
the record? Can we go on the record? Excuse me, not under the record. On the record that unless this company has access to data that no other company has, then it's a home run. And secondly, I would say a Ponzi scheme of I'm gonna tell my friend who tells my friend who gets $5 and $5. If that's the second option, it still ain't gonna work in this market. So, and I know you can't speak on it, NDA, whatever you want to, however you want to present this, but at the end of the day, time will tell, and it's either get in and enjoy the ride and take the risk, or just stay out and watch what happens. I mean, that's really all that can be said on this company, with all due respect.
You actually said it. You said the crux of my really bullish thesis, which is data that nobody else has. They've struck deals to
I
be able
highly
to
doubt that.
obtain.
I
They,
highly doubt.
I saw it with my own eyes. Okay, they've struck deals
Wait,
to
what?
be able to
Okay,
get
I'm
data
sorry. This
that
is
nobody else
done.
has, and they don't. I don't think they even realize how big it is.
Shepard, I'm not trying to be rude. Trust me, I'm really not trying to be rude. I'm just saying at the end of the day, as someone who's seen a lot of data in his life, there's no way that a company can make that claim that they have all right intellectual property of data. That's impossible. I mean, look at Meta as a prime example. Yeah, I digress. I can't. I'm sorry.
All right, let's move on. You know what? You want to be bullish on Dave? Go for it. How about we end it like that, and then we move on to something else?
I'm bullish on Grindr. Who's with me?
Hell yeah, the new power bottom of the bear market.
They pay dividends biannually.
Oh, that's funny. I got that joke. I think I do think that Grindr is going to have another uptick. I think they're going down right now. I bought in some more shares at their $8 pop. So I'm thinking that once they really kind of establish themselves, they'll be sitting above that $12 level before the year's end. So overall, bullish on Grindr.
Conversation killer.
People are getting on Grindr now.
That's
It
because
was a reminder.
it's just y'all are just fucking memeing and jerking each other off with stupid jokes.
It's fucking Wall Street Bets, bro.
Okay, I know.
What do you? I have a question for you. Like,
Hey,
if you
a
want to
lot
go,
of
if you
great
want to go
things
on to
have come from Wall
CNBC,
Street Bets. A lot of great things have come from Wall Street Bets.
Did you expect anything more than this?
Not a lot of great trades.
I'm still
Hey, the underlying value in Wall Street Bets was that beside the stupid juvenile jerk off jokes, there was really intelligent processing of information and prognostication.
No. We
I am in
we made the
AAL
news.
right now.
We made the media believe that was the case. That's not what happened.
I am in American Airlines calls, 14 to be exact, and also on the 1450 strike price, looking to go up to about 1410 and then cash out. So if you want to ride, go ahead and ride.
What's your thesis?
rationale?
I have no thesis. Thesis is that planes will stop taking on passengers mid-December if there's some quote unquote monkeypox spread throughout America. But my thesis is let's just ride the plane, get on top, and make some money today. That's my thesis.
Wait. Monkeypox, therefore buy calls?
No, monkeypox is going to come later. I'm saying buy calls now because
all right.
By calls,
I'm seeing the calls.
Okay, I got a potential trade. Potential because I still need to look into it. Everybody knows by now that the COVID coming back in China, all the protests, all that shit, right? This is really bad for the Chinese economy. Like the continued shutdowns and the fact that now you have massive protests. They had some journalists that managed to get some information out. They said this has never been seen before in China. These level of protests. So the way I see it is they have to get their people under control, right? They're gonna do what China does, and they're gonna, send the tanks out, whatever. They're gonna do all that shit, right? But as long as they refuse to utilize other more effective vaccines, these outbreaks are going to continue to happen. So China has to. They've been trying to develop their own mRNA vaccine, but they haven't been able to do so. It's just been shit. They were supposed to have a deal with what is it, BioNTech, something like that, the Germany company, and that just never happened. I don't think, the way I see it is, I don't think they have a choice if they do not work with a company that has a good, effective mRNA vaccine. This is going to keep happening. Their country's just going to be fucked for the next a decade because these outbreaks are going to continue to happen. So I need to look more into it. But what I'm looking at are the big mRNA vaccine companies. So the big obvious ones are Pfizer, Moderna. I think at some point they will have to make a deal with one of those U.S. companies because they've been avoiding that, but they need to. They absolutely need to. So if they did, that would be big for whichever company they selected.
So Moderna, I believe, I don't want to talk out of my ass, but I believe Moderna is actually a European company. But on that same point, Luce, backing you up, I absolutely think that they're either going to have to work with AstraZeneca, Pfizer, and Moderna at some point. And if they work with Pfizer, they're going to be getting charged fucking 10,000% out the ass because they've upped their vaccine prices. And that's a US based company, so we're going to reap the benefits from that.
What I would say, though, is there's also an opportunity for a deal among the sovereigns, right? I mean, it's possible that the United States says we have this vaccine stockpile and makes a deal with China, in which case the sales for Moderna and Pfizer that were already made to the U.S. government, the profits have already been booked, and then this side room deal goes on, and it doesn't necessarily affect the stock price one way or another.
Wait, a few things. Moderna's headquartered in Massachusetts. And then Skull, you're saying a side deal? You think they'd already have a side deal with the Chinese government?
I'm just saying, what if America goes to them and says, well, we have this vaccine stockpile and we just sell them our extras, right? I mean, then it wouldn't necessarily.
No, but this is China, man. Like, that's not enough.
Yeah,
They're going to need so many more vaccines. And I don't think they have them. One thing I do like, so Pfizer, I think Pfizer and Moderna are the obvious candidates, not just because they're popular, whatever, but you look at the balance sheet. Because I also looked at, I actually can't remember if Novavax is mRNA, but
They're not.
whether it's not?
Nope, they're a traditional vaccine.
Okay. But either way, they need a vaccine that has over 90% efficacy. And Moderna and Pfizer have the balance sheets to increase inventory, to increase production, and to sell more vaccines. And the other vaccine companies, the smaller ones, they really don't. So it's going to take a shit ton of investment, a shit ton of cash to get that going because, China with population over 1 billion people, right? So, yeah, that's a pretty big fucking deal.
Yeah, I just looked at our vaccine stockpile. Apparently, we got 170 million doses. That's not nearly enough for China.
Yeah, 1.4 billion people.
Population.
Yeah.
I'm actually still bullish on Novavax for third world because it doesn't need to be stored the same way. I'm just waiting for the hype to wear off a little bit.
I misspoke on Moderna. I was thinking of AstraZeneca is headquartered in Cambridgeshire.
Yeah, that's right. But I still need to look into that because, and this could be a long-term thing. Who knows if China comes out tomorrow and says, all right, you know what, world, we really are fucked. We need vaccines and we need them stat. Or if this, gets drawn out for another 6 months to next year, like I have no clue. So I think it's basically it's not really it's not really based on time, I guess. So it is speculative, but China does need to do something, and they are working with some companies to make an mRNA vaccine, but those companies keep failing, and the trial results just continue to suck.
So, Luce, do you think that there'll be a play for monkeypox vaccines in December, January?
If there is, it's probably going to be just another little, pop and drop, like it always is.
They learned how to get more vaccines out of a single vial, so supply isn't really going to be that big of an issue unless it really pops off with a mutation.
That's a good point.
Well, for now, but then Omicron came out and they had to change it again.
Yeah, but that's because COVID has a higher rate of mutation. Monkeypox is fairly stable.
Oh, you're talking about monkeypox, yeah.
Yeah, if it does mutate, then we're all screwed. But the chance of that mutation is fairly unlikely as long as we can keep it contained so far. The problem has been stigma, which is why the WHO has created the big brain WSB class move of renaming monkeypox to mpox. Do lots. Do lots. Mpox. Do.
You're saying the stigma was associated with what? You're
I can't
saying
take anymore. Shepherdess,
yeah.
You can come back up.
I
did that. I'll admit I did that because I couldn't take anymore. Shepherdess, you can come back up.
Thank
I just want to say, can I mention a play I'm in going in?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Or someone wants to talk. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, yeah, please go ahead. I mean, we're here to hear your plays.
Yeah. So, as you know, I was in AAL. I'll be selling that at about 28.30 cents. Bought it for 10 cents. Looking to go into BAC on the put side. Visa is holding pretty negative right now. It could be temporary, but just wanted to say that I'm going to be going into 37 puts right now. And that's all I wanted to say. And I'm going in for 55 cents.
You're just making your rounds at
Yeah,
the
making my
casino.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Please, so they really did change it to mpox. That was
I know I kicked you for the singing or whatever.
Yeah, the funny
I have a
part-
duty as a
funny
mod and
about
host.
that was I was actually completely done. So I had muted myself just as soon as you kicked me.
It's called punishment and reward system.
Yeah, so if Shepherdess, if you're talking about the stigma, I want to make sure that I'm tracking. Are you saying that the stigma of the name for whatever monkeypox is preventing it from being addressed and affecting the market?
I think that's possible, but
retarded.
I also think it's stupid because honestly, the stigma is that everybody thinks that it has to do with man sex, which
It
you can
absolutely
you can get monkeypox from cash
What
Damn
are
it.
you talking
Can we-
about? That's
can we
not a
not just
stigma.
fucking talk trades? Like,
hey, so I have a question.
Okay, wait. I came up for a reason.
with that has sores on their hands. Okay, so it's not.
all right. On that, have fun, everyone.
You
I gotta
shouldn't have
bounce.
had gay sex
Loose.
with other
Wait,
men.
loose.
Please, no more gay sex talk. Who is the person that keeps trying to speak
Yeah.
with a very weird voice?
Simple.
It's super simple, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was looking at insider trading. I'm trying to understand this company. It's called Ryan. The CEO has been buying like crazy. I don't understand what the hell. They're insurance. They're like specialty insurance, and the CEO and president have been just like eating it up.
Let's talk elsewhere. I gotta go.
Okay.
I actually did want to talk about the market. Does anybody else other than me and Scald have calls on SPY today? Because I followed Scald into that trade, and I'm
Sure don't.
upset.
I have calls.
I have 398 calls.
For a SPY?
Yep.
I got 395 puts.
It just took a jump because consumer confidence came out 100.2 with 100 estimate. So it's going to take a little jump today.
I'm exiting COSM. The pump has pumped, and I'm out. I mentioned this to everybody here a few days ago. It's up 790% on the month. It's up 60% since I mentioned it here. I know when to take my gains.
JD just took a big jump.
China stocks are up today. Baidu's up $6.
Yeah, was that
and
you that
Baba's up
mentioned
$4.
Or no, that was Sterling that mentioned JD to us yesterday. I think it's an interesting play.
I'm looking at one of my JD calls for $88.76. It's up by 4,600%.
I got a
Yes,
question
so-
about a play for Scald, I guess. It's kind of a derivative play. So with the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, from what I can tell, what's going on with the FTX collapse, GBTC is still trading at a discount if you buy it via the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. Would you dollar cost average into that instead of Bitcoin until it stops trading at a discount?
So here's the problem with that. OSINT researchers, like open source intelligence researchers, they've only been able to locate half of the reserves, and Grayscale has refused to release their reserves, citing security reasons. So if the basically half of the Bitcoins that Grayscale says they have that other people have been able to independently locate is the only half of Bitcoin they actually have, then it trading at a 46% discount to spot is the actual amount of assets that they hold anyway. So you thought you were buying a full Bitcoin, but you were really buying a half Bitcoin the whole time. That scenario would deeply suck for people that invested in it like many years ago. It's been around since 2013. However, if it turns out they do have full reserves, then yes, it's a chance to go in, buy
But
it.
I would point out, Scald, as you probably well know, you sound pretty informed, that there is no known security risk to publishing the wallet addresses that could be independently verified by a decentralized network. So I mean, they're literally lying, or they know something that no one else in the space knows, not even Coinbase or Kraken or any of the other major
Well, Coinbase
exchanges.
has custodial rights over their Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Coinbase cannot insect it.
Regardless, if I have Bitcoin right now in a cold wallet, I can verify that I am the owner of that crypto. I can send out my public wallet address, and I can sign a message with my private key to verify that I have access and control, and the network will verify the quantity of Bitcoin in that
Opinion,
wallet.
check the YouTube chat.
I'm just saying that Coinbase has verified that they're the custodian of Grayscale's Bitcoin.
Right, but I just want to address what Scald was saying about why Grayscale Bitcoin, is trading at a 46% discount. He's making the point appropriately that the market is saying correctly, for all evidence that we have, that they don't have a whole Bitcoin. You're getting 46% of a Bitcoin. The market knows that. Now they're lying about it. They're not being honest. They're making up some ridiculous excuse like Lehman Brothers coming out and saying, "Hey, we're solvent, guys. Like, fucking trust us." But if they wanted to be trusted, there's no known reason whatsoever why they could not verify. There is no security risk whatsoever to verifying that you actually hold these funds in a wallet that you control.
I'm so confused.
What are you confused by? Grayscale saying we have X amount of Bitcoin, but we can't prove it to you. We can't prove it to you because it would be a security risk. So people who don't know enough about the crypto space may be led in by that lie and believe that they couldn't do that because there might be some.
It's possible that Coinbase, which is Grayscale's custodian, Coinbase won't release that information. So it's possible that Coinbase won't release that information to Grayscale. That's a possibility. But again, the entire thing's pretty incredulous, and Monster over here is making good points, which is also, if they couldn't release it, why wouldn't they self-custody? Like, why isn't Grayscale self-custodying their own Bitcoin anyway? I mean, isn't that
So
what
here's
Right,
my
you're right,
second part.
exactly. Yeah.
Here's the second part to that question. I didn't want to overcomplicate it, but this is the whole trade. So dollar cost average into Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, dollar cost average into Bitty, which is the inverse of the Bitcoin price. If Grayscale does not have proof of reserves, Bitty goes up, and you can basically trade off the Bitty gain into the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust if you think, okay, here's pretty much the point where Grayscale gets liquidated. So either it gets to par with Bitcoin or a slight discount, or you make money on the Bitty trade. What do you think about that?
Bitty
What
is
is Bitty?
leveraged, so it approximates Bitty, and it's doing that by doing spot buy prices against the CBO Bitcoin price. So it's trading against the commodity rate for Bitcoin. I don't necessarily see a problem with your strategy here. My only concern would be that Grayscale says we don't have as many Bitcoins as we said we had, and then that doesn't actually move the Bitcoin price, because the people that got wiped out by that didn't have Bitcoins in the first place, right? It's sort of a zero-sum game. If they only have 46% of the Bitcoin that they said they did, and they're trading at a 46% discount, then that's like a wash, right? That would not necessarily affect Bitcoin price. So that would be the only concern for me. Now, the FUD and the news and like the hype machine talking about it might lower Bitcoin price, in which case your Bitty trade might be profitable. But at face value, I don't see how that would affect the price.
Isn't it crypto winter, technically speaking? So some of this, like calling the books and showing the paperwork, or the paper trail, if you want to call it that, or reserves, etc. At the end of the day, it doesn't take away from the fact that it is a crypto winter, right? And so these plays, people are trying to utilize these plays as the reasoning for why certain things are going down. But this is actually just kind of a cyclical thing, right? Am I wrong?
You're right. And this is why I want to try and get some feedback on this trade, because I think that with the fear around Grayscale dissolving off their leverage bets on basically GBTC, which might just be 1 to 2 representation of Bitcoin. If that's true and we're going into a down market, then BITI, which is just the inverse price of Bitcoin, is going to be valuable. And after we come out of the winter, if you're holding Bitty profits and Grayscale hasn't dissolved, you can get in on Bitcoin at a really big discount in the upcycle. But I mean, there's some that would play out over 2 years. So
Yeah, that's very a long-term hold.
Yeah, and also before you get in there, I would just Google Grayscale Trust and then the term tracking errors, TRACKING, tracking errors. This will talk to you about how a New York trust company using net asset value accounting can end up resulting in tracking errors against the underlying because of their use of NAV accounting over a series, right? Over a series of times. And so if you just Google that term, some of the first articles out there are really good and will explain some of the dangers of the structure of Grayscale and how basically it could actually start to deviate from Bitcoin over time anyway, which it's been around since 2013. And maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe it's a tracking error, in which case it's an issue with the financial instrument of Grayscale, not necessarily with the Bitcoin or if they found them. And if that's the case, then even if it was recoverable, Grayscale might still not go back to that price. So anyway, I would just encourage you to read the tracking errors that occur in New York trust companies that are using net asset value accounting. Just give it a quick read. There's an article that explains it very simply, and then just use that as part of your research into this trade.
That's awesome.
Does
Thank you,
anybody?
Scald.
Go ahead. I was just going to say that Infinix FX wants to know if there's any thoughts on REVG. Not sure if it's in the market share or not. REVG, which
Are
is
we still
Rev
doing
Group.
market caps? I thought those were gone with season 2.
They are, but
No more market caps.
I
Oh,
still want
sorry.
to say, sorry about that. I just wanted to say for myself, to remind myself not to just invest in anything and everything. So I do apologize. But REVG, Rev Group, anybody have any opinions or comments on that?
Is that the same Revlon that had that very interesting like accounting battle where they accidentally got sent an amount to pay off their loan early? So for those who don't know, oh yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. I don't know. So
So there was a case, and I actually don't know if this is the same Revlon. I assume it is, but where some banker paid off like, I don't know, however many like hundreds of millions this loan was. I think maybe it was like 900 million. And they paid this loan off to Revlon early. And it was kind of a mistake, but so, you know, it's just probably like fat fingered, entered an extra zero or whatever. The thing is, Revlon was in deep trouble. So like getting this loan paid back early was a huge benefit for them. So what ended up happening is they ended up going to court and just saying like, look, we're gonna keep this nice gift you sent us, and obviously you must have meant to send this to us. And everyone was like, oh, when this goes to court, like of course they'll get paid back. But there was a surprise decision where the courts actually did not allowed Revlon to keep the money, the paid back loan, and said like, that's all good, you got the money. And so for a while, Revlon was like up big, I think, until the decision was reversed. And there's tons of articles about the story. I'm probably not doing it justice, but maybe I'll drop a link in the comment. Yes, it was a $500 million loan that Citi won the appeal on to get it reversed since they prematurely paid it off. So let me.
Opinion, are you talking about Revlon, the makeup company?
Yes, which I am now realizing is very different.
I don't think this is Revlon, the makeup company. It says that they supply like parts and stuff.
But it's still an interesting story, though.
Oh yeah, no, the story's interesting, just different Revlon.
All right, so let's talk about the other Revlon, the parts company. Is there anything to it, or is it just?
I have no idea. It's just a comment in the section. Infinix FX said wants to know if anyone has any thoughts on it.
It's
Robinhood
some sort of
says buy.
It's some sort of micro cap biotech stock.
It's in vehicles and aftermarket parts.
I must have the wrong ticker.
Patel 007.
Yeah, Scald, that's like 800 million market cap.
Oh, what's the ticker? Sorry.
REVG.
REVG. Okay. Got it. Rev Group.
Robinhood says buy, so that's all the DD I need. I'm all in.
Are we putting makeup on cars? Did I catch this?
That's a new thing.
Yep, you've got it, buddy. You're right there with us. Let's see, an American manufacturer of ambulances, buses, firefighting vehicles, and specialty vehicles. You know, my thing about this is it seems like they're probably pretty heavily driven by like government buying cycles, and I don't know enough about them to really comment on that kind of thing.
Yep. Based on everything you just said, I'm thinking it's probably already on last year's ambulances and they're not buying new ambulances.
However, if they are making aftermarket parts, there is always a huge, huge ask and buy for that. And if the government is trying to spend as little money as possible to repair these vehicles, I guarantee you they're going to be ordering aftermarket parts, not the parts that Mopar makes or Ford makes for these vehicles.
Fair enough.
Spy's having a pretty bad time. What do we think about that?
I think this is shit.
I
This
think
is my
I'm not
first day trading SPY, and I'm down about 15% so far.
I'm just gonna inverse gold from now on.
That's a fair play. You'll be right about 47% of the time because I went about 53% of the time.
I could have written put with that money. Okay, like I love writing puts on SPPI, that Spectrum Pharmaceutical. It always performs slightly better than sentiment expects it to. So you can make a lot of money doing that and wheeling.
$3.98 calls by 12.16.
If I survive this, I'm gonna
Yeah,
write so many puts.
I have 398 calls as well. I'm only down 3% now. Yay.
Ragnar of Wall Street says it's interesting because Ultra Beauty has earnings this week.
Oh yeah, one of Revlon's major competitors. Ulta.
Yeah, I think. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, opinion.
I was gonna say I think that's Alta, not Ultra.
Alta, sorry about that. I'm just reading the comment as is.
They're the one that's sold in Target, right? Isn't that like their big thing?
I do know that they do have a little section for themselves, but so does Revlon, right?
Yeah, all these. I'm not sure exactly what the arrangement is actually. I think there's quite a number of different models where either they rent the location, like a little space within a larger store, and then they have like their own attendant and all that, or they can sell like their items obviously on consignment, what was it, Walmart and some of their competitors, or they do like the Target model where the retailer actually owns the inventory.
Right, but
So-
I thought they had some type. I'd have to look more into it, but I thought they had some type of deal specific with Target.
What's their ticker, guys? Sorry.
They do have a deal with Target. Somebody was mentioning puts on Burlington earlier this morning, and I just drove past it. It is 10:15 in the morning here, and the freaking parking lot is packed. So I'd be leery of Burlington. Another thing about Burlington is when everybody else was having trouble with shipping issues, they made sure they got their women's and girls' clothes in. Burlington just kept it even. And in my area, if you have a boy and you need clothes, Burlington is the only game left in town because Target and everybody else has next to none or the odd sizes is the only thing that's left on the counter. So interesting little play there for Burlington, I guess.
So are you stating that the inventory was not speculated, or I should say bought, due to the fact that the winter was on speculation? And that
No,
Burlington
what I'm
had
saying is they did not wait. They did not weight the orders by sex and age, and they ordered just as much men's clothing and boys' clothing as they normally do, where other vendors know that the big dollar amount is usually in women's and girls. But so many people did not order boys' clothing that if you have boys, it's hard to find clothing right now, especially going into winter.
Yep.
Hey, my play on Burlington was not puts. It was just shorting the $200 call. Buying the 205 for protection, and it's not going past 200. It's ran up way too much.
Oh yeah, they pumped on that overly peachy guidance going forward, which is probably a pile of crap. So yeah, you're safe on that one, man. Somebody yesterday was putting puts on them, and I don't remember who it was, and I thought it was the same person saying it again today. So I apologize for that.
SPY just broke. It's fighting for that 50 RSI number right now. If it breaks through this, we could see a little run here. and to over.
I think we're going to see a little run here. That's my speculation right now. We're going to see it here in about maybe I don't know, give it 30 seconds.
Opinion. I think you said commission, and it reminded me that one thing that I do recall from the last recession is that there were a lot of ladies that were doing commission stuff, selling like used clothes and that kind of thing. And I'm trying to remember the freaking website. There's a website that you can go to and sell your clothes. Poshmark.
Oh, Poshmark. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's going to pop off because of the recession next year.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think in recessions you generally see like there's a couple actually subreddits dedicated to this. I think r/flipping is probably the best one. So you can go there to kind of get a pulse on things. But Poshmark rose to prominence. eBay is still kind of like the king, but they each have their different niches. Sorry, when you said consignment, I was thinking about Ulta and the like shop and shop thing I was talking about earlier. So
yeah, it just reminded me of like 2019, 2018, 2017 there. I probably knew 4 or 5 ladies that I worked with that were always trying to sell people shoes and shit, and clothes and blah, blah, blah. And so I remember it picked up, right?
I mean, if you're looking at the graph since they went public, it's been nothing but down. But generally speaking, they blew up. And I think it especially blew up during the pandemic because that's when everyone was at home trying to like declutter and really seeing everything they have. So I don't know if those market conditions are going to come back or even if the value that it's at right now is worth anything, but it kind of looks like it bottomed out around like $10, mid this year. And it's kind of risen back to where it's at now, which is like $18. But it all looks like very, very bad compared to when it IPO'd around like $83.
Yeah.
So in terms of an investment, I'm not too sure.
Well, Home Depot has their dividend today, $1.90. Not bad.
Ooh.
Spies on that little pump now, as predicted. Well done.
You're welcome.
So I'll bring up a company, which is a small company, but I'll bring it up because let's get some companies out there. Trilogy Metals, ticker TMQ. And if you take a look at this chart, you're probably going to go, why the hell are you bringing this up? This thing took a giant nosedive.
Why are you bringing this up? Whatever you said.
Yeah, nosedive.
Exactly. It took a giant nosedive. So here's the thing. So it's a copper mining company. The particular reason that I happen to like this one at this price, they essentially they're working on building a copper mine. They had a permit to build roads to the mine. Their mine is in Alaska.
Isn't the market cap too small?
We're not doing market caps.
Yeah, there's no
Opinion
market
said.
cap.
So they had permits to build a road up to their mine in Alaska. In February, when the Biden administration took over, the Department of Army Engineers essentially said, hey, we're getting complaints from the locals that your permits weren't properly reviewed. We're removing all permits. You cannot build this road. So it has tanked drastically off that news. At this price, I kind of like it because those permits aren't gone. They're just being reviewed again. And the second those come back, and I think they do, it's going to go right back to that $1.50, $1.80 price it was sitting at. I guess maybe a little lower since copper's down now more, maybe more.
Where's
like
this company located?
So calls on copper.
They're in Alaska.
In Alaska?
So
Where?
it's really,
Like where?
it's just a case of like they had a permit. It got taken away because a new administration came in and said, we need to review this. I think they're going to get it. And at 55 cents, I feel confident that they'll go back to and over $1 once they get it. I'm going to have to wait a little bit, but I'm willing to wait on it.
When did they get the new permits?
I mean, I feel like if we knew that, then we would just make the play, right?
So can we, is there a way to follow up with Alaska somehow and be like, hey, I was just wondering how we looking as a concerned citizen?
It's when it comes to these types of permits for like building the road, it really is just kind of like you wait, and then eventually it hopefully comes through. So the big thing for them is if they get these road permits, then they can start building their road. And then they're in a joint venture with a company called South 32, which is a very large mining company. that's essentially funding most of their project under the premise of, hey, you guys finish proving this out and show us that this is real, we'll buy the property off of you at an agreed upon price down the line. So they get this road permit back. It should take a nice little pop, and then that should hopefully get them then into their buyout, because they're still proving out what they've got to try to get that company to buy. The big thing has really been just, are we getting this permit to build the road?
So
What was
50-cent gain max. Okay, not bad.
I mean, 100% gain off the price.
Technically, but I mean, I think it based on their just the chart itself. Looking at that, one should say that they are still paying dividend. That's quite interesting. Negative 1 cent, but no less. Or excuse me, they are not paying dividend. I take that back. They are not paying dividend. I misread this. But I wanted to state that the highest they've been was in 2022, I guess it was, in March. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and again, that was the highest that they've been. But again, this was a different time when they could build.
But what's interesting though is, I may add this. Sorry, not the dividend, but their earnings. It looks like their earnings went down, like, which is weird because their stock's worth nothing. Back in July of this year, it went down. So I'm just curious. They had a -7 though in October, excuse me. So I'm just curious, what's the, like, it just seems like a pump and dump, to be quite frank with you.
No, it's a real company. The reason things like earnings will go down when they don't have a mine, it depends on what they're working on. So if they're proving it out and they're just spending money during a certain time frame, because they'll take breaks.
Shouldn't this be featured seen? Like, I mean, they still have the property to go there, right? I mean,
if
they have a patch of land with copper on it, but they don't have like a mine to pull copper out of. They don't have roads in order to actually get and transport it out if a mine is ever built.
So
this was a very early on project.
I see.
So do you think that they'll get the permit for the roads in the next 2 years?
I think they will get the permit for the roads within the next 2 years. Yeah, I think that's very feasible. I think it was a complete shock to the market that those permits ever went away in the first place.
So
And
can I
think
ask
they get it
you a
back.
follow-up question, if I may? Where do I find out that? And I do apologize for interrupting you, Red. If you wanted to finish your thought.
No, go ahead.
I was just curious, like, so where do we find out, like, how, when, and where they get their permits? Like, so for example, they're currently being reviewed, and you made it sound like it's on the federal level. Is it more on the? I mean, it seems like military is a little bit. I mean, you can't really fight against that. And what's the backlog usually in these kind of situations?
So as far as finding out like when and where they'll get it, I usually just go to their press releases on their website to find out how things are coming along. Is the most reliable info for a small company.
So I think what it all boils down to is what you think is going to happen with the election. If we don't think that the roads are or the permits are going to come through before the election, then you are gambling on whether or not Republicans get in power, right? Because that's how they got the roads to begin with. If Republicans take power again, then they should get the roads again, and your money should go up. But if Democrats take power, then you risk everything staying the same or them never getting permits, right?
So Alaska is very Republican, and I don't think, I'm not trying to be political here by any means, but I don't think they play with anybody. They have their own territory with it in respects.
I don't disagree with you, but I think the whole idea here is that in some capacity, the federal government has come in and said we can't build these roads.
Right.
At
So
least
that's
what
the
I'm
real
hearing.
play.
Right.
The federal government came in and said, you were awarded a permit to build these roads. We've reviewed that award and we're actually going to pull it back. We need to re-review to decide if we're going to permit this. That's where it's at.
What happens? So this isn't the first person that's gone through this, right? So my initial question on the table is, who else has gone through this, and how does that process work? I mean, this is on a federal level. This is not like your local board of protesters,
Okay, so it's the same people who awarded it in the first place. It's just that the person in charge got replaced and then made a decision. But here's the long short of it. It could fail. I just think at this price, it's worth the dice roll that it might not fail, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying like I think this is 100% going to happen. It's just
Listen,
call
you
it rad.
sold me on it, Rad. I'm going to
Rad
buy.
TMQ. I spent more on a McChicken, so go ahead. I'll
Yeah.
buy one today.
I'm going to buy a couple
what's
hundred
the-
shares, just to see what's up.
I only buy one, just like I bought Shepard's Dave. I
4
bought one.
hours ago, they released the findings of their drilling. I just put the link in the comments below.
Good or bad?
But think about it this way: with
I have not even read it yet. I just heard people start saying buy, and I just found this, so I copied and pasted it and put up the alarm there. I haven't even read it.
55 cents. They're not wrong. McChicken is more expensive than this fucking stock. So I mean,
opinion. Spare Monkey said he'd call me up. I can answer the road question. Just wanted to let you know that.
Yep.
What's the ticker again?
TMQ.
TMQ.
By the way, SPY made one hell of a run since you guys said it was going to break out. Just letting you know. Looking great.
Jumped out up 50%. Come out.
Hell yeah.
Shepherdess, what do? Are you able to exit in the green?
Not yet.
Whoa, what did you buy?
Well, remember how you were talking about maybe getting $400 calls?
No, I did debit spread calls. I sold the 400 to pay for the lower ones.
Oh.
I think that, like
That's fine. They were cheap. I'm just irritated because I trade responsibly. Unlike
Technically you did
most
in
of the people
person.
here. So I only trade with my spare tendies. And, I'm out of spare tendies to trade with. And I want it to be on a good trade until my next, my next profits roll in, because I don't do 0 DTE that much. I actually, wait a couple weeks or a month.
That's a good play.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for stuff to pay off. Unless it doesn't, in which case I'll just write it off on my taxes. Who cares?
Yeah. I had some calls break even at like 405 or something. I'm just gonna close them out because I think we're gonna be choppy for the next week or so, between 390 and 400. But I don't think we're gonna move much around there.
All right, looks like the drilling tests are good. They intersected with 4 mineralized intervals with copper, zinc, lead, gold, and silver and copper all intersecting in the drilling area. Percentage of grade is 6.78 and 7.81%.
do you have any kind of like per footage? Like what kind of copper per foot?
I don't know what copper equivalent grade of 7.81 is, and the other section had 6.78. I'm not a miner. I do not know, but they're bragging about that. So
Their past drilling results have been good, and it's showing itself out to be a potential copper gold mine, which for those who don't know, copper tends to be around gold, gold tends to be around copper. It's a pretty common setup. And then like happens over there, it happens.
What's the amount? Shares and calls on that company.
Does anybody know what the nearest town where it's at? If it's up on the north slope, that's
it's in the Arctic. It is in the Arctic.
Okay, so it's actually way up. It shouldn't be too hard of a push then for them to get a road. Nobody lives up there. Nobody wants to be up there.
Yeah, it's basically Arctic Circle type shit. The Ambler Mining District in the upper Kobuk Mineral Area. It's basically like northwestern Alaska.
With the polar ice cap shifting too, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse as decades go by. So it's
All about worse. That's good for them because if it's retreating, it makes it easier to mine. Kind of like Greenland getting ready to go for independence.
Mhm.
I mean, honestly,
I saw that. That was. I'm curious to see how that's going to end out.
truth be told, they're probably not going to actually make a mine there. They've got the joint venture with South 32. The company is very much an overall. I mean, I'm playing it because I think the permit will come back, but it's very much overall. Just they prove it out. They get the road permit. South 32 comes in and says, "Hey, you've got some good gold and copper here. We're buying it. We'll take over from there." That's like this is Explorer world, and explorers are babies in the mining world, but that's what they do. They don't build it; they sell it to some big boy who builds it for a good price.
Which is good because that means we can cash out sooner.
So I don't know a whole lot about mining, but based on this article that I found, what they're saying is that they've drilled down so far, and something like 15 meters of their drill was about 6% copper, 7% zinc, 1% lead, a little bit of gold, and actually quite a bit of silver. So if this is just one core, right? So I think they need to do more cores because you can't really make a number on the entire mine until you have more cores. But based on this first core, if that's what I'm understanding correctly, it's pretty nice.
They've done a few cores and the numbers have been coming out good. That's why they have a joint venture in the first place. These
Yeah.
companies don't come in agreeing to pay, a certain amount of the project if they don't think there's something worth paying for.
How spread out are those cores to where they have like different sets and different parts?
If you scroll down on the article I posted, they have a map of the dots all over the mining field that they've collected over the past few years, including the 2022 results. This was more like a follow-up on already good news. They just found it in more spots. So it's even more likely that the third party will come in and buy up the operation.
It really depends on that road permit, because if they don't get the roads, then no one's buying nothing.
Yeah, because they're not going to get the equipment out there. Without that, then not shit's going to happen.
Yeah, I just think they'll get that permit back, and I think right now it's priced like they don't have it at all.
Hey, Rad, are you familiar with their competition by chance? It seems like Airline Apart 1467 is stating that the only big competitor is African Copper PLC. I cannot attest to that. I was just curious if you have any opinion on that.
Competition. I'm trying to think what competition would be for a mining explorer. They have their patch of land. Like, I guess there could be someone next to them who has a patch of land too, but like, it's not like they have a joint venture. They have a patch of land that someone might buy if they prove it out. So I don't know what that would be.
So this website
But
that
if
I'm
you
looking
have
at,
somebody with a decent bore and a nearby lot, like it's the modern equivalent of claim jumping.
so this chart that I'm looking at says that actually they found quite a bit of silver in all their cores, and so there is copper. Don't get me wrong, but it looks like there's quite a bit of silver there. Spare Monkeys came up to talk about the road. Did you get a chance to do that?
Yeah, he said something about going up north. It's not too hard. No one lives there.
Oh, yeah, okay. I caught that. My bad. Yeah, I can get behind, at least for the road, the 50 cent, gain. I can get behind it. What was the ticker again?
TMQ. And again, put a small bet on it, because this is mining explorers are the biotech penny stocks of their sector, but probably often worse. I think this is a good company. I like their management, but just be aware that
I'm gonna put
it can
a
look
McChicken
good
on
and
it.
be nothing.
I'm with these guys. I'm gonna put a McChicken on it and see what it does.
Yeah, so the people in the comments, Airline is saying the largest copper exporter in the world is African Copper PLC. I cannot attest to that by any means, because I have not done my research on the copper or this mining thing. I think minings are kind of like gambling, essentially. You're just gambling whether or not they're going to keep the patch, have the patch, and all those things in between. I think that it all comes down to supply and demand. I don't know if anybody has a good resource for that kind of stuff, whether there's a supply and demand for these kind of things.
I mean, it's all about these, in oil. I don't know what they call this kind of exploration and mining, but in oil they call that wildcatting. And it can pay off big, but the majority of the time they hit nothing, right? And so, the thing there is, if they hit a reserve and it's serious, that it becomes the kind of thing that pays dividends for a long time, because they're paying dividends based off the mine, what they get, or at least in the oil industry, they pay dividends based off of what they get out of that oil well. I don't know if it's the same thing in the mining industry, though.
They would if they were going to take it to project, but again, they have found stuff. like I want to be clear, they didn't get a joint venture with South 32 because they don't have something worth finding. They've found stuff and they've shown that there's something probably worth mining there. Their big thing right now, it really is just like on the road. Like if that road doesn't get approved, then whatever. I'm just willing to like at this price, I feel like it's now more closely aligned with what I would be looking at for this company if they didn't have that permit and there was a question of are they going to get it or not. And I know the little pop that can come out of the news reading one day, hey, they're getting the road permit back, you know?
Yeah, because people are vultures. They're gonna fucking look at that. Everybody wants money. And if that road's up and running, I mean, that means equipment's going in and then things are gonna come out.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Spare Monkey says microphone isn't working, question mark. If the Fed used an environmental impact study, it will take years, sometimes a decade. I've worked in a large construction in Alaska, and it can be a huge deal. Also, if it's a tribal complaint, it will never happen. Now, according to Rad, this is just a replacement of person that has rewarded the initial permits, and so it's just a matter of someone that got replaced, and it's just one of those things that have to. That's the reason why. At least that could be the speculation. Moving right along, though, Key Engineering 8724 wants to know if there's any thoughts on Grinder bottoming out.
I see what he did there.
Like the gay dating app, Grinder.
I see what he did there.
Oh
I'm gonna still wait, but no pun intended, it's getting attractive at this pricing.
I just bought more.
I mean,
yeah, this is way under the price. I'm gonna buy back in here.
So are we doing pairs trades with Grinder and Hostess or what?
Oh yeah, Hostess trades under the ticker Twink, TWNK. They
have admirable performance.
They produce
both are
processed
power bottoms of the bear market.
They certainly are. They certainly are. But
Reminds
yeah,
me of Albertsons.
Grinder at this rate is trading at a discount against Match.com, Bumble. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me.
why? Because they're gay?
No, because on a
sorry, I thought we all needed a chuckle.
yeah, just on the basis that the number of users that they have.
It's just, well, like if you look at population, you know, like you're gonna get different walks of life on all those scales going on these certain apps. It's not like designated like Christian Mingle or, you know, where you can like, everybody has preference, yeah, but like not based off of what they specifically like for a person. And there's a lot of horny dudes out there, man.
I just got 29 more shares of Grinder.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, based on the market cap valuation of Bumble and Match versus the number of users they have on their dating apps, that's the only math I'm doing. So I'm looking at the number of users that Grinder has versus their current market cap on the stock market, and I'm saying it's undervalued. So it's a really simple math. Like, it's like literally market cap of company X, number of users on app, right? I could probably do a deeper dive, but I don't think I need to.
No, Scald, we need you to get on the app and really get into it. Opinion's been doing that for the last few months to help us out. We need you to join him and really dig deep into that.
We actually had a few. We actually had a few Grinder power users, I guess, come talk to us about their experiences. But it was interesting to hear. Just a quick recap of what they said is that it's $39 a month to have like full access, but it seems like the majority of users pay the $13 one-time fee, and the $13 one-time fee gives you like a day pass for like unlimited hookups or whatever. And so the men we were talking to about this said that they're more inclined to use the $13 once or twice a month just to get that hookup than to pay the $39 every month. So I think this is one of the reasons that their subscriber numbers is low. But at the same time, I mean, if the majority of their customers are still paying them this one-time fee of $13 on a daily basis, I mean, if you use it more than 3 days, Grindr actually ended up making a profit off of you versus you buying the monthly.
Do
It
you think
also
they're
costs.
gonna lower the price?
What was
Maybe
that?
like take the base price of whatever it might be, 30 or 16, whatever. Or do you think they'd lower it if it keeps bottoming out?
I don't know. We also tried to set up an AdWord account on there. So I wanted to see how much it would cost me to advertise on Grindr, like as a company. And it turns out that your minimum to advertise on Grindr is $20,000 a month. So and they have no shortage of advertisers.
That is a lot of buckaroos.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I can see like an apparel company or somebody being on there,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We heard from one user that they were being advertised, of all things, grinders, literally for coffee machines, because they had looked up coffee machines earlier, and then they got on the Grinder app, and it was just filled with a bunch of like really fancy espresso machines and stuff.
I mean that's really good marketing though. Let's be honest here. Like that's funny as shit.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty hilarious, putting grinders on Grinder. But yeah, so I just looking at their ad rev, looking at their number of users, looking at their market cap, I think it's undervalued. I think they IPO'd a dating app into a vicious bear market, and they're getting beat down for it. I don't know of any IPO this year that's up from its IPO price, and if someone could point me to one, I would be appreciative.
The only thing I will, by the way, I'm bullish on the company as well, but just keep in mind, since it is a de-SPAC, you are going to have that 6-month out shares unlocking potential if it does start doing a bit of a run. So just keep that in mind, that there is a cap to the upside, because there are people who got in pretty cheap that are waiting for their shares to unlock and will be happy to sell those off.
Scald, wake me up when they're advertising weed grinders on Grindr.
Okay. I went and looked at the road thing for Trilogy. February 23rd, 2022, the Department of the Interior, let me make sure I get this right. United States Department of Interior filed a motion to remand the final environmental impact statement and suspend the right-of-way permits issued to the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority for the Amber Access Project. And so if we take that apart, it says suspend, right? It's suspended. And then it says, has stated that the suspension of the road permits will allow it to carry out additional supplemental work on the FEIS. So what this tells me is that this FEIS thing is going to end at some point. The suspension will end, the road will be built, and our stock will double.
That's just really fancy government speak for a permit was issued. We don't agree with it. We need to re-look into it. Specifically, they re-looked into it because apparently people who lived along that build path were complaining. And under the previous administration, they felt that they heard their complaints considered and then said, we're going to allow it. But this new the people who took over essentially said, hey, we don't think their complaints were fairly evaluated in the process. So we need to relook at that before we reissue this. So it's just a fancy way of essentially saying you had a permit, we're pulling it back. We need to look into these things. The specific thing is complaints of people who live along that road.
I'm saying the company itself, Trilogy Metals, is saying that they pulled the permits temporarily so that the DOI could finish supplemental work on the FEIS, whatever.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that's the way they word
There's
it.
a guy in the chat that wants to come up. He says he has info on the road. His name is Kurt67. I'm not sure if he's been up here yet.
I got him.
Yeah, he's been up here. I wanted to say, yeah, he's already been up here. So he said his microphone wasn't working or something like that. So we did talk about him, but not to digress from the conversation by any means. I think we have enough DD on this TMQ. It's just a waiting game. Okay, this is 50 cents. If you're not in, and you go to the local machine to buy some soda, you think about what you could be buying, which is TMQ. Okay, moving right along. People want to talk about a lot of stuff, but looks like there's a C Energy ticker name SHIP, SHIP, and then also people want to talk about, is Rivian going to take shares from Tesla? From Wagner of Wall Street wants to know that, since Tesla is making so many enemies now. And then one more play just to add on to the banks here. We want to talk about GSAT, which is only trading at $1.85, by the way. It's Global Star.
Oh, Global
And I
Star.
share
I've
equally.
had those-
Satellite man.
I've had Global Star shares since I want to say late 2020, early 2021. Yeah, early 2021 is when I bought these. So the thing that Global Star has going for it is they actually own a portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. And this portion of the electromagnetic spectrum has been valued at $1.1 billion by analysts in 2021.
Sorry, Scald. Can you help those uneducated tell me like I'm 8 years old?
Yeah,
No idea what the
so
fuck you're talking about.
just like your radio stations near you broadcast on a certain frequency, right? Like we're 99.5 FM or whatever. So too does everything else from your Wi-Fi router to any other antenna use some sort of part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which has a number assigned to it. Typically, most carriers share these, like AT&T and a few others. Like AT&T and Verizon, they share a certain amount of spectrum. Global Star is interesting because they just own a block of the EM spectrum for both upload and download, for basically like broadcasting in and out. And that's really digital real estate if you want to think about it. And that's one of the values of this company here.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And that's a big deal. The government upholds that shit, right? Like if a company or something like that owns a piece of some sort of wavelength, the government will come in and shut that shit down if somebody's messing with it.
And international treaties. I mean, it's pretty serious.
It's a big deal. It's like airspace. It's all kinds of shit involved in whether or not you own a bandwidth, I think is the way to put that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why when I made the trade on Global Star, I added the stock to my Boomer portfolio as a perma hold because they own part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So I thought, well, probably won't go to zero. I'll just hold on to it and see what happens.
Do you know what the wavelength is?
Yeah, let me grab it real quick. I used to actually have a
So
graph
how do
that
you-
showed the part that Global Star owned.
Just curious, like how do you obtain a spectrum? Like that's like me trying to grab a star in my mind.
So it's been a long time since I've studied this, and I'm sure there's probably better people to speak about it, but everything is a wave, right? And that wave consists of different frequencies. And so depending on what different thing you're talking about, like infrared or radio waves or whatever, you have this wavelength that is the span of frequency, right? It could be like 45 to 200 hertz or something. And so a company can come in and say, my equipment, this thing that I use specifically uses 99 hertz or whatever. And I'm going to come in and basically patent that, because if somebody else starts fucking with 99 hertz, it's going to mess with my satellites. And so, you know, I don't know how many satellite companies own.
Approval from the FCC. The FCC owns all the like frequencies.
It's a license. They own the license for it.
Yeah.
So you can't like communicate with aircraft and.
U.S. soldier, you're coming in real muffled here.
Yeah. So I can speak up. Sorry. So basically, the FCC runs the licenses. There's agreements. There's bilateral agreements with other countries, but they own the licenses, and they allow a certain number of companies to operate in certain spectrums, and they try to keep them far enough apart that they don't cause. It's a
We're
license.
going back to the days of radio bands, basically, right?
No. Like everybody thinks that, but this shit all still exists. Like it's all very much out there. Like today, if you put an antenna in your backyard and you started broadcasting on like ham radio at a certain frequency that matched up with like an aircraft tower or something near you, then the government will show up at your house and be like, hey bro, turn that shit off because you're fucking with aircraft.
But this isn't 93 anymore. This
The
is
same
2022.
thing will happen for this company. You're talking about this isn't 93, but you're forgetting that all the communication that we do with space is this broadband. Like it's what he's right.
Okay, so they own for uplink band, they own 7.775 megahertz. They own that range. And for downlink band, they own 11.5 megahertz. They're bookended on the right side by Clearwire, on the left side by Wi-Fi for downlink. And for uplink, they are bookended by Iridium, Irmasat, AT&T, and Verizon on the right. And on the left side, they are bookended by a company called Aeronautical Radio Navigation, which I assume isn't actually a company, but is probably just for planes and shit. So that's the... I posted the article below. Unfortunately, it's a Seeking Alpha article, but there is a graphic in there, in that article, that shows like the portions of the bands that they own. And, I think it's pretty, I just think it's pretty interesting. I've liked them more than ASTS because they have a license for a specific uplink and downlink band. I am unaware that ASTS has a similar feature, but I could be wrong. I've just not looked heavily into that company yet.
From the tech world, I think the point is that there's only so much of this real estate, and the government owns a lot of it. And so when you're talking about companies coming up and maybe I want to do a new satellite or something, I have to communicate with that satellite some way. And if the government owns a whole bunch of this bandwidth, I'm probably going to end up working with a company that already has a license for a specific bandwidth to communicate with the satellite. I don't think I'm going to get a new license.
Exactly. And these guys have a sole claim to that bandwidth. So, I mean, they went to the government auction. Other people could have bid on it. They won the bid. So now their cards are in their hands. And you want to play, you got to go to them to get cards.
Hey, can I interrupt just real quick for a play?
Yes.
That's not correct. They're sharing that bandwidth with AT&T. That's and other Wi-Fi bands. That's what all those.
They are not.
That's incorrect. They are not.
Okay.
They are next to,
All right.
but they have a frequency that they do not have to share with anybody else.
Okay.
All right, so just real quick, and I have some background noise, so I posted it in the chat as well. Just posted a diagonal call spread on SPY that you can enter for a 0.9 debit, and looks like it's got pretty good returns all the way. If SPY holds above 391 through the end of the weekend, then you'll make profit on it regardless. And you'll pull a 3-bagger if you hold it to Friday, and SPY stays around this level. And it's got infinite profit, or I'm sorry, not infinite profit, guaranteed profit on the upside.
Nice.
I like it. That's a great trade on SPY.
Can I just add in? So I have a book called Business Data Communications. It's kind of an old book. And just for a fun fact, signal frequency and bandwidth. The wideband speech goes from 50 to 7,000, and FM quality goes from 20 to 15K. So curious how far, and a compact disc, I assume they're talking about CDs, go from 11 to 20K. I'm curious why a compact disc would have such high bandwidth. If anyone could help me out with that.
Like a CD?
Yeah, correct. It says compact disc. It says signal frequency and bandwidth.
Yes, the amount of data that can be transferred.
Yeah, that's throughput, right? Like a CD is going to have that much throughput because that's about, what did you say, like 290K? What did you say it was?
20K.
Yeah, I think that's the audio frequency for music. I don't know how all that works. I'm not up on that science, but I think when you're talking about music, you're talking about 20K, and I think CDs were almost entirely designed for music, right? But then when you get into DVDs, you're talking about a higher bandwidth.
The compact disc, 20,000 hertz, is supported for each of 2 channels for stereo.
Yeah, it's all about audio and music. But if you look at DVDs, it's all about video. But you're talking about 2 different things, right? You're talking about throughput in a disc that's, in a drive going through a motherboard and all that shit. What we're talking about is a frequency of bandwidth in like radio frequency, the shit that you can't see that goes across the, space or whatever.
Yeah, you're looking at density of data there, not
wavelength
Yeah,
as
no.
in
So I do
transmitting.
apologize. I was just asking a question just because I was on that page. But so I guess they have frequency hertz. If somebody wants to clue in on this, 10 over the power of 2, and then it goes all the way up to 10 to the power of 15. Do you mind explaining that? I guess visible light is under 10 to the power of 15.
Yeah, visible light, like visible light's part of the EM spectrum that we can perceive with our eyes. So it's on there.
This is like we're getting into physics at this point, and I think Scald and I both would be happy to talk about physics all day. But you know, at the end of the day, you either understand it or you don't, and you can go Google it, and I'll explain it to you. I don't think Opinion's going to let me keep talking about it though.
I mean, just think of it like this: if you're in the tech space, it's like owning a IPv top level address block. It's like owning. You're like, oh, I've got like 16 million IPv addresses, and you know who owns some of those?
How do we put it into context for the people that aren't in the tech space, though? Right? Like,
There's a limited amount of band. There's a limited number of frequencies. And some of them are portioned off for military, and some of them are portioned off for civilian, and that's it.
Yeah.
There's only so much space. There's only
It's
so many
like
marbles.
land, guys. It's like land. There's only a limited amount of land.
You're in a
And
neighborhood that
why
has
are you guys
100
going on with
spaces.
all these fancy
Hey,
ass
more
complexes?
importantly, where's this spy play that guy talked about? I'm not seeing it in the chat.
I put it in the comments. It should be about 7 minutes now. It's just a simple diagonal spread where you sell a 396 by 397. Give me 1 second and I can just tell you the strikes over the chat if you want.
Yeah, I can't find the play either, to be fair. I do want to say that there was an interesting, just real quick, I guess there was an interesting play on here. Fun fact from Leapin Leopard, T-Mobile has the best hotspot mobile Wi-Fi, their 5G, because they use a lower frequency UHF channels recently removed from TV stations. And these lower frequencies travel further and go through solid items better. Just wanted to put that there. And someone's saying AMC, hello, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Hey guys, I'm heading out. I gotta go do stuff. I appreciate you guys for this morning.
I hope they don't think AMC CEO stepping down is AMC American Movie Cinema or whatever the.
I think so.
You know, I don't know if we want to go back to it, but I'd imagine Hardy can probably explain better than Scald and I some radio frequency kind of thing.
I'm not a physicist, let's be clear.
I'm not either. I dabble, but I feel like you probably dabble better than I do.
Guys, I just want to clarify.
I didn't
real
renew
quick.
my ham license, but that doesn't mean I dabble.
Can I just clarify something real quick, guys? If you want to know about this, just go ahead and buy the book Business Data Communications by William Stallings. It will teach you all about it. I don't really need to learn about it personally. I'm just asking about this play to see, like, is there really a frequency intellectual property? I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah,
just need to do that.
Yeah, this was just a high level. Someone on the YouTube said, let's talk about Global Star. So I started talking about Global Star. That's what I knew about it. We reached sort of the end of my knowledge on it. That's why I held it long, right? Is I was like, oh, they have this stuff. They've got this going for them. Done. They're in my perma hold. We'll see what happens. What was the other 3 stocks that the guy mentioned, though? We only talked about one of his 3 stocks that he brought up.
No idea. But it looks like, yeah, so let's see what some other plays are coming up here. We have, bear with me here. Sell 397 call. This is from RU Blind. He said, sell 397 call 12.2, buy 396 call 12.5. The max loss would be 0.9. The max profit would be 2.5. That a positive position. More information in the chat.
Yeah, so just a heads up on that, because right when I posted that SPY, I had a over dollar drop off. I would just wait a second. It's still a good play, because even if SPY opens at 392 tomorrow, you're at break even. But if SPY is going to end up dropping off, you may just wait for a better entry in case we go down further today, which it looks like we might. But just keep in mind, I already had these open, and I lost 6 cents a contract on that. So it's a pretty resilient play for this second.
Hey, you want to know what's up today?
Dave. I knew she was going to say it.
Let's
I was
verify.
going over the
Yes, sir.
Vega play that I put out for GameStop. The strangle at 25.5 and 26, or 25 and 25.5. Right now, theta for the combined strangle is about 18 cents a day, and Vega is a combined roughly 3 cents per point of IV. So between now and the 7th, which is what, 8 days away, that's $1.44 in value that I will lose to theta. And in order to make it back from IV, I need IV to go up 48 points. And right now I'm looking at around 25 to 30 points. So hold off for now on the GameStop strangle, unless you're confident that the underlying stock prices movement, the delta, will make up the shortfall.
And Hardy, can we ask you the $64,000 question? This is from FOMO and YOLO and NoGrow. It wants to know Apple puts or Tesla puts.
Deafening silence.
I think the
Fair enough.
the answer is kind of given earlier. I think we were just like Apple doesn't matter too much for Apple. So I think, and correct me if I'm misremembering, but if you go earlier to this chat, I think this consensus was Tesla puts.
I thought earlier before I got on, there was some Tesla bulls in here talking about how bullish Tesla is.
Yes to both is the short answer.
Yeah,
Tesla and Apple are both crossing down below delta neutral, and the last times they've done that, it did not end well.
All right, someone's got a really loud mic.
It was Scald. He was shaving his phone.
Oh, my bad.
One also has a powerful beard, so
One of my USB cords fell across my laptop. Sorry.
No, all good. Sorry, Hardy, do you want to continue?
Not much else to say other than at the money puts for Apple and Tesla, but well, actually, maybe by the January like 80 or 70 delta puts, and see if you can get them at a roughly 15% discount from right now.
All right, there you go. I did want to bring up and just mention, since we talked about GameStop a little bit, Ortex has been in my DMs asking for an AMA. So would you like to do that next Tuesday?
Wait. We can ask them anything we want?
Yes.
The Superstock folks are going to get all over that. You know we're going to be brigaded. We're going to be brigaded so hard.
Sorry. This will be a talk AMA.
And who is this? Gore-Tex? Like the
Ortex, the short interest short interest vendor.
Ortex, got it. I thought we were talking about like the boot liner company that makes the got it. Ortex. That makes more sense.
did you just confuse Vortex with Ogotex?
I confused Ortex with Gore-Tex.
Is this Palo Alto, or are we talking about something else?
Dude, if we have Vortex on here, the apes will return immediately. If that's what you're going for.
Opinion, how are you talking to them now? Is it Twitter or like through private message?
Email.
Okay. Can you please add me to the chain, hardyrection@gmail.com? I'd love to ask some additional questions before agreeing to the talk. Like what they intend to cover.
I will say that Ortex is very much not what you would think of when you think of like the apes and all that. You seem a little bit more adultish.
Well, it depends who we're talking to. If it's the guy if it was the poor fellow on the stream who was reading off a script, well, not much we can do about that. But if it's the guy who came up with the actual model to measure short interest, that's a different story.
All right. Well, I'll add you to the chain, and then I'll keep you guys updated whether we do that on Tuesday or not.
What time would that be at? Would that be in the morning or?
Yes, at our regular scheduled time at 8:30 to 9:30, and then I don't know how long it'll go on for, but yeah.
All right, sounds good.
And also, while we're on this, anyways, like, is there anyone else we should be speaking to? If you know someone interesting or someone
SPF.
We get SoFi
God,
on here.
wait. I don't think I've ever heard this man laugh. Wait. That was so weird. Do it again, Hardy.
Forgive me, I lost control there for a minute.
Yeah, it was. I was worried. Like the world was going to end for a second.
I think Hardy's a
Robot. I think he's a robot, and I'm interested in learning everything the robot's teaching me.
Dole has not expressed interest in coming on Wall Street Bets, but we did reach out to Dole, and Dole gave us a detailed breakdown of all their debt maturities, the interest rates upon them, and when they have to pay them back. So that was actually pretty useful information that they shared with us.
Wow, that's amazing.
I would like to suggest SoFi founder, or maybe even like a Toyota, just because they're building Toyota Town, and I feel like somebody in the semiconductor space in Japan, just due to the fact that there's a lot of mention about combining America and Japan with the semiconductors. So I'm curious how that will play out.
That would be really cool.
But you can't mention Nintendo, please.
How about a project manager at Microsoft?
That sounds boring.
Depends on the project. Like if they're doing the entirety of Xbox, I'd probably be interested. If they're talking about like the logging and alert function within Azure, less interested.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what project she will be working on. My sister-in-law is the project manager. Find
But
out.
she does
Always
know
ask
other
if
project
someone's
managers.
mom.
That's good.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to go.
I just go back and forth with them for a topic.
I'm going to go get my haircut, guys. It's getting ridiculous over here. So I will.
You going shoulder length, or what are you doing?
I mean, it's getting up there to the point where I could put it back into a Viking braid, but like, I don't know if I actually want to walk around like that.
Just ask for the Fabio.
So I think I'm gonna go get a cut.
Look good for the holiday pictures.
Wait. Where are you going to get it cut? Is it publicly traded?
Supercuts?
It is not, and it's definitely not Supercuts.
Okay.
Sure to give us your Latin law.
Crypto is getting a haircut.
There's one barbershop I go to where they pour you drinks. Like they actually have a bar in there and they mix you drinks.
Oh my god.
Is that so when you get done with your haircut, you're like, it's okay.
Yeah.
You
So
mean
when
to
you-
tell me you've never had a whiskey neat while somebody's cut your hair? So that's the only way to do it, man.
Vodka gimlet's where it's at.
Expensive haircut if you get a DWI right after.
right after. They give you the drink before the haircut. So I think it's all right.
I want to start a company that actually covers the cost of your DUI if you get one from drinking while getting a haircut.
Only that specifically. Like no other DUI.
Nope.
So like,
Nope. You
how would
have
that
to have
insurance
gotten a
premium
haircut
work
there.
out?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Hey, top possibility. You said that your sister-in-law is a project manager, so she probably mingles with other project managers. You think she could bring someone like that was related to more of like Xbox level? Just kind of see where they're going with their playbook there.
Depending on how high.
Yeah, I could ask. She's like a senior at this point. She's been there for like 20 years.
She like an L64 at Microsoft?
Nice.
I don't know that much. I just know she's a project manager, and I know she got a promotion fairly recently, maybe in the last year or so.
I mean, if she's been there for 20 years, she might have insight we'd be interested in one way or another.
So I might know somebody you guys would be interested in hearing from. What do you think of a former president of a state press association?
Which state?
South Carolina.
How
The
many?
Western newspaper.
How many income? How many seats since, or how many people have held the office since this president stepped down?
One, and you don't step
Okay.
down. It's a
You're fired.
you
You're
sing
end of
a
term.
you serve a single term, and it's 1 year term, and then you hand it off to the next guy.
Since they're from South Carolina, do they speak English?
Hey, I'm from
Barely.
I'm back. Did it
Oh, well,
I left? Because like
welcome
I
back.
leave button, but I'm still in the working position.
South Molasses is in South Carolina. In all honesty, there's probably too much South Carolina in WSB.
I don't know.
In other words, if you want to talk to the guy that controls the media for Lindsey Graham, that's who I'm talking about.
Oh man,
But
I
he's
would
no
love
longer
that.
president. Does he really control that? I mean, respectively.
They still know the secrets and where the skeletons.
I'll put it this
are.
way:
Good point, Hardy.
whoever is the president of each state's press association is absolutely the most powerful person in each state, hands down.
I don't know to what extent they'd be willing to share secrets with us apes.
If
Yeah,
information could be pried out of the
You'd be
skeletons,
surprised.
I mean, I
what
don't
if they
think
just
any of
create
us
a
think-
private AMA and bring the questions to you, and then you bring the answers back to us, and then he's not on the record?
Yeah, because otherwise he may commit suicide like 2 days later, mysteriously.
I'm only laughing because that is very true.
You only think this isn't Soviet Russia.
To get to his position, you kind of gotta not give a fuck about things like that.
Okay, well, suicidal or not, bring him up. Sounds good.
I'll talk to
To
him.
get to that stance of power, you have to commit a couple crimes against humanity.
Good point. I'm just curious, just to kind of dive into a little bit more. So why is the press association president the most powerful if they switch hands every year? It seems like it's a temporary thing.
It's a democracy.
I understand the boys club very much, but I'm just curious, like, it switches hands every year. It's not like a 2-year term. So to me, it's like there's more than one person that knows all the secrets. It's like, I mean, the pool just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, right?
Sounds like what I deal with behind the Wendy's dumpster. Does that make me the most powerful man?
We could get very political very quickly here.
But I don't want to get political. I'm just asking a genuine question. So if it switches hands every year, doesn't the pool get bigger and bigger? So technically, it's telephone essentially. The secrets just get passed on and passed on and passed on. I'm just curious. You made a bold statement. You said whoever knows the press association person, they're one of the most powerful people in the state. Is that correct?
Absolutely. They can control the media. So and I'm not saying that in a negative way. I mean that it takes you want a trustworthy person at hand.
Okay, and who appoints this person?
They're elected.
By who?
By members of the state's press association.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. When the new president was elected this year, Donald Trump was in the city that Donald Trump was giving a speech in the city my father lives in.
Are you,
I'm talking about my
about
father.
the Foreign Press Association president?
No.
Which one?
Spies at 393, by the way.
Yeah, it's a state. It's just like lawyers. The bar association for each state elects a president of the bar every year.
I
They
mean,
just pass it around.
I don't. Fine. What's the play? What does any of this mean for a play? I don't see it.
It's
If
just
you want to know
weird
about
Yeah,
all the
we're talking
media
about having somebody
companies and
come on
how
and
they
This isn't a play,
operate,
guys. This is the AMA opportunity. Let's make that very clear.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. My bad.
I'll put it this way: it was instilled in me to really not be anonymous, and believe it or not, the media doesn't like working with anonymous sources. That's who I am recommending. I believe I can get him to come talk to you guys if you want.
Wait. Why is that a believe it or not? The media doesn't like working with anonymous sources. Is that hard to believe? Like if some random stranger just says some shit on the internet, the media is gonna believe it? Like I could say anything.
I'm trying to point out that all the articles you see with anonymous sources should be questioned.
All right, that's fair enough. I mean, let's not derail the guy down. He's just offering an opportunity for us to talk to somebody that could or could not know secrets or tips that could help us, right, in the market. I think it's a little premature to kick anything to the curb without hearing people out. Don't you guys agree?
No, I agree. I like it. I have no idea what I would ask.
We do have one question in the comments that basically wants to know: is it okay to ask if Lindsay was friends with McCain?
You'd have to ask him.
All right.
So yeah.
Okay, sounds good. And then secondly, I guess the next question is, at the end of the day, is that people are stating that this is kind of a temporary thing and you would only know temporary secrets. Do you is there a meeting that happens once a year that these past presidents, if you want to call it that, or the press association get to attend still, or are they kicked out of the group?
Once you're in it pretty much. Like it's.
Do they have yearly meetings then?
More than that.
This is like the Illuminati.
So you're saying that this individual maintains their security clearance, maintains all their information, attends all the meetings, and has access to all the information, even though their position has been removed and their need to know basis has been removed.
It's just networking at that point.
It's self-regulation, right? They just
Guys,
they have an
exactly.
association and they regulate themselves, and whoever's in charge makes the
I mean,
decision. And everybody
it's
will
not-
make.
So
it's
if the
not-
current
oh,
president needs a shoulder to lean on, they know who to call.
Right.
Past
So
presidents?
I'm just, because you're saying this is from a government position, right? So they would still need to have.
No, he did
Okay,
not say that at all.
okay.
He did not say that. He
I
said
thought you said they were
basically-
with Lindsey Graham.
No. He said no. He said there's something about
Okay,
Lindsey
never mind.
Graham is something to do with South Carolina because Lindsey Graham's from there, and he could figure out. I don't know. He'll touch on that. But basically, just to run everyone down, this guy works for the Press Association of the state of South Carolina, or did. He was the president. He was elected by the members of the Press Association, and according to this guy, the Press Association in any state is one of the most powerful people in the state because they know. They basically run behind the scenes of what's shown on TV. I guess that's what I was trying to go to.
They know
But
what
I
the
would
TV doesn't show you.
I would argue that there's not that many eyeballs as there once was. So I don't know. It's kind of in hindsight. I don't know.
I'd be interested in hearing what the person has to say. It just goes back to it. I don't know literally anything that I would ask the person. Does anybody have a question that they would ask for this person?
Talk about some spy call or spy bottoming right now. Spy is crashing. Anyone want to bring in some spotlight onto that?
Puts.
Okay, do we have any reasoning behind it?
SPY really seemed to respect that trend line that's been going, that it's been following. You just take a yearly chart, daily chart, draw a line, and you'll see hit that trend line and just back right off. So, yeah, it seems to be like too much risk in the market to be adding longs at the moment.
All right, good call. And then just want to let you guys know that there are some comments coming up here. Some about trading call debit spreads, and he wants to know why it's tanking. I believe that was from Are You Blind?
So that's like the third time we've heard from Are You Blind? Why doesn't he come up and talk to us?
He did talk to us. I think he left the room maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, he was saying, hey, I posted a play, and it's in the comments. And then so there's a question from Mysterious Contract 56 in regards to that press association. Wants to know, does this former president have the opportunity to become president again in the future?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Sounds like we have a question for the AMA.
Got two questions now. So yeah, I think in hindsight he would never come up here, but I think in hindsight you could ask him some questions from us, and you could present it as like, hey, I talked to somebody, and here's their information, and we know who you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys go missing for these kind of reasons, you know.
I'm not trying to get somebody killed. I know that.
It's nothing like that.
You know, we are talking about our government, the United States government, right?
I think we've clarified that we're not, though.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, he said things like that don't happen, but they totally do all the time. But just saying.
CS is tanking, says Ashish Patel 007, and wants to know a good put play. Was ticker CS. Are You Blind came with an update and says, just to let you guys know, since I have a lot of background noise at the moment, SPY is falling off a cliff, as you can see. Manage your position when entering those diagonals I mentioned. Just because they're now cheaper doesn't mean they're guaranteed. And by the way, you did misspell guaranteed.
Yeah, I had a bad time with my SPY calls, but also I didn't spend much money on them, so it's like whatever. Oh no, I'm not going to be able to eat a steak. Oh, woe is me.
You can if you go to Shoney's.
Filet mignon for me tonight.
Right. I'm going to go to Shoney's.
You're next door to me, so I know if I got them, you got them.
I definitely have Shoney's. You know, their cheesesteaks have continued to be good year after year, no matter what happens. And I wonder what their secret is.
You know what? I'm actually upset that I don't have a Golden Corral near me.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Golden Corral buffet.
We got both, and after 20 years of how run down it looks, I cannot believe that it's still open.
Wait,
What? Golden Corral or Shoney's?
Shoney's. The
No, I'm not.
Golden
Listen.
Corral, they like update it every now and then, but the Shoney's has legitimately been in the same rundown building in front of the same weekly rate ex Motel 6 backdoor crack spot for 20 years, and I cannot believe that place is still open.
Well, when you think about it, you know, their food costs might be low because as the building decomposes, they can just harvest mushrooms off the structure for the food.
So,
yeah.
Go ahead. I used to live down the road from a Shoney's. I swear to God, I watched them take 3 people out of that building in an ambulance. And so I'm pretty sure one of them died. I'm not eating at Shoney's.
It's in the corn, man.
They
It's in
died.
the
People
mushrooms
died of
up
heart
here.
attack. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't eat there every day.
Oh, that's what it is.
How do you know they died from the food though?
I mean, are you trying to roll the dice?
I mean, this is a casino.
This is the Shoney's.
So you're saying I should go try the Shoney's?
Saying you should
Maybe not your Johnny's. Come to the Charleston metro area and try one of our Shoney's. They're slightly less fallen apart.
The Ragnar
Can
of Wall Street wants to know. Go ahead.
we buy Shoney?
I don't believe they're publicly traded yet. It sounds like they need to be though. So you could actually get them to IPO and make some money on the side. Ragnar of Wall Street wants to know: will Rivian take shares from Tesla since Tesla is making so many enemies now? One of the 4 questions. And then also, was there a Nintendo talk? No, there wasn't. Ryan's anyone, whatever that means, and that's about it. Shoney's. Is this who owns Shoney's, by the way? Is it a company? Is it just one company?
Sorry, what the heck is Shoney's? Should I know this, or like, is it because I'm Canadian? Like, I get a pass? Like, what is this? What is Sony?
Apparently, it's on the East Coast.
Opinion, you
The
know as much
restaurant
as you
with a
need to
bear
know.
mascot.
Wait, you mean the Nasdaq?
No. Do you know what a big boy restaurant is? Have you been across the border over to Big Boy?
Imagine a Sheets, but complete bullshit.
That's not at all.
What? None of this helps.
Yeah, I still don't know what this is. Is it a pancake house? Is it a steak house? I mean,
That's the point. Nobody knows.
I will enlighten you. It is a family
It's Denny's
restaurant.
with a bar.
Yes, it's actually relatable to Denny's in some way. So it's got a buffet, and it's a quote unquote family restaurant. It is descended from a schism that occurred with the company that ran Big Boy. So they split off, got a bear for their mascot, and then outlived everything.
I feel like everything attached to Shepherd lately is bear. We got Dave, and now we got this restaurant.
Yeah, that's making me a little nervous.
Finding a little bit of coincidence here.
Calls on Dave.
Calls on Dave, though.
There's no options for Dave, I don't think, right?
There are options.
Oh,
for
there
Dave.
are, but
Oh, monthly.
I
Excuse me.
just have
I don't
shares
play
with them.
monthlies.
It depends on your broker. Some brokers only offer like BS, like $2 calls or whatever, and some offer them down to 50 cents.
Yeah, I got the 2.5 on TD.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean,
2.5
unless you're buying them,
on 2.5 on TD and Robinhood.
if you could buy them like, I don't know, 5 years out, that would be useful. Look, somebody just write me a bunch of calls for Dave. I will buy them. I will find a mortgage somehow. Or I'll convince my dad to sign over his wealth and reverse mortgage his property and put it all into Dave.
Oh, I've seen that play on WallStreetBets so many times. I borrowed my mom and dad's money, and next thing you know, don't think I'll be at their funeral because I can't even afford their funeral. I'm not sure that's the best play right now.
What company are we even talking about?
Well, we were talking about Shoney's because Shoney's has a mascot that's a bear. It got people thinking about Dave, which is an awesome little micro lending company that is very competitive in the emerging micro lending space. And other companies, bigger companies like Square or even Bank of America, are rushing to try to copy, and they are failing at it. Where Dave is successful.
according to the post posted by Concerned Dude Maybe, they only made, and the Wikipedia page for Shoney says they only made 338 million, which I'm not even sure why or how someone could get that information since they are a private company. But yeah, and so FOMO and YOLO and Noguro wants to know, did anyone do a wellness check on that CVT, CVent DD guy who had that $1 million play for November?
I feel like if we did wellness checks here, we'd be, well, some people would be very highly satisfied. Some people would be very highly depressed.
Billy has seen some gains today, so it looks like China is doing pretty well. Baba is up $4.19. Financials are looking quite decent. BAC is down right now. TSM is down by 7 cents. Verizon Services Telecom is down. Yeah, the Walmart's down 53 cents. It's just kind of a little mid bear day, I think. I think we might have a nice little lunch special coming up here shortly.
Yeah, wow. I left for like 30 minutes and SPY just tanked. Did I miss something or what? Why?
I don't know. Rad, what do you think about this?
I was just gonna say commodities look like they're up for the most part, so I guess people are feeling bullish about China.
Fair. They're doing what, like stimulus injections or something like that for their property market?
Correct. That's correct.
You know, it's not tanking. Dang.
So all the people in the concentration camps are going to buy houses?
Concentration camps. Funny. Well, I'll say this. They are injecting money into their economy. I don't know exactly when it will happen, but it's in the realms of like close to 9 billion, if I remember correctly. Japan's doing this as well as South Korea. So I think it's just an Asian play for the most part. And yeah, I don't really have any information except for that right now.
9 billion? You said 9?
Yeah, it's actually higher than that. Let me get the number for you.
9 billion for a country with 1.2 billion people is not a lot of money. Shit, we send more aid than at the Ukraine, and they only have 44 million people.
Is China and South Korea in the same place as Japan where they're seeking inflation, or is that a Japan-specific thing?
Well, one would argue that inflation started like a long time ago, and that number was 188 billion. So I do apologize. I was not. No. I am not reading this right. Bear with me, guys.
Is it Luce that always says that you can never trust anything in China?
I feel like most people say that.
I think one of the mods is very vocal about not doing anything in China. I think it's Luce. Maybe Simple.
Probably both.
Probably both. It's good advice.
It's hard to invest in a country where the leader can point at a company and say you don't exist anymore, and that's the end of your investment.
Well,
Luce
so
has a very
Chinese,
specific for.
I was just going to say that China. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Chinese lenders pumped 162 billion of credit into property, into the country's property developers. I do want to say something about China. So, as you guys might know or not know, if you start a company in China, the government owns part of that company because they own the land. So, wherever you put your building, technically they own your business because of the fact that they hold rights to all parts of the land, right? So that's really how it goes down. In regards to letting go of China, you'll go to Vietnam, which is technically ran by China, or you'll go to Taiwan or Hong Kong. And if you go to Hong Kong, that is ran by China. So I don't think there's any way of escaping China unless there's a country that wants to raise their hand and have factories go in, and we can get the cheap labor and get the cheap products at the same time.
Minor point added on top of that is that Taiwan is starting to form closer ties with China based on political events happening there. So there's definitely a consolidation there too.
And in the U.S., we have something called eminent domain, which allows the government here in the U.S. to take over land just like they do in China. We just call it something different.
Exactly. I wasn't going to point that out. I want people to feel smart still.
Y'all are still hanging out, huh?
Yeah, we're waiting for you, Sleepy. Welcome back.
Oh.
Now we can leave.
All right.
Just kidding.
Everyone just leaves him here alone.
He's here, guys. Stop talking, quick.
Can I get that end call button back? Opinion?
No.
Yeah, sorry, I had to, we were starting to have a recovery, so I had to go make some calls.
Hey, Opinion, what are your plays today?
Well, that's top secret. It's classified.
I know you're long veterans, but what else you playing right now?
I try not to share my plays because I feel like people will take it in a biased way. So it's probably why. It's also why I haven't really shared. Like, people always ask me, like, "Hey, did you ever buy like GameStop or like all this other stuff?" So.
Yeah, I feel that way too. But I still list the plays on some of the plays that I probably will take real early and just hold on to long term for a couple days. But yeah, I definitely feel that way too when I share my plays.
Don't worry, you have all your money in Dave, don't you?
I do, but I'm not going to shill it to everybody like you do. You make it very obvious. But yeah, go buy Dave stock.
Shepherdess, are you done with that Walmart play? I thought that was your big thing.
Oh yeah, no, my big thing is the Walmart play. I was priced out of it for a while, and I've been shopping, so I spent that money on shopping. But now that Walmart's really way overheated, I can and the prices dropped on the options. You betcha, I'm short in Walmart. 130, 125 strike prices.
Does anyone have a signal on GameStop? I guess it's going crazy right now. Any update?
Okay, what are they doing? Is this because they moved up earnings?
They have an earnings call on December 7th.
I only see it up 2%. That's not crazy. Or am I
It's
missing
crazy.
something?
Okay, sorry, I overread
Yeah,
the comment.
I got December 9th calls and they're not moving.
It is almost back to $25, which has recently been a nice little buy point because it keeps bouncing off of it.
I just want to say that it's still like down like 4% from where it was like on Friday and like last week. So it's not exactly going hog wild.
I feel like if you own GameStop, you should buy Nintendo also, please.
Please, like, I need you to buy Nintendo.
Does anybody have those GME 237 calls for January 20th?
237? Like $237?
Yes, $237.
Yeah,
Is that one of
those
Hardy's
popped a
like
while back,
gamma
and then
plays or something?
Yeah, it was one
You're
of
not
Hardy's.
expecting it to get there, right?
No, I'm not expecting it. I just got one just for the fuck of it.
No, you're just riding the IV when it pops.
I've bought and sold those a couple of times already and made money.
Please tell me that's not worth any more than like 1 cent.
6 cents.
Yeah. At the time, I think when I.
All right, yeah, go Human Genome.
I think I bought them at 6 or 7 cents, and then it went up to like 12 cents, and I sold them. It was good.
Did you get yourself the big Hershey bar from the candy machine after that win?
They actually jumped to like 50 cents, and the market got halted, and then they dropped.
All right.
I think we can probably wrap it up.
You guys
Just one
feeling like
last,
wrapping it up?
one
Yeah.
last thing on the on somebody was asking about Rivian pulling shares from Tesla. Two things on that. One, we've talked about this 100 times. You need the infrastructure to back it up. So Tesla currently has all the charging stations owned until Rivian starts putting its own charging stations everywhere, you're not going to see a big pull from Tesla's ownership. 2, until Rivian fixes their fucking steering wheels from falling off, I don't want to hear about the fucking company.
Okay, well, we appreciate the insight.
Oh, lots of anger that one.
Boy, this guy definitely
Sorry.
had some.
Yeah, I don't know
I mean,
if
like,
you.
if you're gonna build a fucking car, make sure that the steering wheel doesn't fall off.
Yeah, can you? Hey, Nedley, while you're on that topic, can you go ahead and PM Elon and just ask him where the heck his truck is at? Because we're all waiting on that. Closet's like
Yeah.
sitting there for a long time.
Fucking Cybertruck.
I need
And,
to live, so I really could use the Cybertruck, little camper.
Yeah,
I just
so
want,
before
like-
you come in, just keep that in mind. Just want to say.
So the truck is cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm about the 4-wheeler in the back of that truck though, and 100%. I'm not even joking. If Tesla releases an electric 4-wheeler that looks like that, I think that thing's gonna come off the fucking shelves.
They already released that 4-wheeler,
I
and for
didn't-
the
what?
Cybertruck, yeah. They definitely released that 4-wheeler. You could buy it with those when it came out. But
What? How do I not
as
know
for the
this?
Cybertruck, they did pre-orders for like $200 a pop. I want to know, did they issue refunds or is that still just out there?
No, they did offer you the opportunity to get refunds, like at a certain period, and then they said like we're still planning to come out with it this year. I still don't know where the truck's at, but somebody wants to let me know where the production, if they're producing them or not.
The
Just wait for Tesla to finish. Just wait for Tesla to finish all their recalls before they go out with the truck and get all its recalls.
That's the other thing that we need to keep thinking about is like, we're in the very first stages of EV development, right? I mean, we have hybrid vehicles that are pretty perfected, but electric vehicle wise, there are so many issues that are going to come out of these products, whether they need to be recalled or whatever. So just be careful before you start, doing plays with these electric vehicle companies. Tesla is a different story because it's all over the place, and Musk, is the one running it. But with Rivian, with Fisker, like, be patient.
I looked up the 4-wheeler and I don't see an adult version, but maybe I'm missing it. I see a kid's version, and guess what? It's been recalled.
I did post it to the chat, by the way, guys, or the comments. So speaking of EV movement, do you guys feel like Ford and other players like Chrysler and whatnot can take out, and we should add Toyota in there, do you think that they will take out Tesla's opportunity to capture the audience of the EV movement? And do you feel like this these other plays where essentially you have the charge stations and stuff that have relationships with Tesla, that Ford and the works are going to basically find other suppliers to go forward? Or are they going to go with the charging stations that Tesla aligned with?
So I think we talked about this. I want to say, I don't know, opinion 2 weeks back, that Ford the time it takes for Ford to get an F-150 off the rack, so off the conveyor line, is 43 seconds. They build an F-150 every 43 seconds. So when the time comes, if they convert those factories to be able to build their EVs, they will pump out an electric vehicle every 43 seconds. Now, the railways run right into these factories. So distribution, like Musk has facilities for Tesla built all over the place, but not like Ford and GMC.
I mean, you can pay a small fee to go take a tour of the River Rouge production plant and watch your F-150 getting made.
Yeah. So it's, if we're talking about, crunch time here, if you actually got the electric vehicles integrated into Ford systems so that the robots are making electric vehicles instead of their gas-powered ones, and, their engineers get it down to a science of, a minute or less, I think they're going to take over the market at some point, but how efficient is it going to be? I mean, Ford still has recalls on 2018 vehicles that they're discovering now. So,
yeah, well, I mean, recalls aren't really as bad as people make them out to be. I mean, and especially now when a lot of these recalls can be fixed by over-the-air updates, they're not a huge concern. But yeah, like Ford. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh no, I was going to say you're absolutely right, Opinion. That's the plus side of these electric vehicles. Is a lot of these updates, a lot of these fixes are just a Wi-Fi fix. They just update the computer. Whereas, let's say you have a Subaru from 2020 and it's got a bad chassis. It's like, well, fuck. Now we got to take the whole vehicle into the shop and repair it.
Look, on a macro level, Ford has survived 2 world wars, the Great Depression, the consolidation in the automobile industry,
right?
Competition from cheap Japanese cars, competition from cheap Korean cars, competition from Elon Musk. They have more experience than anyone in dealing with adversities and challenges than anyone else, I think, in the automobile industry. And I see them continuing their trend of making it. And Absolutely. They have and in comparison to Tesla has like what, an 80 PE ratio of 80, and Ford has a PE ratio of 5 or 6 or something like that. So at some point, those two PE ratios are going to converge. But I mean, long term, I don't see Ford going anywhere unless they do something really, really, really stupid, which so far they haven't done.
I mean, they provided material to our enemy during World War II, so I don't think you can get much stupider than that.
And OK Helicopter was telling us back not too long ago that basically, essentially, the Ford F-150, right when they get on the lot, they sell like within seconds.
Yep.
And they haven't been able to produce them for a minute due to supply chain constraints. And one could argue that there is a supply chain constraint or not, because I guess if you talk to certain people, ports are open. So it is really all speculation right now. But the real question at the end of the day is, how high will Tesla hold up the market before it dumps the SPY? That's the real question.
So speaking of companies that can't die and atrocities during World War II, I'd like to point out Siemens, which is ticker SIEGY, who got their start making gas chambers for the Nazis.
Siemens actually has some very interesting cancer robotics coming out that I recommend everyone to look at. And when we talk about accuracy, we're talking like brain surgery and heart surgery, which is, you don't just want a robot working on your brain or your heart. So they're coming out some really nice.
Doesn't get much more accurate than neurosurgery, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, you either kill the brain or you help the brain, right?
Just gonna put this out there, you got to get your geniuses and profit from somewhere.
Yeah, didn't we import a whole bunch of Nazis to work in NASA?
No, I'm just saying the company can't die given their foundation. That's all I'm saying.
Scientists or not, or smart, intelligent people. I still feel Ford is a boomer stock, kind of like IBM. I don't feel IBM has any like innovation by any means. And I don't feel Ford has it either. So
IBM.
Wait, what were you playing today?
IBM is a law company. They just collect patents and sue people. They don't do shit.
Yeah, their new CEO hasn't done crap. I saw him 3 years ago, and I'm just curious what he's doing. I think one could argue that about AT&T too, but I think they call them boys clubs, and I think they'll always stay in the boys clubs.
I don't know if I can get behind the IBM sentiment wholly. Their quantum stuff apparently is looking pretty good.
Cool. So is Google. So is Microsoft. So is
yeah. But I'm saying like IBM competes with Google, and Google's top of the market. So like you're talking about number 1 and number 2.
Are you talking about cloud computing? Because I swear that Amazon,
about
Microsoft, and
quantum computing.
Yeah, quantum computing. Okay, cool. Solve a couple problems, and then you run out of problems to solve. I mean, technically, everything's going to go down to the micro quantums. That's been the obvious point. Quantum computing is cool on the surface when it got first started, but if you actually look into it, you'll see that there's not much room for it right now.
Okay, so IBM bought Red Hat just a few years ago.
Red Hat was dying. Red Hat was dying.
Okay, yeah, and by doing so, significantly expanded their services division, and they have the same the same modus operandi as HP Enterprise does. Reporting today, I think, where they have you can build your own team of developers and rent them for a couple of years, and they have all of the backing of compute farms, hardware, whatever, so you can get an all-in-one, like, controlled, even background checked, and what do they call that, where you need a clearance? You can get people with government clearance levels to work on your projects, and IBM offers it all in one big, several million-dollar contract.
Cool. So
okay, you're all forgetting something very important about IBM, and that's the AS400. If you don't know what an AS400 is, then you don't need to be discussing IBM. If you do know what it is, then you know IBM pretty much is it, and it's not fucking going anywhere. So,
nope. Every U.S. government entity runs off of that AS400.
Sure, and
the other thing about IBM that a lot of people are forgetting is their machine and AI learning that has increased the accuracy of weather forecasts worldwide by approximately 10% accuracy as a whole, and sometimes even 15 and 20% accuracy. If you ever watch the Weather Channel, you're watching IBM.
I mean, there's a good chance you're touching IBM when you do anything electronic in some capacity.
I would like to say Glassfish can go away soon, though. Please.
Can I just say that you're going to have, this is what's going to happen to the EOL, if I may present that for you guys, is you're going to have basically people that don't give, I'll put it nicely, don't want to learn the programming language, right? It's the same thing that happened to SAP until they automated their solutions. And I feel like that's the same battle that IBM will have. They're going to have just an outdated programming team, regardless of the Red Hat solution, of the contractors they want to hire. And you can assume that, I mean, these programming jobs are a dime a dozen, and they have a very short-term lifespan because people get bored, especially with old legacy systems. I just don't see the sale.
So right now, a lot of their business still runs on Glassfish, which is in Java. But part of the acquisition of Red Hat is they made a huge Kubernetes turnover, basically, and so now they're all adopting Go. So I don't know, you can keep shitting on IBM if you want, but I can probably give you more reasons they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah, I never said they're not going to go anywhere. I just said they're not going to be as relevant. I mean, Google has Go before them, so they're just jumping on the bandwagon. If we look at it from hindsight.
Well,
I think what they're learning from doing a whole global forecasting model, and what in the past a company could only do a continent at a time, and they are now able to functionally do the entire globe. They're learning stuff that other companies have not even breached. And if they can monetize that, IBM is going to be around for a long time and making profits. Call it a boomer stock if you want, but they're doing stuff that other companies haven't been able to figure out how to do. And they're slow and clunky at getting to it, but they're doing it.
Okay, but you guys are forgetting that Google was already ahead of this. Amazon's already ahead of this. I don't see the sale here. I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. I'm just literally calling it how it is here.
What?
So,
who else can run a global forecast 5 times a day?
The forecast is cool. I didn't know about the forecast.
Google.
IBM at the end of the day, to me, is the AS400. If you've ever been in a hospital, if you've ever done anything financial, pretty much at all, any banks, anything, any finance. In fact, half the fucking trading platforms that we use probably use an AS400 on the back end. It's literally anything finance is using an AS400.
Hey, Wacky.
It's got IBM's name on it.
Wacky, if I needed to maintain a Glassfish system running on an AS400, should I call Google for that?
No, I'm going to call IBM.
Wait, how about Amazon?
No, it's going to be IBM.
Weird. How about HPE?
Sure. Okay. You could argue that, but I'm still going to say it's an SAP outdated legacy system. And SAP had to basically change their routes.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, but there's a reason that, like, fucking when COVID popped off, they were looking for COBOL engineers, right? Like, the world, literally the entire planet is running on those legacy systems, and everybody's fucking missing it. Like, I'm not kidding, dude. The AS400 is literally everything.
And is actively looking to retrain developers on a new system based on Kubernetes.
Yes.
So like,
I'm just saying they're not going anywhere. I would not consider it a boomer stock simply because they control finance. Like,
I'm not arguing that they're not going to go. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they're dying tomorrow by any means. I just think they're slow to the race, and that they're going to have a lot of catch up to do. You can argue they're learning new technologies and they're implementing new ways. I mean, we could say that about Micron. We can say that about HP even. We could say that about Dell. But at the end of the day, it's the slowest cart doesn't always win.
Speaking of, look at their damn 3-year chart right now. IBM is killing it.
The fastest car doesn't always finish the race, and this is like it's
Sure, but they get to make mistakes faster, and their R&D is over quicker, so they get to move on to the next thing, which is the future. Anybody who stays in the past has never made it in this world, and that's just a
but
fact.
who's the competitor? NVIDIA
With IBM, NVIDIA is not a competitor.
Okay, so who's the competitor in the market?
I would say a company like HPE is a much better comparison as a competitor than any of the Googles or Amazons or NVIDIAs.
I see. Thank you. I'll look it up.
So I will digress from my opinion about IBM, but I will state that they're basically going from legacy systems, old legacy systems they can't find programmers for, and then moving on to newer age Kubernetes, as you like to say, or Golang. And at the end of the day, like they're just playing catch up. I just don't see the play here. I really don't.
Java is not yet a fucking legacy programming language.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about their old system they had before.
The Glassfish and the AS400, the thing that Waukik and I are talking about, runs on the JVM.
Okay.
Well, okay. It can. The stuff that I've done in the AS400 was VRPG, and so VRPG is proprietary for AS400. Like, it's a ASNA product. ASNA is a company.
Yeah, the Glassfish is, I guess for the rest of you, kind of a web server layer that is designed by IBM to kind of be like vertically integrated in their software stack to run on those machines, or I should say run in tandem with those machines, and that's where you have like big groups of contractors still coming in to maintain. Like, it's kind of like you might have a proper system now that uses JavaScript, but you're calling into an old system that's still running Fortran.
Yeah. That's what we do. We write .NET, but it calls into a VRPG system that accesses the DB2 that's the AS400.
Yep.
So that's an important distinction too that I think a lot of people miss, is that the AS400 itself has its own database type. It's DB2. It's not SQL. And so if you're dealing with an AS400, if you're dealing with IBM stuff, you're dealing with DB2, and that's a whole different thing, right? Like, that's not SQL. So you're talking in terms of what I do every day. It's a big deal.
Speaking of big deals.
God damn, Luce, I'm happy to see
There
you.
he is.
Hey, look at Billy. Has anyone seen that? Up 22%.
This is that fancy shit you were talking about earlier. I didn't understand, right?
Oh, yeah. And I'm getting a little seller's or closer's remorse because I could have made a lot more.
Speaking of IBMs, Lockheed Martin just announced that their dividend is rising. Get it? IBMs? Intercontinental ballistic missiles? No? Nobody? All right, I'll go fuck
Listen, you gotta say it like OK Computer does.
If you have to explain the joke, it's not fun.
Or the room is too young.
I'm not young.
Or it's not funny.
Yeah.
I'll take that overwhelming silence as it wasn't funny.
But
Christmas at Ground Zero for you.
So I'm seeing some odd movement in the markets. Markets are down, but a lot of the meme stocks, the high flyers, are up. So I don't buy that.
The S&P dropped because the U.S. announced that they're going to help Ukraine rebuild.
Why would that go down? That's
Yeah, I don't think that. I think it's just down. It probably has more to do with China.
It was right at 10 o'clock when CNBC printed the story.
It sounds bullish.
I like your avatar
it was
loose,
already
getting
dropping.
darker and darker.
Yeah, S&P was already dropping. It's
I mean,
that's
I've had,
not. You're looking
I've
for
had the
one
S&P
specific
dropping
event. That's
for
not why.
weeks, just to be clear. I think they just use that as an excuse, which is how I feel about most news related to the stock market.
I like that we're talking about Luce's avatar. What's
what was said? Somebody said it looked like Jay Leno.
Yeah, it looks like darker and darker, but yeah, it kind of looks like Jay Leno a little bit from afar.
Yeah, so I was like, let me make it blue violet, and then suddenly it won't look like Jay Leno anymore. You know,
I don't know.
I mean, to be
Colors.
truthful, do we know what Jay Leno
white.
looks like?
Yeah, he's white. So
Well, he got
no,
burnt, so he got burnt.
no, he got burnt really badly. He's getting plastic surgery and stuff. He's all fucked up.
It looks like
So
that
we
guy
don't even
from
know what he looks like.
Yeah, I'm
but a
buying
younger
puts.
version.
I'm buying puts. Ticker LENO. Leno.
What happened to Leno? I must have missed it.
Puts on
He was in a car fire, but his face didn't get burned that much. It was mostly like his hands and appendages that got burnt.
I mean, that's quite sad news.
Yeah, his hands really got messed up. I mean, it looks like that they took the brunt of the fire or whatever, but his face looked like it was okay. It looked a little singed, but not bad.
He's already out of the hospital. He's fine.
Was he drunk driving or?
I don't know what caused it. I've just been catching the news drops every now and then. But he just got released like yesterday, I think.
He was working on a car in his.
Yeah, he was working on one of his cars in his collection. And I don't know if it was Steam. Was it a Steam car?
Yes, it was. It was a Steam car.
Yeah, so he got pretty burnt out.
So for you IBM bulls out there, I'm curious, where do you see it in 2023 of December?
The same place with AS400 controlling the entire financial market.
Oh, sorry, I meant the price point.
My bad.
Oh, IBM's had a good run over the past 2 months. 1 month. Holy shit.
So you guys realize that IBM has the control over literally every single messaging and higher frequency trading use of apps. They literally have the contract.
Yeah, I'm learning that today. I'm learning that today. I'm learning that today. But to be fair, some of you guys are a little bit more grandfathered in than me. So I want to say one thing though, that it does remind me of SAP. I think that is a fair argument, right? Because SAP had the same problem.
No, IBM. In order to become a financial institution in the US or anywhere in the world, you have to use IBM servers. It's
Oh my God, we're still on this.
Yeah, you have to use it. Like, there's no
the
ifs or
guy.
buts about it. There's no
Where do you
one else who
live?
can do it.
Where do you live?
IBM. What?
Like what country do you live in?
I live in the US of A.
Okay, I didn't know. But I'm pretty confident that people overseas are going to be telling you the same thing, right? Like if you're financial at all, you're going to be using IBM.
Yeah, the world over.
Yeah,
have
like
to use
everybody's
IBM.
going
They interact directly with the Fed, their systems, and they're not going anywhere.
I stand corrected. I will say that I've watched a couple of their calls and also their live events. And I will say that the CEO guy pushes their stuff like it's the next biggest, hottest thing. And I just feel like there's not enough innovation coming out of there. But obviously they're grandfathered in, as I've learned today. And I will digress from my platform and will say that they are still a boomer stock in my head. However, they do have a lot of control, and they've been in bed with a lot of people. So they're not going anywhere. My question is, they are sitting at about 146. Their high was 163 back in 2018. What are they going to be next year, do you guys think?
200.
200.
We're okay. Fuck all this opinions and can Wall Street Bets predict prices? Where are the multiples guys? Are there any valuation guys here? Like anyone?
Yo.
Yo. Can we talk multiples? Can we actually talk valuation for once? I mean, I'm not trying to rain on people's parades, but
it's not
like
sexy.
Valuation and multiples.
It's not sexy, except for when you say debt to EBITDA real quick.
We tried to talk value investing loose. It didn't go too hot.
No, that's because I wasn't here. So okay, I'll make it nice and hot. All right, so I just real quick, high level overview. I like to look at free cash flow first and foremost, and EBITDA, because when I see companies that have good free cash flow and EBITDA, I go, damn, that's a good company. So that's what I want to look at. Synchrony Financial is looking pretty nice. That's my favorite financial stock right now.
Fucking dying over here.
Where do you want the EBITDA to be?
Don't EBIT die. Whoever said they're EBIT dying. So I look at debt to EBITDA. So I'm looking at leverage, and I'm looking at enterprise value to EBITDA as well. Enterprise value, for those who don't know, it is market cap minus cash plus debt, and it represents value that a company could theoretically be acquired for, because the debt has value and the cash will be paid to shareholders. So, and if you don't know, now you know. So enterprise value to EBITDA, debt to EBITDA, and for bigger companies, for sizable companies, as in not the small distressed companies, I look for debt to EBITDA of under 3 times, or at least looking forward. And then free cash flow, I look at free cash flow yield as free cash flow divided by enterprise value. And I want like bare minimum 5%. And if it's 5%, the company better be growing double digits. I don't want no screw up. So yeah, that's what I look at. Does anyone want to talk valuations, multiples?
What the fuck are you even talking about?
I'm talking about your kids.
I mean,
did something change on Visa?
I got one. One of the highest dividend paying stocks out there, Verizon. I would absolutely put some stock in Verizon and hold on to that shit until the end of time.
I have a play for you. Instead of just buying the stock and collecting the dividend, which is 6.8%, which is very juicy.
Yep.
I am selling fairly wide put credit spreads. And the goal is whatever the premium, the annualized premium I'm getting on those put credit spreads should be substantially higher than the dividend yield. And as long as,
I said, I get it. I get what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. So like right now, say you sold at the money put credit spreads for January. Strike 38 is 24% annualized return. So you protect that with the strike 30 put, right? Which is very, very wide, and you're not going to be protected that well if the stock plummets, right? But if you were holding the stock, you'd be in a far worse position, right? So
correct.
Let's say you sell. Okay, so you sell the strike 38s at the money, 24% covered return. Buy the strike 30 to protect. That's about a 2% covered return. Just do some quick math. 24 minus 2%. You're getting a 22% annualized return on selling those at the money covered put spreads versus buying the stock and getting it and locking a 6.8% dividend yield. Pretty damn good in my opinion. So that's actually what I'm doing.
That's pretty fucking incredible, actually.
If you would have bought Dole with the rest of us, you'd be sitting at 25%.
Oh yeah, if I would have guessed on a stock price instead of being smart and selling options.
How
locking
dare
in
you, Beast,
premiums.
not be
I'm an
a
insurance company
not be
slash
not be
casino,
a
baby.
This is a Wendy's.
I mean, Dole has done pretty good.
A
And it
lot of stocks have
appears,
done pretty well over the past couple months. Like pick a stock, pick a random high flyer stock. Same thing.
yeah, but the only reason why Dole was beaten the hell down was because of their debt load. But it appears that they have that well under control.
Define well under control. Is low EBITDA going forward well under control? Low free cash flow.
Well, if you're servicing the debt that doesn't even come due till 5 years from now or 3 years from now, then you're in a pretty good place.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I don't know what your term would be, whether it's cigar butt or what, but
No,
the one
I wouldn't.
thing they had really bad going for them, they've actually worked really well on, or worked well towards.
Okay, so I feel like a broken record when I say this, but I'm going to say this until every person in the universe understands. Why would you buy a company that has higher debt than another company, any other company, but it has the same or lower free cash flow generation? So, in other words, why would you buy a company that's more highly leveraged than a company that's trading at a better valuation with low leverage?
Yes, that's the only reason why I would do that is if I was looking at a company that only had like 15 or 20% market share, and then due to taking on the debt, they take 40% of the worldwide market share of the industry that they're in. That's the only reason why I would do it.
But it
that's
still
the
comes down to
AMD Intel
valuation.
play, right?
What's that, Zeph?
That's the AMD Intel play. AMD historically had terrible financials, but when you were looking at
That's
the
true.
semi-productions that they transitioned towards, that's the entire story. That's how you made money off of that transition to the semis market.
But they went in a high growth mode and they had damn good management and they were following a trend. All Dole did was capture a bunch of market share by leveraging to the tits. Their growth is in. That's it. They're not going to have AMD growth.
Well, we'll see what happens now that they can control price in the marketplace too. They might be able to eliminate some other competitors.
Oh, but now you're dealing with global currencies. You're dealing with global governments. Dole is all
Yes,
over
but
the
they've
place.
addressed that. They've hired currency people, so they're taking less of a hit on that currency transfer.
Here's what I'm saying. You have more surefire bets all over the markets right now with better valuations and lower debt. That's what I'm saying. Opportunity costs. I'm going to say it like every day that I'm on. Opportunity costs, people. Like, not saying this isn't a bad stock and you shouldn't put money into it. But I am literally making the bet that, hey, if you think there's 20% upside to Dole, I think I could get other stocks with 50% upside. And therefore, I'm ignoring Dole. I don't care about Dole. That's how I look at it. Maybe some of you are saying, 20%, that's really damn good. That beats the average market returns. And congratulations. I remember what it was like to be boring and poor. But
So just
I
to
want
clarify,
the big
You
returns.
touched on, yes,
The
you
big
just
ones.
said something else there, the poor part. So when us
Yeah.
poors are trying to find stock that's under under $20, under $10, and we're looking for a valuation and we're looking at value stocks and whatnot, it gets really limited. Eventually, you're going to have to find something that's like, wow, good company, good marketplace, but man, their debt load fucking sucks.
Oh,
but
no, it's not
there's a lot of
limited, my
potential
friend.
there. So
We're
at the
so not
time,
limited right now. Yeah, there are so many stocks right now that are undervalued and low debt.
Look at different sectors, man. Not everything has to be tech. There are definitely stocks that are valuable.
So I get what you're saying. You're basically saying, why would you buy a company that has a higher debt than any other company, but has some or lower cash flow generation? That's what I got from your sentence. Is that correct? Is that
Yeah,
verbatim?
there are plenty of other factors. And, again, it's not even like, oh, it's a little bit higher debt. It's the valuation is a little bit worse. No, I'm looking at stocks that are just way better in valuation, overall financial stability. Half of me will say, you're gambling and I am the casino, and I'll act like an insurance company, and I like spreads and I like collecting income over the long term, and I go for a minimum 20% a year, and I always hit that target on those strategies because I am the fucking casino. The other half of me is DFV. I want deep value. I don't want a little bit of value. So that's my, I guess you could see that as barbell approach. Where's your guys' DFV? Huh? I like DFV to be inside me. That's what I want.
It's not
Luce, you
there.
can
Do you look at condor strategies or like condor spreads? I mean,
I'll look at selling iron condors here and there, but in this markets, I don't. It's to me the risk reward isn't that attractive.
understood.
something
That's
to be
interesting because I've been
considered. Not everybody here has the bankroll to necessarily play market maker all the time, right?
So that's what I was going to say. Is maybe we need to have two different calls, one for the poors, because I'm in that poors category.
It'd be like two people in the rich person call. Opinion couldn't even participate. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Opinion.
So
no, I yeah, absolutely right. But I am, to be clear, what I'm really, I just mentioned the other part because somebody mentioned Verizon, and I was like, yeah, there's definitely I'm definitely hybrid, right? But I'm leaning into the deep value. Bust out your deep value plays, guys. Like, they are there. Maybe the markets go down some more, so leave some cash. Keep some cash, and maybe the markets go down. You get some damn good discounts.
How do we read deep value in this kind of market sentiment? I just feel like it's so ever changing, if you may, without going on a blanket statement here, that trying to find that low cash flow, as you like to call it, and being able to look at the, as you say, debt to EBITDA, however you pronounce that, and then looking 3 times looking forward, isn't it a little bit skeptical to look 3 times forward? I mean, isn't there like a better bar to reach at this point?
Skeptical? No, that's actually industry standard for like decent sized companies. 3 times, like that's not something I came up with. And most honestly,
but to be fair, we're in a different market, right? So and there's a lot of variables on table, such as like interest rates and like people going from.
So these are standards. You see, that's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
No, I get that.
These are
but
all
let's be
standards.
fair. These standards. I'm not trying to be devil's advocate here. I'm just saying.
It sounds like you are. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is, yes, different markets. The markets are different than what they were. You ask the veterans, the markets aren't that different. The markets do the same thing all the time. And then in the end, the people always talk about value versus growth versus deep value. A lot of strategies will work. You just have to change with the times, right? But it's what people think. It's like, oh, it's a mystery this time. No, it isn't. It really isn't. At some point, the Fed will signal that it's time to pivot. Then look for those damn growth stocks. It's time to go back into growth, baby. The Fed's lowering interest rates again, and more stimmy's coming, or whatever. The economy's looking better right now. What do companies want? What do investors want? They want cash flow. They want yield. That's what they want. They want liquidity. So this is all the same thing. So when it comes to, or this has happened in the past. So when it comes to, all right, how do you find deep value? Just the same way you would have found it in any other market. You look at valuation, you look at cash flow, you look at price to book, liquidation value. What company's stock price is so damn low that the one of the upside risks is that the company gets taken private, that they just liquidate because the company's not doing anything, and the shareholders forced management to liquidate because they realize there's a massive payout. That happens. That was part of DFV strategies. He would look for companies that needed to liquidate, or the shareholders who were forcing the company to liquidate. It's always the same. It's not like this market's no unique market. No, this happened in the past, and the same strategies that worked in the past are going to work now.
So there is a speculation that a lot of proxy votes and shared management and board of directors are basically going to do this kind of thing that you're talking about, where they basically force a lot of companies to liquidate, and that's going to be the biggest play going in 2023. What's your opinion on that?
That's one type of strategy. That's not like I could just pull up a list and be like, oh, here are 12 companies that's going to happen. That's rare. So I'm just listing that as one of the strategies, right? And typically, generally speaking, you're always going to look at valuations. So that's why I bring up the 3 times debt to EBITDA going forward. Free cash flow yield, minimum of 5%. So these are starting points, and then you can go from there, right? So you can change it, you can adjust it however you want. But if you're looking at stocks, you're saying, well, I think it's going to be good because this reason, or I think now Dole can control the price, and I think this company is having a good trend. You're behind all the professionals, all the guys that already know what strategy to employ right now, because they're looking at data, they're looking at the numbers and the valuations, and they know exactly how to take advantage of markets like this.
So
Because
Luz, how do you
they're prepared for the pump, basically, is what it is.
Luz, how do you go about identifying these companies initially?
I like screening for companies. Well, initially, say Square One, right? You have to screen. You have to look at valuation. I like looking at valuation multiples because you start off relatively unbiased. Your initial frame of reference is 100% based on data and not your opinions, right? So I would screen for companies. I would look for that free cash flow yield. I think you could do that on FinViz. You could look at enterprise value to EBITDA. You look at price to book value. That you can do on FinViz too. So you could start with that, and then you don't have much of a choice. You have to consider macroeconomics. Some people say like, no, you don't have to pay attention. Yes, you do. You have to pay attention to liquidity and leverage in the markets, and you have to have an idea of when liquidity will be tightening and when liquidity will be loosening. Right now, writings on the wall, liquidity is tightening, right? That's why all these overvalued stocks are going down. So you have to kind of have an eye for that. Keep your ear to the ground for what the Fed is going to do. And frankly, most of the time, the Fed says exactly what they're going to do. They've been saying that they were going to tighten liquidity for a long time. So if you were in those high growth tech stocks, those high flying stocks, the Fed was telling you better cash out. And a lot of people didn't. Look at Tiger Global, one of the dumbest hedge funds in the history of the world. Like how did they not know what was coming? And they're down like $42 billion, something like $185 million they're losing each trading day. Ridiculous. These guys are like one of the most well-known hedge fund managers in the world, and they fucking suck. So like it's stuff like that, like the writing's on the wall. So that's what you really have to start with. You have to start with macroeconomics and screen using valuation. The most often referred to multiples such as debt to EBITDA, enterprise value to EBITDA, free cash flow yield. Those are evidenced to work, right? Mind you, those are more reliable than PE ratios. Free cash flow yield is actually consistent and reliable. PE ratios are not. And I know everybody always wants to talk PE. They're not that reliable. They're not as consistent. They're an easy, simple metric to look at, but look at the data. Free cash flow yield is more reliable for predicting favorable stock price performance. So I would start with that, and then you have to look at some trends. Semiconductor industry. What does supply and demand look like? Is it worth it to start throwing money at some of those semiconductor companies that look undervalued? You tell me, where are we in the business cycle? Are we still going down in the business cycle? When is the semiconductor business cycle going to revert and start going back up? Probably not until the Fed starts to pivot. So stuff like that you have to be mindful of, and notice that none of those things are opinion based. Like, I'm not trying to predict the newest big product or service or anything like that. I don't think that I know something about an industry that the markets don't. It's macroeconomics, liquidity, right? And then high level business cyclicality, trends in industry, and that's just raw data. That's not opinion based. It's just raw data, supply and demand, and then valuations. So that's what I would start with. Once you get going, you'll develop a pretty extensive screener. Like, I have an extensive screener that I run myself, and I keep track of hundreds of stocks always. So I don't have to go to another screener. I don't have to go to a website. It's all, like in my own model, and I just track that.
All right. Well, then back to your comment about Dole. What would you look at instead of Dole based on your the stocks that you're looking at?
Number one stock, even though it's had a ridiculous run up the past 2 months. First stock I think of is Stellantis, STLA. Let me bring up my little screen here.
I'm up like 15% from when we started talking about that one.
Yeah, my calls are at 100%.
Mopar, baby.
Okay, Stellantis. And then when it comes to valuation multiples, you have to have an idea of what's cheap and what's expensive. So in that, you're just going to learn, over time with experience, what what price would an acquiring company pay for the company you're looking at? That's the basic idea. That's the gist. It doesn't mean that every single company you ever look at will get acquired, but that's used as a cue for the markets. That's the standard. Private equity, hedge funds, big like capital investment companies that do that, big asset management companies. That's the standard. What should this company, if this company were to be bought, what would the purchase price be? And that'll give you like averages across different sectors, across different industries. So Stellantis, for example, forward-looking, so for 2023 estimates, 0.9 times enterprise value to EBITDA. You got auto manufacturers that are trading at 10 times. Free cash flow yield, 34.5% for Stellantis. 5% is seen as good. So that's madness. That's the highest free cash flow yield of any like reputable company that I have, long-standing company. So if those who don't know, it's a big auto manufacturer based in Europe, and I would call them a cigar butt, but if they pull off their strategy, then they will be, several years from now, it will not be a cigar, but it will not be a company that's going down. It'll be a company that is one of the top 5 EV companies in the world, because they already are right now. They're like number 3, and they're catching up to Volkswagen in Europe. So yeah, the play is at some point they will be an EV company rather than a legacy auto manufacturer, but the markets are punishing them so hard for currently being a legacy auto manufacturer, which is silly to me, because you look at Ford and GM and a lot of those US auto companies, and they're valued way higher than Stellantis, but they sell far fewer electric vehicles. So Stellantis is a mystery to me, why the market's valuing it so low.
The nice thing about Stellantis is, correct me if I'm wrong, but they also have the #1 best-selling gasoline car, that Peugeot, that's like the #1 seller in Europe.
Not to mention they have the Challenger, which for the first time just outsold the GM Camaro and the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, they do have some of the popular cars. Honestly, I don't even like like some of those cars that are popular in the US that they sell. But one of the cases to me that I like to point out is, if the legacy auto business is, if that's the big bad part of this company, right? And that theoretically, that's why this company could go down. Delete their entire legacy auto business from their valuation, from their financials. Take it all away. All the sales, all their net income, all their free cash flow, right? And the company's still undervalued. You can't say that about too many companies. Like, just completely erase like half of their profits, over half of their profits, and they're still trading at a deep value. That's crazy to me.
That's why I'm DCAing into them.
Yeah, well, we were talking about them when they were what, 11, 12? And now they're 15? Yep. 15, 22.
Good return.
Let's just go ahead.
You're good.
I was just going to say on Stellantis. So they are legacy car companies, you mentioned. And you said if you delete their legacy car company profits and debt, they are still trading at a deep value. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I would say they're still trading at a good value. Yeah, yeah. And then deep value if you're very forward looking. I'm talking like several years out.
And just out of curiosity, how many plants do they have?
Oh, I don't know. Many. not
okay,
sure.
But it's enough. It's enough to compete with Ford and stuff, correct?
Oh yeah, they're bigger. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
They're one of the world's largest.
You have to break it down by individual companies.
Jeep.
Yeah, Jeep and Dodge, those cars don't sit. I mean, you can ask, okay, helicopter, he could probably tell you better, but those Mopars don't sit. The Jeep, they don't sit, and they're marking them up, and they're flying off the shelves. The Dodge Demon is like, it's like 150,000, and it's hard to find.
Luz, I do want to thank you for that Stellantis play, man. I'm up 32% on that total.
Everyone's
it's a really
sleeping on
great
it
play.
because it's boring. I don't know. Like, this is the value that I'm talking about. Like, when people
That's
talk about
gotten
value
played
plays,
too, by the way.
deep value, like, you guys are sleeping on stocks that you think are boring or whatever. And then you got a couple guys here that picked up on Stellantis when I did, and we're just sitting pretty. We're like, oh, are the markets in trouble? Oh, I didn't notice that. How sad.
No, that's.
I did have a.
Stellantis has had a run the last year. I just picked it up because I like the car back in the day. Yeah, it's been doing very well.
I think he said it's doing very well.
If you just went straight options, when Luce said to pick it up, you should be up like 86% or something like that.
Yeah,
I
I just
reading
bought the shares. I just bought the shares. I'm up 30, just north of 30% from what Luce said.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put some shares in my Roth IRA for sure.
So my
around 84% right now.
Nice. So my trade has been, and it'll continue to be this, I'll just adjust it and roll, has been I'm selling puts or put spreads, depending on how much money I can get from those. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to sell put spreads. Selling put spreads, if I get a sign, no problem. Forward dividend yield should be above 5%, which is very nice. Don't look at past because it's different for them. It's variable, but it should be maybe around 5%, maybe higher. So if I get a sign, no problem. I'll dollar cost average. If European markets crash, fantastic. I'm gonna quadruple my position. Just big balls. But in addition to those, obviously the desire is to get a sign. I have a little FOMO because I've been selling those puts and those put spreads, and I haven't been assigned, and I just keep collecting premium, but I really wanted the shares. But that's okay because I coupled that with calls for January 2024. And at this point, they're starting to tick up a bit, but I am looking at January 2025 calls as well. I'll put it this way. Typically, I want to make damn good money on a stock within 2 years. Stellantis is the only stock that I'm considering a longer time horizon because it could take a long time for them to come out on top as one of the biggest, hottest EV companies there is. That could take several years, and I'm okay with that because it does look like a very deep value. The more forward-looking you are. So the calls for January 2025, those might be good. The spreads kind of suck right now. So I would caution on that if that's the play you want. But all considered, if they start to execute on the strategy and the investors if they get that signal that they are indeed executing on that strategy, that signal could be the catalyst before they actually achieve what they're trying to achieve, which might take 2, 3, maybe 4 years, right? So the signal could be a sharp catalyst. Stock's trading at 15.24 now. I wouldn't be surprised if it went up to like 30, 45 within the next year or two. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
I looked at those same calls that you're talking about now. The reason I bought shares was just to not get negative exposure to the dividend. But you're starting to sell me on those calls based on that movement.
I wanted those calls because I do think it's deep value, but I'm going long term on those for damn sure. I honestly didn't expect this recent run up. Like, I can't explain the recent run up. I don't know why it happened. Markets are starting to, investors are starting to go bargain shopping, like in Europe, maybe. I don't know. Because Barclays is another one of those stocks I was watching that was trading at a pretty good discount, but they had some issues, right? But that stock price has been up like it's the same as Stellantis over the past couple of months. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe markets are starting to increase exposure in Europe.
Yeah, I took my initial profits off of the Barclays and went into Microsoft and Visa.
Yeah, I
They
really
were
like
both.
both of those for long term, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they were both on your watch list when we were talking before.
Has your opinion on Intel changed at all, Luce? Because I want to really add that to my long-term hold portfolio. But every time I'm about ready to pull the trigger on this thing, someone gives me even more bearish DD on Intel, and I'm like, maybe it'll go even lower. And so, like, I keep waiting.
Nope.
I probably shouldn't time the market.
Opinion hasn't changed. Literally, a friend of mine, like I spent like 20 minutes explaining to a friend this morning, like, let me tell you why Intel isn't going to, why the value investors that used to be in love with Intel are gone, and they're not coming back until X, Y, and Z happens. And it's cash flow, it's CapEx is too high, and the semiconductor chip business cycle is set to trough. So it's going down, which means prices will come down, stock prices will come down. So until that changes, which is, I think the two biggest factors are, as always, Fed pivot, right? And that's not going to happen within the next few months. Let's face it. So it's going to take a while for that to happen, and then the business cycle for semis can get back on the up and up, right? So that's crucial. That needs to happen in my view, and well, historically, that's based on historical evidence that needs to happen. The other part, unfortunately, is Intel is not the same company or stock that it used to be. Even when they were losing market share, you still had very fat margins and you had solid free cash flow to support the dividend. You don't have that anymore. And instead, you have high CapEx, you have negative free cash flow, and you have a CEO that I believe is too aggressive. And he needs to be a little more conservative, because demand destruction, well, actually, no, erase that term. I shouldn't say that. The supply squeeze for semiconductor chips is over. And for anybody that says, oh, no, but EVs are going to come in, production of EVs and all these other things, Internet of Things, and we're going to need more semiconductor chips. It's the same thing every business cycle. It was the internet. It was computers. It was mobile devices. It's the same thing. This happens every single business cycle, yet those stock prices still fall because it's the same business cycle that happens all the time. Fill in the blank for whatever the new hot technology, hot product is. So that's what I see. Unfortunately, they have a CEO that isn't that conservative. So I want him to change his tone. And I think that's what, like, Intel's going to be on my watch list for years because I know what the company can do. But until I see a Fed pivot and I see a pivot from the CEO, I'm not touching the shares because the financials are not there anymore.
Well, I'm DCAing in, so basically I'm buying low while they're sorting their shit out. So the other thing about Intel is, like, the government that I work at, the federal government is mandating that we use certain chips in our servers, and they have mandated the Intel chip because we do stuff with the Air Force, and they didn't want the NVIDIA and the AMD chips in the server, which is weird. I don't understand it, but we had to cancel our order and reorder the new servers to all Intel chips.
That is weird.
It's mostly showboating. There was a thing that Congress passed. Like, I had a Huawei router that I felt perfectly fine with, but you're not allowed to have a Huawei device connected to the internet anymore. So my ISP had to come and make me stop doing that. But either way, because of that bill, there's a lot of other places that were like, no, we're going to go all American too. Which, if the Intel Xeon series weren't also one of the best server processors on the planet, they would probably think more closely about. But because the cost differential isn't that different and the performance is just as good or better, a lot of places have made that decision as well.
I will say that the IT director said that our use of power is going to be reduced with the new ones.
And at the end of the day, TSM is going to be the one that just capitalizes on all of this. I mean, I was reading the thing about how, Buffett was investing in them and everything. And obviously, with the chip shortage, every time you're seeing something, on the news where Biden's like talking about it and, our microchip shortage and then everything when he appeared at the EV expo, I was just like, okay. So given with this, and then on top of that, with all of the hoopla, with Tesla jumping into phones and everything, it's like, it's exactly what, when I was listening to Loose Venture just go over, and he's like, well, it's the same thing that's happened years before. And I'm like, well, yeah, he's right. It's just I think this is the first time I've ever seen it hit back to back like that.
I mean, if you want to talk TSM versus Intel, you're basically talking about like a company that makes mopeds versus a company that makes like diesel trucks, right? Like, okay, yeah, it's kind of the same thing as wheels and a motor and stuff, but like that, Intel's not interested in Fortnite players.
That's why they lost market share.
Oh, sure. I'm no doubt about it.
And now they're trying to say, never mind, we are interested in Fortnite players.
Right.
Right.
They're the ones that make the mopeds in this example, right?
Bed Bath and Beyond is up like 12%. Looks like it's starting its descent though.
Beyond Meat?
The Beyond Earnings quality.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Is that stock not banned?
Hey, this is a free world.
Oh, okay.
2.0. Yeah.
This other stock that's squeezing, but I don't know. I don't know what it's
Bed
called.
Bath and Beyond and Bye Bye Baby were in the news again today because they were selling some baby bottle or cup or something that got recalled, and the stupid media kept saying not the manufacturer's name, but the place that they were sold. So Bye Bye Baby and Bed Bath and Beyond were kind of taking a hit in the media a little bit.
That company doesn't need the media's help to take a hit.
No, but they were getting extra help. They were lubing them up today.
In other news, can I talk about this post that's on the top of WallStreetBets right now?
Oh no.
The fastest housing slowdown on record. My favorite part about this chart is it doesn't include the 07-08 meltdown. So it's like the fastest housing slowdown on record if we exclude the fastest one.
That's literally that's how everyone is looking at charts these days. Like, let's do some back testing. Let's look at this. Hey, this strategy worked over the past 10 years. Wow, that means it's evidence now and forevermore.
Right. And people just eat it up.
Zoom out.
In the legal field, we call that precedent.
Counterpoint. If I include things that don't match my DD, I could be wrong in the eyes of people. And that's not why I wrote the DD.
And then you get less karma. So that's not good. Because people would rather have karma than gains.
I like gains.
Up.
Is it fucked up or is it fucked down?
They're getting fucked down. I'm fucking it up.
I'm just glad my Elon Musk post went viral, so that way my top karma post on WallStreetBets isn't about Bye Bye Baby or Bed Bath and Beyond. Anyway.
Speaking of fucking around in Elon Musk, if anyone's looking for an interesting podcast, highly recommend Risk of Ruin's latest episode on the Twitter going private trade, where he explains how they followed the court case when Elon was basically pretending that he wasn't going to get forced to buy Twitter, and people that were following the case knew he was, and basically made 50% on like a 95% trade.
Yeah, well, as soon as that judge in Wilmington, Delaware got assigned to it, you knew he was going to be forced to buy it because she upholds every deal. Oh, you made a deal? You shook on it? Yeah, that stands. Finances be damned. She makes you stick to the deal.
Well, it's really hard to back out of an M&A deal like this, especially when you publicly go out and say, I'm doing no due diligence. And you put that out as like a public statement. Like, I don't know how you walk that one back.
Our greatest responsibility.
I mean, you literally just said, I'm doing this deal on a YOLO. And it's like, okay, buddy. Got it.
I wonder if that judge watched that one documentary on Netflix, Pepsi, Where's My Jet? And she was like, fuck yeah, a deal is a deal. A deal is a deal.
Oh, she's notorious for it. She's done it with many companies that were trying to back out of deals that were legitimate good reasons to back out. And she's like, no, your lawyer signed the paperwork. You're done. Merge.
Yeah, well, L Brands, like Limited, Victoria's Secret, all those guys, there was a buyout deal on the table for them that they had even accepted. And then the 2020 like COVID crash happened, and the people that were in that deal had to pay L Brands, I think it was $540 million. It was like $500 million is just the breakup fee to like not go through with the deal. And I mean, it was pretty short-sighted because honestly, it was like they broke up due to the COVID crash, which lasted like a couple weeks. It's like, damn.
Speaking of Victoria's Secret, did they report today earnings?
Yeah, I thought they were reporting today because we talked about them yesterday.
Yeah.
Look.
I think they're on Thursday, but I have to check my calendar.
Yeah, I'm driving, so I can't look right now. Sorry.
Victoria's Secret reports tomorrow after hours.
Yeah, Ulta is Thursday.
High flyer I'm looking at for today is Workday. I need to structure a trade to see if it looks good, but the trade that I would be interested in is those ratio double diagonal double calendar spreads, and essentially I'm selling straddles or strangles, it depends. For the weeklies, selling 5, and I'm hedging that with 4 straddles or strangles respectively, expiring either December or January. It might be January at this point. And the trade is stock has moving a lot.
Bro, you losing it. Hear you.
Okay, stock move big. You make money. Stock don't move. You may lose someone. Okay.
While he's
I'll
fixing
translate.
his thing. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll translate. He said basically he'll be right back.
Yeah. While he's fixing that on Workday, I'm short the 170 call and the 125 put for January.
Listen, I got some DD on Workday. My company uses it, so I have to use it. It's absolute trash, which means every company is going to pick it up. So I'm very bullish on that.
Corporations fucking love Workday.
I thought Monday.com was the new thing.
Oh, Monday.com. I'm ready for them to report earnings because I'm definitely doing this trade on them. Workday popped up on my list because some of the big fund managers that I follow picked up some shares. I think it was either Stanley Druckenmiller or Seth Klarman, one of those guys, picked up shares, and I just have no idea why, because I thought Workday was kind of trash, and I thought they were still a bit overvalued, but they started picking up shares, so that made me curious. But it's like Watt Geek said, if a SaaS company is trash, that means a lot of companies are going to start using it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's absolute garbage. I hate it. So we can expect it to be literally everywhere.
I mean, I'm fighting right now with the short call into my Palo Alto play. It's like, God, I gotta wait another 17 days for the theta to suck itself out of this thing.
Oh, I've been bullish on Palo Alto. That's GARP stock right there, growth at a reasonable price.
Yeah, I strangled it like always on earnings, and it's fine.
Sometimes you got to strangle it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. I'm waiting on $37 worth of theta to work itself out, so it's not a huge fucking deal. But just like go down. I need you to go down for one day.
Are you with Theta Gainer?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I'm probably the one who started talking about it the most on here. Once
Oh,
we
take it
started the
easy there,
talks.
Sailor.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Some of us have been around for a while, you see.
No, since we started the fucking talks.
The one thing I will say for Workday, okay, so the reason I'm doing those double diagonals, double calendars, and the reason I'm leveraged to price direction is because that tasty trade style has been taking hits. The just sell volatility through earnings, it's been taking hits. So I think it kind of makes sense, when you consider everything that's going on right now with the markets, and everybody's, really surprised when companies beat, or it's not that bad, and then they're surprised when Target says, oh, we had a bit too much inventory, or Amazon says our margins might go to zero. So I think the tasty trade strategy it's too much risk. It's more risk than it typically has. So that's why I'm doing that leveraged. Basically it is price direction play, but I have a very high chance of making at least a little bit of money.
Yeah, I generally agree with you that it's not as the risk reward isn't as juicy as it is, but I'm also like not a full-time trader, so I'm just taking it a little bit wider and then making more directional plays based on like kind of macro stuff going on. So I'm doing the stupidest thing possible, which is trying to predict where the overall market's going to go and then putting directional plays on the indices. But it's also about sizing, right? Like I'm not betting my fucking house on this, right? This is what I do for funsies between breaks at work.
Also, trying to predict the market's only stupid if you're wrong. If you're right, you're a genius.
It's true.
Fact.
Speaking of being wrong, if you think that Tesla is not going to reach a lower bound and you start selling puts at that range with the idea that you're happy to be assigned the contract, what other ways should I look at doing? Like, obviously I don't know what the fuck Liz is talking about when he's talking about cross diagonal hexagon trades, but like a entry level
rhombus
options trade.
It actually is kind of a rhombus. Now that I think about it.
I mean, anything could be a rhombus when you think about it. Anything in life. Okay, wait. So I'm sorry. Are you trying to make the bet that the stock price won't go below that level, or the opposite?
No. So like when I look at the yearly chart of Tesla, and I think about if it's oversold, the range I would be happy to be assigned and start basically selling puts would be like in the $128 range.
Oh, okay, so you are agreeing with the first thing that I said then. Okay. Yes. I mean, if you're okay with that, I feel like you just answered your own question.
I don't care about the direction of the price. I'm looking at like a range where I would be happy to be assigned the contract, but also happy to just make the premium.
Which you said is 128? Is that right?
Basically anything below 128, I would be happy to be assigned.
Then it sounds like you made up your mind.
Are you searching?
I'm confused. Was there a question or?
Yeah, the question was just selling a put at that level is kind of like entry level thinking. What is a more strategic way to look at a range when you think momentum is still going to be downward?
Is that a strategy to buy stocks?
I mean, essentially, yes. So when you're selling puts like that, you are effectively communicating, I want to be assigned this stock. So you shouldn't be surprised if it does happen, and then you should be okay with it, even if Tesla's stock price really craters, right? It is strategic to sell cash secured puts. It's not wise to sell cash secured puts on stocks that are too volatile. So if Tesla could easily meet that criteria for a lot of people, but some people might be saying, you know what, Tesla at 128, hell yeah, I'll take some, and I don't mind if it dips, another 10, 20, 30% below that, because it's Tesla and I'm in for the long term, whatever the case is, right? But if you do want to protect against some of that volatility, make it a put spread and just protect it with further out of the money put. So you don't
Okay,
have to worry
thank you.
about crazy downside movements.
I just need to do some research on put spreads, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Is like, can you point us to a source where we could learn reliably? Just a website. What's your favorite
Yes.
website for this?
The subreddit WallStreetBets is really good for learning everything. you need to know.
Yes.
I'm currently exploring that avenue, and it's going well for me. I'm just looking for other options.
I would say Tasty Trade. Tasty Trade's good. Like, I don't follow Tasty Trade all the time. I learned a lot from them. I don't follow them that much, but I would cite them as one of the best places to learn because everything's free. They have a shit ton of videos to watch, on YouTube. Yeah, Tasty Trade's, I think it's solid. Like, perhaps the best source of education for people that are new and don't have time to just read a bunch of books.
Well, okay. Follow up question. What's a book?
We are a book. All of us here collectively.
Okay.
You guys can read?
Yeah, I just never heard of a book.
Can I get
I
your
identify as a
opinion
book.
on this?
I read the internet. I don't really know what a book is.
You cook the books.
Hey, Luce, can I get your opinion on something?
Oh, sure.
All right. Let's say, hypothetically, I've got let's say 1,000 shares of Kellogg's at an average price at a price average of $43 a share. Kellogg's trading well above there. In this market, would you just sell covered calls on those 1,000 shares and call it a day? Or what would you do with that to make some money off of it?
Oh, I was just talking. I didn't realize that was my. What was the initial play? What was the initial reason, thesis?
The initial reason is just don't want to realize the entire. I don't want to sell the full 1,000 shares, right?
No. Why did you get into Kellogg's?
Oh,
yeah, initially,
yeah, like stock compensation, right? So, 1,000 shares, $43 average stock compensation for work, right? So now I've got 1,000 shares here, right?
Oh, it's from work. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I mean, if you're, frankly, as Kellogg's, you got a good deal. If you want to generate some income off of that, and there's no lockup period or anything like that, then why not sell covered calls? They have a 3.27% dividend yield. So I would just want to make sure that the covered calls are yielding you on an analyzed basis higher than that 3.27%, which shouldn't be difficult. I don't think Kellogg's stock price is gonna suddenly tank or whatever. I mean, something would really have to go wrong, right? I guess it did through earnings. But maybe it doesn't happen again. They are seen as a defensive stock, so yeah, Kellogg is for the income investor. So I would just make sure, if you're gonna sell the covered calls, make sure you're getting that income. Make sure it's bigger than the dividend, just in case you get assigned out of the stock.
Right. No, that was sort of my take on it as well. Thank you.
You could also make a collar if you're getting enough money on selling the covered calls if you wanted to protect against downside. And then you would factor in the dividend that you would get for continuing to hang on to the shares. In terms of, what are you protected against?
Right. Gotcha. No, thanks.
I would add.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'll just add one more thing. If you are anticipating a pivot for the Fed, sometime next year, and growth is back on the table, Kellogg's is one of the last stocks I'd want to be in. I'd want to lock up cash in. I'll only say that. Yeah, but we, as we've all discussed, we could be far from that point.
And I mean, if you look like Kellogg's, Post, General Mills, all the cereal companies have held up very well in this economic environment because it's cereal. It's just one of those things where it's going to sell.
And children are addicted to cereal, even though it's terrible for their brains. It's great.
So wait, are we bullish on like Kraft in recession because of macaroni and cheese?
I mean, Kraft has traded sideways for like 5 years, dude. But I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not knocking Kraft. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what the play is on it.
I mean, if you're looking at the recession, I would consider like Campbell's Soup. And what's that other potentially terrible idea for an investment? Noodles and Company, NDLS.
What's ramen? What's a publicly traded ramen company? Because I feel like you say Campbell's is expensive, bro. I'm trying to buy some like 75-cent shit if I'm in the middle of a recession. That's some ramen. So
wait, Campbell's Soup is expensive?
I'm saying if I'm in the middle of a recession and I just lost my fucking house, it is. Yes, I'm buying ramen. What's a publicly traded ramen company?
Don't invest in ramen as the prison rates decline in the United States, so does the purchase of ramen.
As the prison rates? Is that what you said?
They would increase during a recession. I
Do
think
you
that's
know
an
how
actual
much
stat.
inmates spend on ramen?
Yeah, ramen.
If there's no
ramen,
inmates, there's
ramen
no
is like
ramen.
Wait. Just to get this straight, occupancy rates in prisons increases through economic distress, times of economic distress.
Bullish on ramen.
No, I think what he's saying is ramen in the prison system is basically a currency. So like that's what you eat in prison. That is it. So if the
I
prison rate
understand
is going
English.
down, then I would
Yes.
bet less people are going to get it.
Right, but I'm saying that's incorrect. Do people understand? Am I
Oh, my
speaking
bad.
English?
My bad.
Yeah. Prisons will be more occupied, more prisoners, right? Prisoners up big if economy down bad. Do you understand? Does anyone understand that?
Well, what happened if economy up?
Yes, I do understand.
If economy up, then stop buying fucking ramen.
Yeah.
Or ramen margins tight.
So in order to invest in ramen, I have to both want people to lose their jobs and go to jail. Ooh, that is a rough thing for me to cheer for right now.
It's not that you want them to, it's do you expect them to? And I think the answer to that is yes.
Look. People are bullish on electric vehicles. Yeah, hurry up, little Chinese kids. Hurry up and make our electric vehicles. People are bullish on ramen. Hey, more prisoners. Yeah, let's do that. People are bullish on Kellogg's. Yeah, keep fucking killing your children slowly with cereal. Pick your poison.
I feel like there's a level of human suffering that we have all just decided we're okay with overall.
Yeah, now meta doesn't sound so bad, huh?
This is depressing. What the fuck just happened?
We all
Welcome to
admitted
America,
that we're
baby.
assholes. Yeah.
You also want to look at the supply chain of these ramen companies on where they're manufacturing. If they're coming out of Asia, like with the COVID pandemic, ramen sales weren't so good. Like there was actual shortages
What
in
the fuck? Okay, I don't know what you're on, but I just want to say that I did post NFPDF, which is Nissan Food Holdings. They do ramen, as you guys know. And then I also want to say that, guys, you guys do realize that there's Asian import companies in California, Florida, and how that works even in New York, where they basically import Japanese food, Chinese food, Korean food. The list goes on and on. And I mean, last time I checked out, how many Asians live in America? I don't know, but it's a lot. It's enough, right?
Several.
You guys think that Congress is going to pass the rail strike thing?
Oh, that's a good talk. Let's do that.
Oh God, let's speculate again and still
It's
not
not a
make money.
speculation as much as it is. I mean, it's insane that I did not expect that Democrats would rally behind the rail thing, but I guess after elections, nothing really matters. But it seems like it has bipartisan support, so they're going to get it through. Question is if the strike will continue despite that.
You
Oh,
know,
good talk.
we finally found the ramen company, the Nissan Foods, and then that's when the discussion about ramen ended. When we found the one company that mattered.
What's the ticker?
The OTC is, or the ADR, whichever, NFPDF, and it's Nissan Foods Holdings, NISSIN.
Oh, I think that's
So
straight
bullish on
TV.
ramen is what I'm hearing.
I think
Bullish
that,
on ramen and prisoners and people losing money.
yeah.
So according to TD Ameritrade, that is an pink sheet OTC and an annual dividend of 94 cents. Wait, what? Oh, semi-annually. 1.23%. That's weird.
And the liquidity is abysmal. I think it's there have been let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 days of actual trading volume this year. So, you know, good luck with establishing and exiting a position.
Time to send it to the moon. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
That's too late. It's already being pumped.
So you're saying we can own the float?
I
Oh
don't know.
my
I don't know
God.
if it's we you're talking about.
Oh my God. Moving on. We're gonna,
And on TV, it has no charge
the ramen boy.
we're gonna buy the
All right,
ramen company and
let me
DRF
check.
the shares.
Let me check Capital IQ, see what the short interest is, boys. I'm going in.
What's going on with Twink today? I haven't even checked them, and Hormel's coming up on earnings.
Oh yeah, Hormel is coming up. Let me see. What was the play that someone just sent me on Hormel? 1 second.
The play is you buy as many Vienna sausages as you can.
It's good shit.
Buying $49 calls, selling $50 calls, call debit spread on Hormel.
The market cap on Nissan Foods is 7.7 billion on TD Ameritrade. That's what it says. Someone double check that.
I see 7.46 on MarketWatch.
Who's
No,
listening to
7.6
Screaming for Vengeance in the background? I fucking love that.
That, my bad, dude. That's me.
No, all good, man. All good.
God, it was Ozzy's Boneyard playing here in the shop today. So that's what we do.
Since there's zero conversation happening, who's in the Dallas area and knows the place 10 Ramen? Nobody.
10 Ramen is really good.
Yeah, and they closed the one close to downtown. And I'm sad.
The one that's by Taco Deli?
Yeah. A friend told no, I'm sorry. They closed the one in Plano. And the one in
Plano
Taco
sucks.
Deli,
Fuck
the last
Plano.
couple times I went, it wasn't as good. And they got new management. So I'm kind of sad. So for those who don't know, 10 Ramen is like one of the best ramen places in Dallas.
So puts on 10 ramen is what I'm hearing.
Puts on 10 Ramen. Go long on Heim Barbecue by the Love Field Airport, though.
Yeah, go TP their shop.
Hey, so I just wanted to ask, since you know, sometimes our topics and discussions can get a little bit rowdy. I just reached out to Pornhub to see if they'd allow us to upload some of our Reddit talks there. I think that might be a more natural place for you guys to find the content that we provide
We're
you.
just talking about ramen. We're trying to keep this safe for work, opinion. That's very inappropriate. You should have given everyone a warning about that. But all you heard was noodles, and your mind just went to another world.
Fucking Canadians.
Dirty, dirty Canadians.
What happens when you
Dirty
spend all day
Canadians need to be
browsing Grindr?
spanked and punished. Wait, what?
Just do a live stream where you're just trading like Rick and Grinder, and like that's just it. You're just swing trading those two stocks on the day. You're like Grinder and this strip club company, and I'm live streaming it to Pornhub. You can watch me trade these.
Oh, well, you have to do your research in person, right? So I think
I've been knocked for saying stuff like cock, in these talks, but I wasn't here when I came back and everybody's like, yeah, we like Ricks and we like Grinder. I'm like, what? It's not me. It's you. It's you guys.
There's a Rick's Cabaret in Pittsburgh. It was called Blush, but it got busted because strippers were trying to sell drugs and other things to undercover cops. Fun stuff.
So
other
doesn't
things
that
is
just mean
vagina.
they're peddling their wares under a different
Yes.
name now?
But I have not been to Rick's since the change of established ownership. So I will check it out for research purposes if need be.
You are a scholar and a saint for doing so.
Why, thank you.
I'm nearing completion on the AI generated.
Yes. Oh wait, what are you talking about?
On the AI generated illustrations for my children's book called Billy Discovers Options.
That is a really strange.
Wait, is there an actual woman in your presence, Scald?
There is. There's Miss Scald here who's currently playing Skyrim.
What's it like? What was it like being in the Dark Lord's presence?
Right. You're the Dark Lord, apparently.
Tell me someone gets that. Tell me.
I got it.
Yes, thank you. Bless you.
I always like how you have these, like, you always talk about these great ideas, and she always like comes in with these like judgmental sayings.
Oh, that's our marriage.
That's
That's just our marriage. That's how it works.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to take a page out of your book then one day.
Is she like the Voldemort to you being like Gandalf the White?
as opposed to the angel on the shoulder, which is hip.
Right. I'm like, I have this great idea, and she's like, that's a stupid idea, and then just shoots holes in
Do
it.
this instead, and
Right.
it's like way worse.
Hey, just use the Force, Spock.
narcissistic.
Yeah, it's like that movie, Zelda.
I was going to when you were talking like earlier about being bullish on Tesla, I was going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to do a put ratio spread, and I'm just going to do. It's like, you dare use your own spells against me, Potter. Like, that's what I was thinking.
The niceties must be observed.
Is she playing Elder Scrolls right now?
Yes, she's playing Skyrim right meow.
Hey,
Amazing
opinion,
day.
does this talk still qualify as a potential Pornhub video?
I think they all qualify when you're here.
Are you doing the shorts or are you doing like the 5-minute, 10-minute video? What are we doing?
I think we got to go long format. Like those are kind of like, I love it when, you know, those videos
those
are long. So
those hour-and-a-half ones, the full featured documentary ones. Yeah.
No, let's face it. If it's you, gentlemen, they're gonna be shorts.
Do they have shorts on
Hey,
Pornhub?
Whoa.
Yeah, they really, actually, they should.
No, I know YouTube has them. Called shorts. But I was just curious, like, do they have short videos on Pornhub?
I thought we were here for a good time, not a long time.
That's
What's that?
there's a couple layers to that short time.
See what Pornhub should do is we should just put ad space in your videos. Like a little bubble comes up every 30 seconds with like an ad.
You know, since we're on the subject, opinion, I just wanted to share that I do have WSB tattooed on my manhood.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah.
Is it temporary
WSB.
or permanent?
Oh wait,
No, permanent WSB tattooed on my manhood. But when
Is
I
it
get
in cursive?
excited, it says, "We, the traders of the markets, like to buy and trade stocks that are publicly traded and preserve all the capital and make sure that we become billionaires over time." So,
Is that what kind of telescope could you get to read that text?
We're
I'm sorry,
asking for research purposes.
What do you mean?
No, I was looking
inside
at
it?
no, I was actually asking because I was looking at Thermal Scientific right now. So I was just curious.
Opinion. What I mean by excited is when I get a boner.
Oh, excited! I thought you said inside it.
No, like
and
when
I
I
was
feel a
extremely.
raging erection
That's what I
coming
said
on.
too. I was like, inside it.
Inside that's a different one.
No, see, now I have to clear it up. No, I'm talking about a big throbbing erection. Now, do we qualify for Pornhub?
Sold.
I was
Done.
just curious. Back on that Thermal Scientific,
Yes.
because I believe they have EDIBA, and they reach your they have an opportunity cost, and they do reach your valuation for having no non-biased approach to it, and also there is not that much upside risk. So I was just curious what your opinion on Therma Scientific telescopes at this point.
Wait, was that a question for me?
Yeah, that was a question for you.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! What's the ticker? Sorry,
Uh,
I was thinking about my raging erection.
Yeah. Let me grab that for you. Hold on.
Ooh, please do.
All right, guys, I'm out. See you guys tomorrow.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Thermo Scientific. They currently have $39.21 billion. I don't know their stock ticker though.
Oh, Thermo
No,
Fisher?
my earbuds are gonna die. See you guys tomorrow.
Thermo Fisher. Thank you. They just came out with quarter 3 earnings, beat by 5%. Revenue was beat by 7.83. Just curious what your thoughts on there, Mark, since we're talking about microscopes.
They have like.
I can barely hear you, Mecca.
I believe they have a bunch of contracts with public schools.
Did anyone translate?
I heard, I believe they have a bunch of contracts with, but then I couldn't hear who he said they had the contracts with.
I thought he said schools, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, public schools. Yeah. I'd have to take a deeper look at them, but the valuation actually doesn't look too bad. Let's see, 80.
I was thinking maybe a $900 stock. I think they're a little below.
$900?
Yeah.
Oh, they're at 537.
2023.
Yeah, I think that's a bit hot. But let's see if they make $8 billion in free cash flow next year. What's their enterprise value? $8 billion.
All right, you fucks. Have
It's
a
a lot
great
hot.
day. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, you
All
too.
right. Great day. Thanks for your positivity. No, I was looking at them because they're really big on the plastics right now for recyclables. And I thought that was their big play for the next year.
Oh, I can say something about Thermo Fisher if you guys want.
Let's hear it.
So I mean, I'm not gonna talk about. I'm not gonna talk in terms of like how their what is the term I'm looking for? Like how their accounts look like, but so my just a bit of my background. I work in research, and we order tons and tons of stuff from Fisher, and I think all the other research institutions as well. And their shit is the bomb. I mean, they make like really good stuff, and without a doubt, when anybody want to place an order, either that goes through Thermo Scientific or either Fisher, and both of these subsidiaries are owned by Thermo Fisher, I guess. And then they are big into like really complicated machines as well, which is like that's like the basics for running any experiments. So yeah, I would say a lot of upside.
Yeah, and so I wanted to just bring them up because they're really big on the PCR plastics, which is like the some kind of plastic that will basically be more environmental friendly, essentially. And so I was just looking to see if that would be their home run for next year. And SSX Tricky.
Yes, sir.
What is their thermal cyclers? What is that exactly?
They're thermocyclers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I have to look it up. Hold on.
Okay, I thought you were dealing with them.
Oh no. It's for me. It's mostly like the gas chromatography, that kind of stuff.
Okay, because I believe that the thermal cyclers were more for like DNA based. So like, for amplification, like splitting up chemicals. And so I feel like that's at least where the most of the money's going right now for DNA segmenting and just that testing.
Right.
Of yeah, go ahead.
We got a department which runs that machine for gene amplification, and for the most part that I've seen, all of them has thermal scientific machines. So
All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh, and for the record, I did get an ad for them that said PCR plastics are back. So you can take that for what it's worth. And I do not order PCR plastics, so obviously they chose to advertise everybody, which I would too if I had that kind of money.
Ah, yes. It's time for the daily post of comparing the 1929 stock market crash to currently. I think it's especially funny because they're overlaying the Dow Jones against the SPY. And I'm just like, the SPY didn't even exist back then.
Those are the
What are
same
you
thing. They're the
doing?
same thing.
Yeah, it's literally what Michael Burry does every week, and then one time he's right, and people like for the next 10 years, people say, "What did Michael Burry buy this quarter? What did he bought a prison stock? What does he
And
see in prisons?"
he's so fucking gone.
Guys, I'm curious, how many of Michael Burry's prediction were really success? Was anybody keeping a track?
There's a guy that's posted on the sub, and he's opinion. I don't. You might know. You probably know what I'm talking about. But there's a guy that posts like back tests and stats of like big predictions. He did Michael Burry. He did Kramer. Like how accurate are all these people? All these studies, these strategies. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he's a big poster. I don't know his name, but he did Michael Burry a while back, and it was just like, yeah, he's just not that accurate. He really isn't. I mean, obviously, he made a ton of money during the Great Recession, but if you don't get a big win like that, at least once every 10 years, then you're not really that good.
Yeah, fair. Sorry, my headphones are literally about to die, so apologies if I'm missing your question.
I have a couple questions about Bombardier. I have a few shares of them, and right now they're at a all-time high, or 52-week high, sorry, and just wondering if I should sell them.
Hello, thank you for calling WallStreetBets customer service line. What was the ticker of the stock you're asking about?
Bombardier is BBD.A and BBD.B. I have a few of both. Some of both.
Thanks for holding. We'll have an expert back on the phone in just a few moments. It won't be that long. But have you checked out our new Pornhub channel? Yeah, that's right. We're on Pornhub too.
No, I haven't. Please tell me more.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Local singles in your area want to trade stocks. Click here to find out more.
Hey, big boy, want to trade earnings? Try a strangle on cock.
Bro, Spence, on a serious note.
Okay, thank you for holding.
What?
Yeah, I don't know about this Bombardier stock. Let's see. Oh, that's the. By the way, that's the Canadian ticker. This is America, so most of us, like you need to adjust your Canadianisms, right? I'm trying to find the ticker for the OTC.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not as educated as Opinion.
Are you looking for a liquid market? Come over to the U.S. markets, where we guarantee you profitability.
Goddamn advertisements still playing. Let's see. The Bombardier Class A stock. What is OTC? A BDRBF. And I have no idea. Let's see.
What do they
BVR.
do?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Can we get that analyst on
but
CNBC
the guy who
here?
asked should be able to say like what they do and why he bought it and at what price,
They're
right? Like
they're an aerospace company. I'm pretty sure they're aerospace.
Oh, they're a business. They do a Canadian business jet manufacturer. They're going to revamp a Global 6000 jet for German signals intelligence program. That's their latest headline.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they're a Canadian airplane manufacturer, mostly in Quebec, and yeah, they make a shit ton of planes. I bought them at before their stock split. I bought them at oh geez, I don't even know. Average price of $22 for me right now after stock split, but yeah, I was just long on the airplane industry.
They've been on
At
a
least the
tear, man. Why haven't you sold? What is going on there? Oh, wait. I'm looking at the chart. Okay, it doesn't account for the stock split. But still, yeah. Why are you still holding? Let me ask you that. Like, what if you got in at 22? What's the reason to continue holding after 50% gains in what is that? Like half a year? Not even. Like 4 months?
No reason. I just haven't fully thought out my exit strategy.
I would say up 50% in 4 months is a pretty good exit strategy. But hey, I just like taking the gains. Did everyone die?
yes.
Luce, your
Sorry,
voice
I'm
puts
doing.
people to sleep.
Oh, my apologies.
So back to the low etiba, how do you pronounce it? You were talking about macroeconomics. Can you expand on what you feel is appropriate for looking at when it comes to macroeconomics for these stocks? And then actually my real true question at the end of the day is, how would you like us to present the stock to you in the future? Because you said that we don't talk about value investing enough. So if you could just give us like a script.
Oh no, fuck me. No, you don't have to have a script. I'm just saying like here and there, if people want to talk value. Yeah, there are no rules, not in this portion of talk.
Luce, how do I make you like me, Luce?
No, not at all.
Put
Don't
put
care
your
about
cock
that
away,
part.
Zeph.
Luce,
But
come on, just a little.
Keep it in your pants. I mean, if y'all want, we can do like it's kind of I guess contradictory to Wall Street Bets, but if you want, we can have like a small portion of the weekly talks, the pre-market talks, be about like value plays, but it would have to be heavily moderated. So, here I think it's better to just like, it doesn't have to be scripted, nothing like that. And I'm not the only guy. Like literally, I wanted other people to chime in, not just me answering questions. I'm happy to answer questions, but I don't want everybody. I don't want to come up here and be like, hey, I'm the value guy, and if I say it's value, then it is. If I say it's not, then fuck you. Like, I don't want it to be like that. But I
Sure.
would say macroeconomics, it's all about liquidity and leverage, right? So just high level, you got to look at what the Fed is doing. Are they raising interest rates? Are they lowering interest rates? And understand the basic relationship between interest rates and asset prices. So while the Fed is tightening, as in they're increasing interest rates, which is one way to tighten liquidity or to lower liquidity, which is what they're doing now, stock prices tend to fall, and the high flying growth stocks tend to get hit the hardest because they need to leverage up in order to continue to fund growth. So if interest rates go up, it's going to cost them more money to do that. And these companies, they're not dumb. When interest rates go up, they come on their earnings reports and they say growth is going to be a little slower. It's going to be a little lower going forward. We're not going to have 20% growth. We're going to have 10 to 12% growth, next year, something like that, right? The stock prices will react to that because investors beforehand were paying for higher growth, right? The promise of higher growth and continued very high growth going forward. These companies will lower their growth estimates because they either don't have the money to continue to service that level of debt each year going forward, or they simply want to protect their margins and they say, oh, it's going to be more expensive to take on debt to grow. Well, we're not going to take on as much debt, therefore we're not going to grow as much. And that's just business 101. Like, they can't be blamed for making those decisions, right? But the markets will respond to that, and those stock prices will sell off. So this all ties back to liquidity. The high growth stocks, the highly leveraged stocks, those will react the most. The high cyclical stocks, those will react the most to tightening liquidity, as in those that get hit the hardest, which is the evidence is all over the place over the past year and every other period in which the Fed tightened. And then the stocks that have good yields, that have good cash flow, those tend to hold up better. So just understanding that relationship, and when it reverses, when the Fed says we're going to loosen liquidity, our policy, and we're going to increase liquidity, and we're going to lower interest rates, just like they did coming out of COVID, there's an example of the contrary. Stocks went on a tear, and that's happened in the past. So this is a very, like, when I say macroeconomics, really just kind of comes down to that basic relationship of tightening and loosening monetary policy by the Fed. Are they increasing money flow, or are they decreasing it? And if they're increasing it, load up on the stocks, load up on growth stocks. Everything's going to go great. If they're decreasing it, you better get out of the way of those high flyers that are going to need to continue to grow to appeal to investors and maintain some debt.
Thank you for that. And so at the end of the day, how would you determine whether or not what the fair value price is at that point, considering that you still want to buy into the company, and realizing that perhaps they will say, hey, we're not going to have as much debt because obviously people aren't going to pay for that because they saw they were going to have a better growth long term if they didn't have to take on high interest rates, right? Because they would actually take on the debt at that point because they could pay it back sooner with their profits. How would you find that fair value price?
So I'm not a big target, price target guy, because I think those are terribly arbitrary.
Sure.
So what I look for are ranges and what those stock prices have tended to trade at. For example, Visa. If Visa tends to trade in a, relatively speaking, a tight valuation range. probably because the markets have a lot of confidence in Visa, and the stock price never goes too low. Whatever the case is, right? Whatever your theory is. But relative to a lot of other stocks, most of the rest of the market, Visa trades in a relatively tight valuation range. So when it starts trending towards the bottom of that range, I want to look at that, and in that, all other things constant for you economics people out there, ceteris paribus, if everything is well with the company and it's just trading at a low end of its value, maybe it's a good price. It's low end of its range, not necessarily about target price. However, what I will look at in terms of, say, related to target price, related to knowing when to get in, when to get out, right? If it's about when to get out, I am always looking at free cash flow yields, and I'm always looking at margins, and I'm always looking at seasonality, cyclicality, stuff like that. So rather than pick a price target, I want to know how much I've made, and I want to have an idea of a potential return. So, sticking with Visa, if I buy it at the low end of its valuation range, and then within, I don't know, 6 months, it reverts towards like its average valuation, like in the middle of its valuation trading range, maybe that's a 15-20% increase in the stock price, right? I'm probably good to go with that. For a stock like Visa, I don't expect it to double in 6 months, right? But that might be what I'm looking for. Maybe I go for the average instead of the high end because I want to be conservative. Maybe you're more aggressive and you're like, you know what, I'll hold out for more. So you wait till it goes a little bit higher in that trading range. So this is standard, by the way. So this isn't my technique or anything like that. This is just understanding multiples, valuation, trading ranges, and letting the markets tell you what a potentially good price to enter or exit is, rather than saying, I derived a discounted cash flow target price of $270 for Visa and a 2-year time horizon. Like, the markets don't give a shit about your target prices. Do all the calculations you want. Nobody is paying attention to them. So, and when you think about it, it's very easy to understand why that's the case, because who the hell are any of us? Buffett could come out and say, my target price on Occidental is $100. That doesn't mean the stock price would just shoot up to $100, or that's literally what the stock is worth. So if nobody would really pay attention to Buffett when he said that, why the hell would they pay attention to any analyst, any group of analysts, whatever the case is, right? So that's why you look at trading ranges, and I like to get in at the low end of those trading ranges. Ceteris paribus, as long as everything else is well with the company, everything else is looking good.
I feel like I'm back in class again. Keep dropping Ceteris paribus over here.
I'm just trying to learn the good folks here. Who likes Ceteris paribus? I'll say it every day if you want.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who that is.
Nice.
It just means like all things being equal in Latin.
Scald. I was gonna
Latin's
say,
for nerds.
respond in the comments. Take your guesses as to who Mr. Paribus is, Ceteris paribus, who that guy was.
Amazing.
Can WallStreetBets' first Pornhub video be you just addressing Paribus?
Yes.
Wasn't Paribus
That
that
sounds
guy
like
who
the
lost all that
premise
money?
of a weird ASMR video.
What, Mr. Bumlo? What did you ask?
I said, wasn't Paribus that guy who lost all that money once?
It's true.
What? Paribus?
Yeah, Penyon, you know Paribus, right? Dr. Paribus.
Dr. Ceteris Paribus?
Of course. Ceteris paribus, PhD.
Doesn't he have a practice with
CPA,
Dr. Mantis
CFA.
Toboggan?
I believe so. He taught Mr. Mantis Toboggan.
I'm so lost.
Well, you need to learn your economics history, okay? So you need to learn more about Dr. Ceteris Paribus then. He's a very good friend of mine. Very, very dear friend of me. Mentor.
I don't think things change a lot for that guy, though.
Can you just title this? Wait. What is his name of the stock? Is the rebound over? Just call it Ceteris Paribus. Not even Wall Street Bets pre-market talk. Just Ceteris Paribus.
Yeah, I got to figure out the titles before the talk starts. And you guys know how many topics you guys like switch between?
No, you can change it on YouTube. You can just change the title name. Ceteris Paribus. All caps.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but how many people are going to listen 5 hours and 13 minutes into the video to be like, oh, that's why they said Ceteris Paribus?
Yeah, timestamps, baby. Yeah, come on. You know what this is.
Counterpoint: if you make it about something 5 hours in, they have to listen for that log in order to figure it out.
Yeah, no timestamps then.
Just title it "Loose Ventures Explains Ceteris Paribus."
In
The talk
actuality,
starts around 4-hour mark.
Yeah, in actuality, I never explain it.
No, just title it like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened. You don't want to miss it. Be sure to listen."
You could just write part 1.
How about this? Wall Street Bets debuts on Pornhub, and then in parentheses, Ceteris Paribus.
All right, I'm going to do that right now, actually.
I hear the typing. This is exciting.
I'm excited too.
I wonder how you spell that out in Canadian, though.
Is he related to Loris Ipsum?
He's related to Dr. Pro Rata.
Pro Rata. Isn't his brother Pro Forma?
Oh, so you've heard of him?
Yeah, I know a few things. Emphasis on a few.
Grinder is at its all-time low, down 13%. Buying more.
Not hard for it to hit an all-time low. It's like, what, 3 weeks old?
Jeez.
Yeah, I know. I just want to buy more.
Are you saying it's time to get into it now?
If you liked it at $40, you're gonna love it at $7.
That's
And
a
that's a
quote
grind.
from that's a quote from Dr. Pro Forma, right? Mother of Pro Rata. I bet there are like 100 people here that are like, what the fuck are those words? Who are those people?
Well, clearly the English worship there. What?
I just want to wish everybody a happy Ceteris Paribus.
And happy Ceteris Paribus to you as well.
I thought it was Peri Passu.
And a happy Mutatis Mutandis to you as well.
I think we need to convert these talks to Latin to get back to our roots.
I think
Don't
that's
you have enough?
happening in real time.
Isn't it hard enough for you, Opinion, having to convert these to Canadian in the first place?
Ah yes, je parle français seulement.
Where's Where's Super Simple? He shared a video, a fun song. It's a weird song, and I put it in Google Translate, and Google Translate was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Oh, you know what song you guys should listen to? Polish Cow. But do it with lyrics so you can understand.
Je m'appelle Ayat. Enchanté.
Which?
Je suis un chat.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
So don't lose. Lucy, you got to understand that just grunting into the microphone is not French.
Yeah, but I said je suis un chat.
I wholeheartedly disagree. That sounds like the epitome of French.
Bonjour, Mr. Opinion. Comment ça va?
Wait,
Ça va
nobody
bien,
knows what
merci.
I said? You bunch of imposters. You don't actually speak French. Who knows what I
Yes,
said? I'll
you
give
said
you
you're a
flair.
cat.
Not you, Opinion.
Oh shit.
You ruined it.
Yeah, and then omelette
suis
du fromage to all
Napoleon.
of you as well.
What did you say there, Loose?
I said, "Je suis un chat." I am a cat.
See, that's the only sentence he knows, so he can't go for like a second guess or like a second like.
No, I know.
Watashi
Je
wa
m'appelle
Nico.
un cat.
This WallStreetBets talk has turned into French lessons 101, or maybe 01.
Watashi wa
God,
Nico
It's not
is
really.
cat in Japanese.
This is multilingual. We've covered Latin.
This is great for Pornhub.
We said at least 3 different phrases that all
Hey,
came out
I'm
of
trying to bring the
economics
Asians in here,
textbook.
guys. Watashi wa Nico.
Does anyone speak Japanese here?
Watashi
I'm
wa
trying to
America
speak it right
genius.
now. Watashi wa Nico, which is I am a cat. Or you could say Watashi wa kawaii Nico, which is I am a cute cat.
We don't use those words here.
Or Mayowa.
Konnichiwa.
Nihongo desu ka?
This isn't going to bring the Asians. It's going to bring the weebs.
Yeah, but,
私は the gentleman です。よろしくお願いします。
Someone's gonna listen to this talk like after it's been recorded and just skip to this part and be like, "What the heck is going on?"
You're gonna see the spike on YouTube where it's like, you know, the place that everybody started watching.
Oh yeah, I think that's a Pornhub feature actually.
I think that's a YouTube feature too.
Yeah, there's definitely a point in Pornhub videos where I spike as well.
The problem is Opinion was speaking French Canadian, so it wasn't really French.
That's a good point.
Oh.
Moi, je prends un cornichon.
But the French actually settled in Canada before anybody else. Isn't that correct?
No, actually, it is the Vikings.
I mean, if we ignore the First Nation people, then sure, they were the first ones there.
Well, we ignore the Indians, so I don't see what the difference is.
Just Scott.
Come on, that's racist. Come on.
I have Indian friends, so it's not racist. It's just facts that they tell me.
That doesn't work. You might not have First Nations friends anymore.
That might be true. Testing, they're still getting their DNA test back from, so we'll see.
So really, the Native Americans should be in charge of the USA, right? By fairness, they should be in charge.
Yeah, but the problem is there's so many tribes that it's still I think that's where they went wrong, honestly, is there was just too many tribes trying to fight for the right.
Yeah.
So quick
That
land
really being
acknowledgement.
said of
We're on.
any of the... Go ahead.
Osmer.
Oh yeah, just a quick land acknowledgement that if you are located in North America, you are residing on stolen land.
Same with Hong Kong.
Let's go.
Oh yes.
Here's a history tidbit. Look up Louis Riel.
I beg to differ. I'm here on a green card, and I stole this land fair and square. So, and I pay good money for stealing it too.
So to make this market related, we can just talk about Dole, and then that's market related.
Oh, bruh.
Yeah.
Speaking of
And we
market
talk
related
about-
and land, did you guys see what was happening in Africa about those?
No.
They're basically going after those diamond mines, and they're just so hungry apparently that they're taking over these quote unquote closed down diamond mines, and they're selling for 50% off.
Man, we can also talk about Firestone and their
So in other
vast
words,
rubber plantations.
Yeah, so in other words, diamonds are still overvalued at 50% off.
That's correct.
Anything other than worthless, they're overvalued, I think.
But hey, keep buying those diamond rings, huh?
Copper's
It's looking
Has
bearish. on
anyone
diamonds.
ever had as good of an advertising run as De Beers to convince people that carbon is valuable?
Yes,
Hey, Jew lovers.
Grey Poupon mustard ran a single commercial in 1986, and people still quote it.
It's also not that good. There is better mustard.
What's
What about all those?
What was that, Mr. Bumble?
Oh, really?
What's the quote that people still quote? I don't
Oh,
know what
do
Would you have some Grey Poupon?
There you go, nailed it.
But of course.
What about was it K Jewelers that has the slogan is
You
like
got
you
any
pretty much
mustard?
have to?
You pretty much have to. That's a great way to sell diamond rings.
Well, they do have what is it? Every kiss begins with K.
Yeah,
Isn't that
yeah,
another
that
way
one.
of saying like buy her jewelry and she will
Right.
sex you? Like, is that
Yeah,
where's
basically.
the PC squad? The PC battalion. It should be all over that. But I guess they're poor, so they're not really.
Wait,
they're not savvy
is
on
that
the
still
jewelry.
their go-to slogan?
Every kiss begins with K. Yeah. So
Yep.
round up the PC battalion. Like you got work to do. You got pats to give yourself on the back at the end of today.
Can we talk about Japs potato chips for a second?
Whoa.
Zaps with his
Zap.
dad?
No. It used to be called Japs, and then after the Pearl Harbor, it was one of the fastest rebrandings in American history. They pulled it all down, became Zaps in 3 days, which is pretty impressive considering like the supply chain of the 1940s.
That is super impressive because how long did it take to change Redskins? The team that was like it's the equivalent of calling a football team the Black Faces.
Well, you do have the cotton basketball team.
Don't get me started on Volkswagen. Their history.
Hey, what about speaking of fools paying for things based on advertisements? How about the whole like every porn site that charges for premium? Like if you pay for porn, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I know there's one
yeah.
place where I would gladly pay for a premium porn subscription, and that's Pornhub.
But why? What benefit do you get?
I'll restate my question. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, that was more of like a wink, wink, nod, nod to the Pornhub advertisers sponsoring the chat.
There are people paying for Reddit Premium. Clearly, you can sell anything to someone.
True. Plus, you
Yeah,
look at HD porn, when you have it on the big screen TV.
I mean, Reddit Premium, you do get to not have ads, and
Oh, really?
you also get to I don't know what else. Someone help me out here. I don't know what else it does.
You get
Get
access
coins.
to the lounge, possibly the greatest sub ever invented. Do you want to know how someone got a B on their chemistry test?
How?
No.
It's the top post, the lounge. It's so exclusive.
As infinitely interesting as that sounds, hard pass.
Yeah, I'll just say I don't even notice the ads on Reddit, to be quite fair. I just go straight to WallStreetBets and boom, I'm there.
If you've been gifted gold or something, you have premium and probably don't know it. So you're probably not even getting the ads. I've been like ad free for several years just off the back of that.
No, I don't
Oh,
think so.
wow.
I still see ads. But
I was
if
gonna say I've never even noticed ads.
you just don't see them until you start scrolling on your phone. If you go like online on your computer,
They look
then
like
you don't see
posts.
them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they look like posts that you probably just scroll past because it's like a coffee machine. And you're like, what is this garbage post? I can't trade that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see that meme.
Yeah.
So apparently, a way to get around it is if you just block the ads, the profile where the ads are coming from. You won't see them again. Apparently.
So if I follow that profile, do I get more ads?
You do, yeah. They'll target you. They'll DM you and stuff.
Wait, so if Wall Street Bets was advertising, then you would see like r/Wall Street Bets or whatever, right?
Unless I blocked Wall Street Bets sub.
But but what I'm saying is like it would state that it was Wall Street Bets advertising to you.
It comes from an individual. I don't think a whole subreddit can advertise that way. So it will be someone's individual profile. So if you did it on your profile, it would say Loose Ventures is advertising this.
Yeah, like Loose Ventures is advertising, the very, very small condoms for the like size
Pornhub.
Wall Street
Ooh,
betters. Yeah.
you have my interest peaked. I need some.
I thought they were for raincoats for electronics.
Sometimes when my interest peaks, it quickly, reverts and lowers itself. Is this opinion? Pornhub? Yeah. We're good to go, yeah.
Yeah. Well, waiting for a response from MindGeek.
Mind Deep.
What's going on with Pornhub's IPO?
I am sure that they are not going to IPO anytime soon. They were in a pretty good financial position, I think, and then MasterCard and Visa were like, "Hey, porn bad unless verified," and that basically they just decided to toss out everything that wasn't verified, which really killed kind of like their platform on momentum. So the CEO, COO, and a whole bunch of other people, like top execs, just left, and now they're kind of in shambles.
Do you think
We need
Reddit's
blockchain
gonna?
for porn so that all porn is verified.
Do you think Reddit's gonna IPO, or do you think they're not gonna? They're not bothered now.
Maybe after Twitter implodes in the next 30 minutes or whenever it happens. It's a tough market to IPO into, though. Like, I wouldn't want to IPO a company in 2022 if I had a choice.
Is anyone still in trades? Wow, we almost went through the entire trading day. There's only 2 hours left.
I exited my SPY on that initial pop in the morning, and I'm very glad that I did.
I remain long on my uranium and continue to.
I am still in AAL calls.
I've got a few, but I'm probably not allowed to speak about them on here.
There's no market cap.
They're all GME plays, aren't they?
I'm not going to say they're not, but I'm not going to say they are either. So I can
Oh,
neither
they are.
confirm nor deny that. So is there really no market cap now? We're allowed to literally talk about anything. Is that true opinion or?
Yeah, anything below market cap is fair game, but you'd be talking to like all of 280 people right now.
Okay.
I was talking about an 88 million market cap company earlier.
Hey, it gets worse. I'm sure we'll see like $10 million companies and then have to be harsh to them.
Hey, that's big for an explorer.
Yeah, and that's too bad because like you basically cut out entire industries if you make the market limit too high. Because some industries just have like no big champions. Big being like 500 million.
Yeah, it also cuts out the
limit
entire.
upside.
It also cuts out the entire biopharma moon boy culture, but they'll eventually get the memo. The next thing you'll hear is like, "Oh, we got this drug that cures everything. It's not even started clinicals yet, but this guy thinks it's awesome." I'm like, great.
Yeah, but now we can talk Canadian mining penny stocks, and those are the best. We have nothing. We found something. We're worth 100x.
Hey, I got a question. Why do companies like to base their headquarters in different countries like Singapore?
Tax law. Yeah, especially like Ireland, the double Irish. Give it a Google.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why would Singapore be one of those places you would want to headquarter your company at? Do they have some beneficial tax laws that I don't really not aware of?
Yeah,
And there's a lot of very positive crypto regulation around Singapore. So if you're looking at any crypto companies that are based out of Singapore, that's why.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the company I was looking at specifically was Grinder.
Well, that's interesting.
Opinion knows a lot about that one. He's almost like an insider. He could tell you.
Oh, I'm inside, all right. I don't know, guys. Do you think we should wrap it up here? It's been 5.5 hours. Kind of feel like we're getting tired if we're circling back to the Grinder comments.
Can I just add one play then real quick?
Yeah.
So this is something and keep in mind that this is a speculative play on what Powell says on Wednesday, if it affects the market at all. But you can sell a 398 call expiring 12/2, buy a 398 call expiring 12/5. Your net debit, which is your max loss, is $35, and your max profit at 398 expiration on Friday is $255. So that's what, like a 8-bagger on a $35 risk. Profitability between 389 and 408 on SPY if volatility stays the same. And I will post it in the comments if that did not make any sense to any of you.
What's the total entry cost on that? Because
$35. Yep, $35.
Well, you got to buy 2 separate contracts though, right?
Negative. You're selling one contract and you're buying a later expiration contract. That later expiration contract is protective, which is why there's only a $35 max loss.
I get that, but my initial entry, like, what do I have to have in order to sell that put or call that I don't?
What brokerage do you use? Because most brokerages will allow you to enter for that 0.35 entry as long as you're doing it in the same order.
I got you.
So if you're using like Robinhood, $35 entry. If you're using Tasty's Trade, $35 entry. I think the same for like TradeStation and all that stuff. It's just a calendar call spread, or I'm sorry, yeah, calendar call spread. But I will post it in the comments in case that didn't make sense to anyone.
Yeah, do that. All right.
Yeah, might be a good time to call it, opinion.
Oh, one last question. Has there been any corporate tax DDs?
You can be the first. I'm not sure. Let's bring that up tomorrow on Wednesday. Yeah, let's bring them up on Tuesday. And we could even, like, if you know an expert that you want to talk about it, like, let me know. I'll try and get them. We've had some success actually reaching out to a couple people, including we're getting Ortex on, which is going to be fun. That's on Wednesday. I think they're actually just going to do a text-based AMA though, not like a Reddit talk. And then we've got some other interesting stuff in the pipeline, which I'm hoping turns out. So not going to spoil that. But yeah, I think we still need someone for tomorrow or for Thursday though. So we might get either the Nintendo guy back or a Sled Spoiler to talk about semiconductors. So either one of those. Sorry, I don't have like a good answer. And then we'll try and get like a calendar up so that it's easier to follow what's going on in the community. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. If you want to see anything, just send me a message or post in the comments and I'll take a look.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks. And everyone, thanks for sticking around for 5.5+ hours. See you all tomorrow.
Love you all.